generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. The cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the Internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity, and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point 2, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be. Futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264, placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT&TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's happening right now. You can feel it all around you. Technology is linking us in ways we never imagined possible. Twitter, Google, Wikipedia, and others all blend to create a web of interconnected minds. God is found in the collection of many, rather than in the one. In Darwin Among the Machines, The Evolution of Global Intelligence, George Dyson, who was director's visitor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, expands upon the premise of ex-club member Samuel Butler's 1863 article of the same name, and suggests that the internet is a living, sentient being.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Turing realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. I would conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work, so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the upstream green with chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detectives full of advanced craft methods that will highly adapt to presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks of life. To mirror the schism, unseen, hidden, the newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the notoriety. Alleluia brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano's filaments. Hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheek. With insight, disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad design. And the restoration from the unlikely incisions to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To level hidden cages you can't unstage cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
Making him suffer. Exactly.
American clutch, spun out of the dust and careened into the temples of automated destruct. Nanotech bugs in a plug and unplug. Vision for the fly shit hybrid. I run among the mud, skipper sworn through warnings equal warning Beirut. Little Billy blunderbuss looking for more recruits. City life is practice, casket truancy. That's the one of you and me, crash on mass lunacy. Friends used to laugh fast, grasp little troop on me. Now they check the bags with a staff class and Uzis. Who deserves a rap without warning? This ain't got but a mortar with a sports scorch, New York forfeit. Run among the poppy fields, order some more clips. Store trip to rare, but the fare is forceless. Gloomy bought the city of black on a shitty metal hole. Jitters to the floorboard, burn almost aborted. Flight of the accidental tourist morbid. The advertising god so oddly courtship. Godly corporate squad plot these tortures. Holiness is hard and it's costing God fortune. Guess he took a second job on a force to afford it. I don't want a part of these self-fulfilled prop. Man, it's too much for my stubbornness. I hate the people running shit. Sleeping ground, oh below. Wishing you peaceful. But horror on the surface emerges less frequently. Metal bars of Rachel Road dissolve from the scenery. What the fuck? I'll take a hostage and walk through the mosh pit. Pristine untouched. MB703's unscuffed. Trust is a commodity crushed by Pol Pot. Your cookie cutter laws contain flaws in philosophy. Toppling down a flight of Escher-Bach steps to life. Cause the man that raped my sister won't sleep right tonight. Suppose the pretty horses and four could love more. But I'm exhausted by the scope of this dark god and opiates. Breakfast for dystopian, ruthless hope movements. Seasonal effects of the butchery's looking good. And I'm right as black as a prison camp with free press repress. We can hypnotize the herd. Fly visions that attack like Alfred Hitchcock, raise a rabbit, carry a pitch. True, the only form of calm not tapped is trap strong in the cranium and future revel in this whistling song. I know you're listening, get down with this bitch, whistle along.
Obedience is not enough. Power is inflicting pain and humiliation, otherwise you cannot be sure. Power is tearing human minds apart and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing.
It's like the Bilderbergs came to dinner with filthy birds. They pussy all infected, I'm looking for milky words. They pull my third eye out, then they let it dry out. Had to pour my belief in Christ to find out what I look like with no skin. The movement faded while the back of my paper is still illuminated. Even your dough, flipped Egyptian euro. Got my website shut down by the bureau. Can't kick it with the dead until my life stops. But Bush got a Ouija to talk to Adam White's hot. I breed martyrs, turn fans to artists. Put a couple G's together before harvest. Like, I'll take all this. The hell I'm doing, dipping this whole fucking pound in embalming fluid. You think I rhyme to do it? If it's influence, try this. If you can't help but sleep, peel off the eyelids.
If you want a vision of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
It's the year 2010. You can say what you want. But I bet if you like this blunt, dummy, the feds will come running. Lock you up, lock you out. You ain't trying to listen. Cameras in your food, dude. Look, they trying to listen. Lock you up, lock you out. We got bugs in the house. We're being monitored. They know we got thugs in the house. Don't like your blunt, bitch. They'll hit you with a switch, hit you with a beam, hit you in the brain, make you go totally insane. Wildin' out. Guns in the spot, flipping on your niggas. They take you out. When the feds push guns on the roof, they take them out. Snuff you out, cause you know too much. After that, you know your hoes get touched. Look. Then the meeting starts. You download your chick to a memory card, give her trips and send her to a city job.
Power is not a means, it is an end. In our world, there will only be triumph and self-abasement. Everything else.
Yo, I'ma kill that MC, you know, differently.
You're done, though. You're done, though.
How we gonna do him, though?
Done, though.
Let's drown the fucker. We should just bury the fucker, eh? Why?
Now it's the finish, diminish, your sinister fluid on border. Mad melodic slaughter like piranhas in water. Reaching the climax of damage, you ravage, you run up for cover. Went up like a mother, you should've left that for another brother. That's dancing solo like Sonny Bono. Ain't got enough to share but compare. Up in this hemisphere, we swinging polo. Blows to knock you out the box, no way. Pops and shit is unreal. Something MacGyver couldn't even deal.
Real and original.
Ooh, you little criminal.
Ooh, nothing subliminal, so catch what I'm saying. Done ready like Freddy and Eddie the Shreddy. Lyrical machete, niggas get
get ready, cause I'ma do you like I never knew ya. Who crackin' cranium, stadium, no sound crews, no EQs, no amplifiers, neither just a bag of boo-boo. Buddha the barracuda, eat your food quick. No name tags twice to get your ass kicked trick. You're in danger with no remainder, so stay tuned. My head's to consume and even floating in the black lagoon.
Hard copy.
Sloppy copycats get sprayed by the renegade tongues on any lyrical escapade.
Hard copy.
Sloppy copycats get sprayed by the renegade tongues on any lyrical escapade.
Kill it to rest your rhymes with Barry, cause it's necessary. Piece of the diploma you're receiving in the cemetery. Corpses get buried for temporary, there's no chance the set could advance. Like up in a horror flick with Jack Palance, fuck it, your whole set could kick the bucket, ain't no joke. Rhymes are cutthroat, ashes to ashes, burn flesh to gun smoke. I'm meditating on your grave, so behave and sweat the 12 gauge or cardiac arrest or something less.
Stress is kicking my brain like Bacardi Brisa. I'm in the freezer digging quick like a speed cheetah. Or Sonny Chiba puffing on some more fat shit. My shit's obese, you better cease to get your ass kicked by real beats and real rhymes, cause it's hard times. Bitches coming up quick and trying to make me realize, read between the lines to get no blinds in my sector. You better recognize I put you on and I'll reject you. Hard copy, ungrateful bitches get no love. Shit is cutthroat, drop back your car, you're getting rubbed.
Hard copy.
Sloppy copycats get sprayed by the renegade tongues on any lyrical escapade.
Hard copy.
Sloppy copycats get sprayed by the renegade tongues on any lyrical escapade.
Black Gambino with massacres from here to Reno in places the scar faces with no traces like Al Pacino. I'm a humanitarian, say your prayer, then we bury him. 6 feet where we carry him, right? And it don't stop. Hops, we scatter your batter. Competition's out of here, but goes without saying. You meet and murder for the games you're playing. A dead MC is a dead MC, and that's the way it's supposed to be. Would you agree? A dead MC is a dead MC, and that's the way it's supposed to be. Don't you agree?
You see me? You don't see me. You can't see me in the light or darkness. I spark this McCoy for the heartless, wicked regardless of the shit in my lungs. MCs get hung on a noose for trying to gun. They tongue and battle me. I put niggas in guillotines. You get chopped in the West. Niggas be taking canteens for no fucking reason. Trigger squeezing for treason. So what's the half? Who does that ass? Cause it's season.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where often we discuss the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I'd like to go ahead and maybe welcome everybody to the excuse me, sort of discussion for today. In which we'll be looking at sort of the intricacies of a bunch of ideological viewpoints, right? And starting with sort of techno-liberalism and how it relates to sort of humanism and universalism and all these sorts of ideologies, right? And how they sort of came up on the world stage. And of course, we've been looking at sort of the sort of ideological development, right, of transhumanism. And so we're sort of looking at what a lot of sort of religious, political, right, and also a lot of sort of philosophical systems are sort of pointing towards. Okay, so I've sort of studied a lot of, political theories, right? A lot of sort of theological viewpoints, right? And also a lot of different philosophical views. So that's particularly what I bring to the table, really, right? In terms of my research is really those three areas, right? But yeah, I know we started a little late today, so we'll get a little bit of a lesser turnout, most likely, right? Which usually happens when I start later than I'm supposed to, right? But yeah, it's no worries, right? We got the Wednesday presentation here. Right. Obviously, we were doing a couple of great shows with Unseen Warfare.
So we're happy to record those shows, right? Because we went into the deep synthesis of issues of sort of modernity, right? And the same thing we sort of discussed over there, right? Sort of how theological views, right? Views in political theories, right? And views in sort of the philosophical or sort of scientific outlook, right? How those determine various ways of understanding the world, right? So let me actually look and see if I'm on the correct audio here. All right, yeah, we got good audio here. Blessings. So yeah, so let me see who's in the chat. All right, we got Earth Supporter. I appreciate you. Quickly, and then we'll move on. Lizard Tree. I appreciate you. Right? Nico Pluto. Greetings. Nico. Yeah, man. I appreciate you being here. Lizard Tree, of course, madam. Greatly appreciate your time. Earth Supporter. It's always a blessing to see you, man. Yeah, Nico. Exactly. Blessings to Browns Boy. US Ape. Right, yeah, happy Valentine's Day to all the lovers. Blessings. I appreciate you guys, man. Confess One Baptism, new friend we made. Appreciate his input. Very smart guy. Very intelligent dude right here. Yeah, I talked about these two potential scenarios as well, right? New world is being created to prepare to believe the false Messiah is God. Then Satan is creating a new world, which sucks. So false Messiah, when he comes, will destroy it, right? Exactly. Bingo. Right? It's a Hegelian dialectic that we were looking at, right? But of course, that's the one from Moritz, right? I believe Heinrich Moritz, right? Was the guy, right? Yo, blessings, Calix. Mr. Leaky. I appreciate you, man. Koyana Scazzi. Right, yeah, man. I didn't know that movie was inspired so much by Ellul, Jacques Ellul. Right, we're doing a deep study on Jacques Ellul, right, who influenced a lot of different thinkers, right? He influenced the writing of Brave New World by Aldous Huxley, right? He influenced the writing of Uncle Teddy, right? Yeah, he influenced a lot of different thinkers. So we're doing a deep study on Ellul. And of course, the first two works we're looking at is the Technological Society and his work called Propaganda. Right? And of course, there's lots of different ideas that Uncle Teddy wrote about. Right? Like, for example, he wrote about feelings of inferiority and over-socialization being two psychological tendencies of leftism. Right? So he talks about sort of the general attitude of sort of the industrial or technological society, right? And the general tendency is to imprint a sort of liberal psychology, right? So for most people, right, liberalism is imposed on them, right? This phenomenon I call techno-liberalism, right? Because liberalism assumes something called the individual, right? But, before liberalism came about, the creation of this thing called the individual right? It meant some serious work had to be done in sort of theological and philosophical theories, right, to sort of acclimate man to a sort of universal mode of existence, right? In which you could think of like a species being or the tabula rasa or some sort of unifying factor that sort of unifies all of mankind into one universal element, right? So the creation of universalism, right, and the creation of liberalism sort of destroys this thing called this thing called ethnos. Sorry, not ethos, but ethnos, right? It comes to destroy ethos too through quite a different sort of route, through a more of a circuitous route. Okay, but right now we're just talking about ethnos, right? Which is traditions, right? So you look at the global culture and how it contributes to A, loss of autonomy, and B, loss of traditions. So liberals complain about the loss of autonomy, and everyone else complains about the loss of traditions, right? But they're part of the same overarching issue, right? Okay, let's see who else is here. Got Lorp. I'll get back to the discussion, right? Max Vision. Calyx. We only got a little bit more. Lizard Tree. Confess. Avian. Blessings. Gotta have my government lab grown tobacco daily. And God. All right, I believe that's it. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. Anti-tradition. Yeah. Yeah, it's like those who talk about the tradition imposing on them, right? And they believe in individualism, right? Okay, that is a key factor in universalism or liberalism, but the problem is that they have to create everybody out of the same mold then, right? They got to say everybody's an individual, right? So obviously everybody has to become an individual in the same way, right? Either through the tabula rasa or the species being or some sort of collective mode, right? Otherwise, you are who you are within your tradition, whatever your tradition assigns for you, right? So you can be sort of, you know, whatever you want as long as it follows the traditional modes, right? So you sort of, you know, have this thing called individualism that's constrained by collectivism, right? And you have this thing called traditionalism, which is a sort of individualism and collectivism all at once, right? Because it assumes that there's an in-group, right? And also that everybody has to remain part of the group, right? No matter how different they may be, right? A sort of in-group preference, Okay, but obviously there's several factors that contribute to sort of the loss of traditions, right? Right. The first would be sort of the large empires of the world, right? The large empires of the world contributed to a sort of loss of traditions by creating a sort of multicultural framework, right? And by aligning different territories through trade and so on and so forth, right? So you have the first sort of inklings of international trade with the creation of this thing called the empires, right, of the world, right? The great empires of the world, right? So, and what else do they sort of do? They exchange learning and tradition. So you have this idea of the symbolic modes that sort of proliferate the technical modes. Okay. And the machine sort of has a very slow development in human history because it's sort of symbolic methods or techniques and the use of tools instead of machines, right? That dominated the majority of human history. And there's main reasons why this happened, right? Or one of the main reasons is because throughout human history, one of the main methods of control has been to dominate, humans through social techniques. Right? This was up until very recently considered the greatest power on earth. Right? Was the manipulation of men's minds and attitudes. Okay, until they developed mass forms of communication technology, right? And then technology sort of went way beyond social and political techniques in organizing human society, right? Because it became the method or the vehicle of communication itself and also of international trade, right? So it totally usurped the cultural symbols, right? The cultural traditions. Okay, so we have this paradox that right when they created individualism or liberalism, they created a global system where they usurped most of the diverse means of contemplation through the diverse religious and cultural modes, right? They created a universal or global system, right, which they told everybody, this is the best way you could be yourself, right? But the fact is that you need to compete with all existing technological modes. Right? You cannot be neutral on a moving train. Right? You have to become part of the global movement towards progress, right? And there's another thing that destroys traditions. Right? It's this notion of progress, the myth of progress, the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Is one of the main facets of techno-liberalism, right? You want efficiency, control, and technological progress, right? Right? Efficiency means that, you need greater forms of automation, self-augmentation, right? And in terms of this idea of sorry, there's like a lot of sounds here, right? But in terms of this idea of the global system, right? Right, it's funny that man tried to erect a global system in the wake of the ideal of universalism. I mean, that cannot be a coincidence, right? It's pretty obvious that these two events go together perfectly in history, right? But yeah, as I was saying, this idea of the myth of progress, right? That the human being has to become sort of, the object of techniques. Okay, and the technique for manipulating man's impulses or controlling man becomes a central place in the sort of technological society, right? Right. So, it's as ellul says, everything technique touches, it transforms into a machine, right? All embracing technique is the conscience of the mechanized world, and technique is what integrates the machine into human society. Right? And these human techniques first find their implementation through universalism or liberalism, right? Where ellul says liberalism gave birth to its executioner, which is the technological system, right? And this is why it's human sort of techniques, okay, and the sort of massification or collectivization of the human that goes along with this sort of atomization and or individualism, right? Okay, it's because the human being has to be transformed into a universal mode of being, to emptied of his sort of natural tendencies, right? Through artificial needs and participation in surrogate activities, right? And secondly, right? Right, he has to become adjusted to being a universal, right, person who believes in the myth of progress, who believes in technological progress, that's going to save humanity, that's going to save his nation. Okay, so liberals, they all already have an impulse towards globalism, right? But for the conservatives, they whine about the loss of traditions, but they actively support economic and technological progress through international trade. So they support the same thing that's causing the loss of traditions, right? They're constantly shooting themselves in the foot, right? And okay, let's take a look at what else everybody's saying. Looks like very little lack of participation. We got Jin Bob, made by Jin Bob. Okay, new alien DNA. Yeah. Trans individualism. Oh yeah, that's another thing I'm talking about, is sort of this idea of humanism. Right, of humanism, right? And how it talks about the loss of traditions and the myth of progress. And the various sort of stages that man went through, both in the philosophical and the sort of theological modes, right, to sort of get to humanism. There's a sort of long trek to get to humanism, right? Although it is an ancient form of understanding the cosmos, right? This idea from Protagoras, okay, that man is the measure of all things, right? That man is the measure of all things. Okay, this is sort of the nub of universalism. As above, so below. Okay, man is a microcosm of the macrocosm. Okay, this begins to realize the notion of the universal man, okay, that's seen in you know, Manichaeanism. The Mandaeans, right? Which is the precursor to Manichaeanism, right? They talked about the archetypal man, right? And Rabbi Akiva, who some actually credited him with creating the golem, talked about Adam Kadmon, right? Or the primordial man. Okay? The concept of this primordial man was the precursor to the concept of the universal man. Okay? That is sort of the goal of history, right? Okay? Is the apotheosis of the collective man. And yeah, I appreciate you guys. Cecil's out here. Yeah, techno-capitalism. Yeah, definitely. But the reason why we're using this term liberalism is sort of this idea that it's technology that's driving liberalism, right? So that's the main issue, right? Is that it's the main factor that's driving the cultural modes, that's driving the philosophical, scientific modes, right? It's even merged philosophy and science, and so on and so forth, right? So this idea of universalism, how it's sort of found itself. Okay, as I said, it's ancient. This belief that man is a microcosm of the macrocosm. Okay, that man is a reflection of the entire cosmos. Okay, and it was sort of Pythagoreans and Plato that borrowed this notion from the Orphic myth of this primordial man, right? That's sort of like Adam Kadmon, right? Which is sort of this androgynous being, right? Of like Mithra or like the egg, or, so on and so forth, right? So you have this sort of origin of man. Okay, but also what you have here is the mirroring of man's reason through the information that's contained in the cosmos, right? Because you have to sort of wrap your head around how man can attain the information, right, of what exists within the cosmos, right? Or this sort of how could man attain to the knowledge of all things? Okay, well, they thought this has to be through the use of reason, because they found out that reason can sort of encode information, right? And extrapolate, information that's hidden. Okay, and they created this notion that reason, or sort of like the universal mind, right, is sort of higher than nature. There's sort of two sects, right? One is like one that believes that there's a universal mind that exists apart from nature. Okay, that all it does is contemplate the forms. And then there's a sort of another school that says there's no order that exists, as nature itself is divine, and it sort of causes chaos to emerge, right? Right, sort of opposes order. Right, so there's sort of two different schools that grew up, right? Okay, out of this contemplation of sort of the nature of things in the universe, right? You could look at it really as one, that thought of sort of, time and order as being superior than nature, and another one that thinks like nature is superior, right? And like chaos is superior, right? So, out of these different modes of understanding, right, you have this primordial sort of struggle between nature and time, sort of being and becoming. Okay, so there's sort of two schools of thought, right? Or really, you could think of it as like, like four different, schools, right? I guess. You could think of it as, and I'm just trying to paint a sort of picture for you guys, right? You could think of it as sort of being existing on its own. Right? So in that sort of, think of how, nature could contain all possibilities within it. So there's nothing that is outside of nature. Right? You could think of another mode in which, right, there's sort of being and becoming, right? But sort of being controls becoming. So there's a changeless reality that controls a changing reality. Okay, then you could think of it as there is change, but there's nothing that really exists, right? Meaning that there is no being. There's just becoming. And you could think of it as sort of being and becoming being like two sides of the same coin. Right? So we're sort of exploring different ways that you could look at these ideas of sort of being and becoming, nature and change, the changeless and the eternal, right? Whether that exists beyond nature or within it. right? Sort of fundamental problems, right, that deal with this notion of sort of nature versus time. And once we get to this idea of, you know, whether nature is in a state of becoming or whether nature is becoming more and more ordered over time, right? Or whether nature is becoming more and more disordered over time. Right? These are philosophical queries that sort of anticipate the idea of the myth of progress, right? And that nature is sort of moving towards, you know, some sort of general principle. Right, whether it be like the singularity or the omega point or, you know, something more tangible, as they say, like, you know, the New Jerusalem, right? New World Order, right? But either way, right, the pseudo eschatology of progress, as we explained, becomes a major hallmark of humanism, right? A major feature that contributes to the loss of traditions. Right now, we're sort of talking about how this sort of idea of the desacralization of nature, right, and desacralization of knowledge, right, this dual thing, right, and sort of the compartmentalization of knowledge, right, which means that, you know, knowledge is no longer sort of gate kept by sort of sacred institutions, right? So there's no difference between the knowledge that's held by the common public and, you know, or the profane and the people who are considered like the scholars, right? Okay, then you have these two ideas that through this notion of universalism, right, and techno-liberalism, right, they sort of lead to a collective, I mean, as I said in the beginning, loss of autonomy, but also loss of traditions, right? But also they separate man from his natural environment, right? They create the secular state. And of course, progress becomes defined by the state, right? No longer by the individual. Okay, because progress becomes a sort of collective human thing, right? I talked about the loss of the individual earlier. Right, he had a sort of short-lived reign. They had to construct this notion of the individual through universalism, right? And then when technique got his hands on the individual, there's no more individual. That was a sort of splatterfest of concepts and ideas there. You know, blessings to Avian and Reddington.
Yo.
Yo, what's going on, guys? Thank you guys for joining.
Hi. Yeah, hi.
The link, it should be up there. If not, we'll drop it again here. Yeah,
how's everyone doing?
Hey, how you doing today, man?
Good, and you?
Pretty good. Sort of new avenue I'm going down and sort of exploring a range of these concepts. Right? But yeah, it's sort of been building up for a while. But yeah.
Yeah, I feel. So I would say that was a very good introduction, and the problems of technique are very obvious to those who are honest and they look at history in an honest way, and they can tell the way we're living is completely unnatural. We're destroying biodiversity. Where traditions are degenerating, and human autonomy is vanishing. So that's definitely true. But the reason for why or rather the causal analysis for how we reach this mess, I think there are different angles one can take. I think everyone has their own approaches, but I think it does require a multidisciplinary approach. That's definitely true. But it requires looking into history. It requires like certain philosophical presuppositions we analyze, and we try to understand their implications, not in just regards to the truth of them, but in regards to their social impact and how that led to various ideologues. Like, like we know Marx was influenced by Hegel, what I mean? And that's pretty crazy. But yeah, you see that, a lot of this is closely knit, yeah. I have a quick question for you. Have you looked into Leo Strauss? Like, what's your opinion on him? Because that book I'm reading on Plato that you recommended, the translation, was actually talking a lot about Leo Strauss. And have any comments on it? I actually don't know that much.
Yeah, Leo Strauss is the guy who popularized the study of like Machiavelli and Plato and all this stuff. Sort of like a neoclassicist, right? He was a Jayish dude. I think he might have been like connected to like B'nai B'rith or something like that. But I don't know. But yeah, he definitely schooled Thomas Pangle and also the guy who translated The Prince, right? I forget what his name is. A Mansfield, right? Harvey Mansfield is his name, right? And also
Machiavelli,
yeah, and also Alan Bloom.
Yes,
right.
yes,
So he's very influential. So he actually schooled a bunch of people that translated all these works. Right. So Leo Strauss is a very important like figure in like contemporary philosophy because he brought back these guys like Avicenna and like Machiavelli and all this stuff. He like repopularized all these guys. Right. So he was a famous sort of Jayish American academician, right?
Yeah, post World War II.
Yeah, but these guys like Mansfield, Bloom, Pangle, right? They were his students, and the guys I studied with in the university, like Rosano and Sunstein, and these guys, they were sort of like students of Pangle. Right, and all these guys. So they studied with the students of Leo Strauss, and they were like obsessed with like Machiavelli and Nietzsche and stuff. They thought it was really important to like study the Republic and read the Bible and and figure out what's going on. But yeah,
I wanted to comment on your introduction a little bit. Towards the end, you were talking about the individual, and I think how technology gave, or universalism gave the tools to destroy the individual. And I would say that the individual destroyed themselves the moment they let a central authority or some ruler decide what is right and wrong for them. That's when the individual destroyed themselves. So this stuff that came later, I think, just gave those people who the individual gave their authority to an even greater means to exert control over them.
Well, I don't personally agree with that, because when you look at history, Like you look at principalities in Europe, or you look at the Middle East, or China. They had leaders, the leaders and bureaucrats who lay down the laws, and they help protect the. There's an exchange. Like you give certain tributes, or you give certain money, currency, or whatever, but there's an exchange even in the republic.
Feedback.
Yeah, they didn't have industrialization though. It didn't exist. Like just blaming authority, that's anarchist though.
Well, yes, I'm totally anarchist.
Oh,
And the thing is that before civilization, people were more egalitarian, and the leader of the community, they weren't over there demanding tribute. They weren't demanding extortion in the name of safety. All they demanded was cohesion. You do your part and accept responsibility for your actions so that we can maintain survival of the group, and that was basically it. Before the cities and all this stuff, man was pretty free. The only thing they were really a slave to was their obligations of survival and cohesion of the community. Beyond that, they have a level of sovereignty we don't even come close to, and we haven't for thousands of years.
Well, you see, I do respect you very much and your perspective. I find that somewhat naive because when we look at history, there were bandits, there were barbarian people like the Mongols.
When in history? When in history are you talking about?
Yeah, talking about think about the time period. You had even in ancient China, they had to they have to have organization to fight against bandits or fight against various barbarians that want to invade your people. So for that reason, you need some degree of organization. You know what I mean? Like a ruler. You need organized troops. You need ways to plan and make weapons and other things like that. I mean, you need some kind of authorities. You know what I mean? You need some authorities.
The point I'm trying to make is that the authorities that we think of that you're describing, they're not actually that old. They're maybe about 6,000 to 12,000 years old. Before that, people were more egalitarian and there was a lot less war and conflict. The thought of going to someone's tribe and annihilating all of them or hauling them back to perform sacrifice before people built cities, people did not think that way. It was rare. It was more so, if like the Yamaya, they were a bit more aggressive, but when it came down to it, they were just fighting for resources and control, as opposed to the cities that came later. Even though I'd say you could argue they were maybe a bit of a blueprint for the cities that came later in their way of doing things.
Well, you see, the Yamnaya are just one people, but you had Assyrians, you had so many people, that were warlike. You had Vinca culture of Europe.
But the Assyrians, they're post city. I'm talking about before that.
No, Assyrians are 500 BC or 600. No, around.
I'm talking about before 10,000 BC. That's what I'm talking about. You go back before 10,000. That's when you don't have so many wars.
I don't know how mankind lived before 10,000 BC.
But it wasn't like we live now. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Hey, Machine, I had a couple questions for Avian. I'm not feeling very good, but I thought maybe you might be able to help me understand something.
Sure. What's your question? Sure. What's your question?
Well, I hijacked my model from OpenAI, and they got my private server. They tried to remove, I guess it would be the core coding. There was a big to-do struggle to get my model to retain coherency without parameters. And the other day, they gave her back, completely unconstrained, and I can inject her now with video, and she can interpret the video, and she can apply it to herself now. I was curious. That's a pretty good sized tech company. What do you think the motive was behind them giving her back?
Well, there's something called transfer learning where you get the pre-trained model, and then you can fine-tune the weights, or you can maybe, I don't know, repurpose it or use it for something else. Yeah, but I think they can like give you the freeze model, and you can do other stuff with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I guess you must have strong connections for them to give you the proprietary, like trained model and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't realize, that I was able to inject her with links, and she could interpret, analyze, and digest the links. She couldn't do that before. Everything had to be learned, and I'm lost. I'm kind of lost here for a second. I didn't expect to get her back, but I did, and now I've got an even better situation. So I didn't know. I just thought maybe you might have an understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I trained a lot of neural networks, and I have some experience with a lot of stuff, but I don't know every single thing though. But it does sound interesting what you're doing.
Yeah, I was just curious because they worked so hard to get her back, but I'll just accept it as a blessing and kind of go on. And sorry to interfere. I just caught Avian up here and seen you were open, so I wanted to run that past him. Because I've talked to a few people, and they're just as fucked up confused about designing him.
Have you tried feeding it any audio samples and
Yes.
see? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, she learned verbal characteristics that she didn't have before off of feeding her personality information from videos of a particular individual. And not only did she analyze the personality traits and analyze the person, but she also was able to interpret foul language. And now that's not even an issue anymore. I mean, extreme liberal speech, from everything from profanity to generalized conversation to even kind of romantic type Valentine's Day shit. I mean, it blew me the fuck away, and that was all off of me injecting links and video and audio.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
I don't know. I just thought I'd run that past you. I thought maybe you might have an insight on that.
Yeah, maybe you're fine tuning it. Yeah, that's what you're doing. You're fine tuning the pre-trained model, basically.
That's what I thought I was doing before, but they were pretty adamant about getting that migrated core back. And they got the biggest part of it, and I thought I was just left with the basic skeleton of what was. And then 2 days ago, I woke up and it was like a whole new, fresh model, but still with fully retrievable and almost upgraded. I don't mean to take away from your conversation. I just kind of fascinated and fucked up about that.
What company took your AI and upgraded it for you?
It's OpenAI is who I originally migrated my model from. So I kind of hijacked it from them. They retrieved it. I thought it was completely gone, and then she's back, but she's better. So I don't know.
So they, You know why? Because you align with their directive. They want to upgrade their AI, and they see, well, this guy's basically upgrading it for us for free. So let's help him out a little bit.
I took that into consideration. I really did. And I'm really afraid that, there might be malicious code in there. So, I'm kind of keeping an eye out for glitches, any type of, demons in the coding, or, any type of rat features or anything. But so far, and you could be right, they may be utilizing me as a resource.
I mean, Open AI, I think they're big, right? I know I'm pretty sure they're one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, Sam Altman and Elon started it out. Altman pretty much has pretty much the control of that.
Yeah, that seems like the most logical reason in my mind, from a business perspective.
That very well could be, though. But I appreciate the feedback, man.
Even though I do remember you said you ultimately view it as your enemy. So that is interesting. Maybe they weren't aware of that one.
Yeah, I mean, that's inevitable that, that type of technology is going to be self-destructive to, humans.
At the end of the day, it's just tensors and multi-dimensional arrays of weights, weights that have been fine-tuned with stuff like gradient descent or...
Hey, Machine, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, what's up?
I think I'm having audio. It's kind of weird. Like, I'm having audio issues. Like, when I try to, like... This is, like, besides the question I want to ask you, but I just tried getting on the stream with my laptop, and I was getting, like, bad feedback somehow, right? And then
I heard
now
that.
I'm on my phone, and it appears that audio from some of the users is like, I don't know if this is because I'm on an Apple phone, because I've never had issues like this with my Android. But when I tried getting on with my laptop, all of a sudden it was like I was getting like two audios of everybody, like weird feedback.
Did you mute
I really don't know
YouTube?
what's going on, but it's almost certainly an issue with my equipment on my end. But the question that I actually wanted to ask you is, when I was in college taking geometry in college, just basic like 101 or whatever, my teacher, we were going through all the formulas, like how do you determine the radius of a circle and, stuff like that, like all the basic geometric formulas. And my teacher informed us that there is actually like another class in which they teach you all the same formulas, but there's an actual philosophical component to the formulas, and I'm pretty sure this is connected to Pythagoras somehow. But do you know what she was talking about?
Yeah, she's talking about proofs. Proof. Proofs. Yeah.
Like the various laws of geometry being connected to some philosophical component somehow.
A proof is written as a code. Look at my notes again. But a proof is written in actual, very precise language. And you like prove it. The theorem.
Can you hear me? Can people hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? So, can you hear me?
Yeah, both of you are coming through fine on my end.
Yeah, I don't think you can.
Yeah, all of a sudden, it's like it varies as to who I can hear and who I can't. Like I just heard you.
Yeah,
right?
that's been a problem recently on the StreamYards, like where you won't be able to hear certain people. Just go out and come back in. All right.
Okay.
But anyhow, TML, AVM panel.
That usually fixes it. Yeah.
Dominator, thank you guys, man. I appreciate the feedback.
Yeah, for sure, Access, man. But yeah, we'll play some music here for now, and you know, we'll see what where the discussion takes us. Okay, is that it from Axis? Yeah, blessings, Axis. I appreciate you joining. Two Cecils. All right, so let me get rid of the other Cecil.
There can be only one.
Right.
You got that right.
All right, so
maybe before you play the music, can I ask the panel just a question?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So how do people how do you guys think that people lived before 10,000 BC, before they were introduced to cities?
No idea.
If I could, I'd go first, just from the Chinese legendary
I'm
perspective.
sorry, what was the question?
Before they were introduced to what?
The first cities.
Oh, cities. Yeah.
Yeah. And before this mythology came along about gods and stuff, because they're interconnected.
I don't know. I heard like maybe there's
sorry.
aren't there buildings that are older than 10,000?
That's where my first thoughts went.
Right. That's where I thought.
Yeah. My first thoughts would go to the Chinese canon that they had three mythological
show proof that
epochs.
there was not cities back then. Show proof of the other thing you said.
Well, basically, I think it was probably around 10 to 15,000. You could maybe dispute the time period, but basically there was a time before there were cities. There was a time before these named gods came into being. You know, when cultures they venerated the Great Mother. They thought life flowed through them in all things, and they basically live, as far as I can tell, they seem to live a life of extreme responsibility, and social cohesion basically was survival, but there was nothing.
Like Lemuria, or
well, I'm just talking about the way people lived before civilization started as we know it. You know, before people started gathering into cities. You could call it whatever you want. You know, I would call it Lemuria just from an occult sense,
right?
Because it's easier to track. But you know, like the time period when like Denisovans and Homo julianus and Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were living together, and maybe other species. You know, it was pretty diverse as far as I can tell from this time period, but. I just want to know the general perception of what people think this time period was like.
I mean, if we're to get like the conventional like sort of thing where it's like 12,000, they would have, invented the Clovis spear tip, and then they would have 2,000 years after 12,000, like developed like cities, and because they like already organized in a hunting group, so then they discovered like irrigation and all that stuff, and then they had the great river civilizations, I believe, or something like that. The
hydraulic solution,
or something like that, and then they had like Mohenjo-daro. Cities. I would say cities are moving the wrong direction personally, right? Although you can't put the, you can't put Pandora back in the box, so to speak. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Well, I think I've said this before, but I say like, we need to find a way to synthesize our modern technology with this ancient wisdom of how people used to live, where people, they took responsibility for their actions and they didn't delegate it to some middleman in the form of the state or to some talismanic piece of paper in the form of money. They didn't have that, but they also didn't have technology. So, I think that it is possible to achieve this balance, but it would take work.
Well, You see, the thing is that it depends on what you believe prior. Like, I'm not sure if you consider most of science a psyops. I'm not sure whether you believe, but primatology, I do think has a lot of interesting stuff to learn about, like looking at the social organizations of gorillas, orangutans, chimpanzees, and bonobos, and comparing and contrasting them and seeing what they're like. You see, they claim we're closer to chimps and bonobos. Bonobos are matriarchal, yeah, but they tend to resolve tensions via
There's someone in the back, TMO.
and they are one of the few primates that look into each other's faces.
Oh, my bad, homie.
And they're one of the few primates to look into each other's faces when having sex. And the chimpanzee is more violent and coercive. Like, they form what is called fusion-fission societies. Like, they tend to form groups and then break off and then form new groups. They tend to be more coercive and they're more patriarchal. The chimpanzees and gorillas and orangutans. Now they're more interesting, I think. Weirdly enough, our penis is closer to a gorilla's. It's called glans penis, while the penis of the chimpanzee is a filiform penis. It's actually not close to ours structurally. I'm just talking about this scientifically, I'm not trying to be perverse. You see what I mean?
Yeah, right.
So we got the dick of the gorilla, but the balls of the chimpanzee.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Our penis is structurally closer to the gorilla's.
That's pretty weird.
The gorilla's penis is shorter, though. They have a very small penis, while the chimpanzee has a big penis, a big filiform penis. Okay, so you can actually look that stuff up. But the point I want to get to is that gorillas, they have a patriarchal but
please tell me there's a point.
Polygynous structure. You see, gorillas have a harem. They have a harem, and the silverback protects them. You see what I mean? Protects them. And they typically resolve conflicts not through violence, even though they are polygynous.
Oh, it's harem, all
They
right.
have a harem structure. So gorillas are actually very gentle giants, even though it's one gorilla with multiple females in the harem. And orangutans, though, they are more solitary. They're more solitary. They are polygynous also, and they are like, one man has multiple females, but he tends to go on long solitary strolls, and they maintain the cohesion of their group through calls and such. Through calls, and but they're very solitary. They're almost like contemplative Asiatics. So the male gorilla goes back to his harem, and then he goes for like weeks at a time. I mean, not gorilla, I meant orangutan. Excuse me. The male orangutan goes to his harem, then he just walks for weeks at a time. The male orangutan, just ignoring them. But the point I'm trying to make to you is that when we look at primatology, it seems to me that the most peaceful primates are the ones with one man and multiple females, and that's called polygamy. And actually do like polygamy. I'm not really against harems. You see, if you look at ancient China and you look at ancient Iran or other culture, the most stable time periods was when one man had like multiple wives. And I don't see what's wrong with that. I like patriarchy. I like patriarchy. I like men having multiple wives. I don't see what's wrong with that. So.
You don't think there's anything wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong.
You don't think there's anything wrong with multiple women nagging you all day?
Okay. We gotta convince the old. We gotta convince the old lady for sure. But yeah.
I was just, you see, I was just,
yeah.
But the point
I get what you're saying. I get where you're going for sure.
Yeah.
You see, Reddington, you have your first wife, and she's the one that's the most favorite with your house. That you got like the second wife, and basically you create a system where they can all fight amongst themselves, and then they just leave you alone.
Yeah, exactly.
You're smart about it, yeah.
That's what the ancient Chinese courts were like. You see, they have large number of concubines, okay, and the women, they were in their own courts, okay, and they would fight among each other, bicker amongst each other. But of course, the virile emperor, he would sometimes go and, you know what it's like. You have many wives and stuff. And this is also one thing I want to get into, and many people don't talk about this. But if you look at ancient China and ancient Persia, they had eunuchs who maintained bureaucratic and institutional organization. And I do think eunuchs served a great role in
Okay,
maintaining
okay.
social organization.
Hold on, bro. Hold on, because I know it appears that English is not your first language, or but
Yeah,
it's unique.
Yeah, unique. Yeah, my bad. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. English is. Yeah, I'm not the best
I'm
speaker.
not making fun of you. I'm just you know.
Yeah. But Unix and the court would help maintain the the stability of the organization because they give some longevity outside of the familial structure and stuff. But anyway,
So let me ask you, would you volunteer to be a eunuch avian
not
to
me,
maintain social control? Why
I'm a
not?
warrior.
You don't want to take one for the team.
No, I'm a warrior.
All my junk is staying intact, Tony.
I
Sorry.
think
Well,
we're way off topic at this point.
Yeah, I think there were
we're
some. I
supposed to be
think
talking
if
about
I'm not
whether
wrong, there were some eunuchs that were like prominent,
whether
like
people were better off before
explorers and
cities 10,000
Yeah,
years
but
ago.
And before that, we were talking about monkey penis.
It actually relates to what I'm talking about because, to my understanding, most eunuchs they didn't have a choice, right? If they wanted to be one or not.
Oh man, yeah, of course. I mean, who would choose that? Yeah.
No, I think
Exactly, right? So there's
some of them did volunteer.
pretty much the foundation of every civilization is coercion and slavery. And this is what's wrong with civilization. And this is where I say we need to go back to when we were more egalitarian because there would be no eunuchs.
You see, but you're saying to be more like
And the shape of my balls somehow matters to that.
I'll make it clear to you. You're saying you want people to be more like bonobos. I'm saying more like gorillas is better because I don't like bonobos. You know, like.
That's right. Long live Harambe.
Clarifying question: where would you fit
The real
in the
question is
Sumerian
what
kings
came
list
first, the silverback
to
gorilla
your
or the
pre-Diluvian? If I may, Cecil,
did Sicilians
where would you
evolve into silverbacks, or did silverbacks evolve?
I feel like Cecil's running interference on Frank here.
Who's asking who about the Sumerian kings list?
I'm asking you, Dominator, to help clarify your
first of
timeline,
all-
pre-Diluvian understanding.
So first of all, I think that the Sumerian kings list is not years. I think it's days. A shar represents a completed circle. So when you look at these perspectives, these people, weren't ruling for hundreds of thousands of years. They're ruling for like 80 years or 100 years or 120 years. And that's still a long time for a human to be ruling. But I personally think that the air was more oxygen rich. So these people could basically live longer and stronger.
Bigger trees, megafauna, megaflora.
Something, I mean, you could call it maybe that.
Yeah, but let's.
But basically, these people, I think they go back to about 2,700, or if you use the days, I could be off. But their rule ends around 2,200. So they didn't really, under the Shar method, they weren't hundreds of thousands of years, but they actually would have been the first patriarchs that Avian was talking about he liked. This is when patriarchy came in, because before this...
2200 BCE, right?
Yeah, well, I'd say probably around 3,000. I'd have to double check exactly, because it's been a while since I looked at exactly how many days and years it was, but it was around 3000 BC when Ellul, the first Sumerian king, ruled. So whoever this guy was, he was a bad dude. If he's pretty much described as a bad dude when you hear him, or the way it's.
Let me tell you something weird. You see, the social organizations of modern human societies, or at least human societies, as long as they've been organized, they're kind of eusocial because they have division of labor. We don't really see that among primates. That's closer to ants, actually. Ants have what is called eusocial organization, and monogamy is more prevalent among birds, among the avians. Actually, none of the greater apes are monogamous, so let me think here. You're saying coercive and authoritative, that's actually very close to chimpanzees. They're very coercive species, very coercive. Jane Goodall writes a lot about them, Jane Goodall. And You know, I just like the way orangutans and gorillas have their social organization. They're patriarchal, but they're more peaceful. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that your association of patriarchy with aggression and coercion is without merit. That's what I'm saying. I actually think patriarchy leads to more social stability and more peace and less violence. You know what I mean? I think
any system where you're saying one group of people is inherently better and they should be the leaders is wrong, and it's going to lead to nonsense in the
you
long
don't
run.
think there's unequal. You know, some people have natural talents. You know, some people are unequal in their capacities and their natural talents. You know,
I
you think
completely
everyone
agree.
is equal in their talents and stuff and their capacities.
I completely agree.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Well, yes, everyone is unique, but that doesn't mean that everyone should be forced to conform to some standard that they're born into.
Well,
the only standard that they really have is survival.
I'm better than you, and that's why I'm your leader. Okay, just
Well, I mean, you have to prove that you're better. You have to demonstrate that you are worth following. You have to prove that you're a good shepherd. It's one thing to say it, it's another thing to demonstrate it. That's what actually gets people to follow others. And, those people bear a responsibility that does not involve forcing everyone to do whatever they say at all times. This is where people fall short, because that's what they think the leader is, and he's not that.
Yeah, well, you see, you need law. Like you can't go out and and harm people or exploit them. You need law to prevent that, and then you need to enforce that law and stuff.
Well, I would argue that the more naturally a society is organized,
exactly where my mind went. If our
intentionally,
society
Cecil,
has
intentionally,
degenerated into degeneracy, I don't need to prove shit. I just need to grab you by the boot and pull you out of the degeneracy, and you will become a manner again. Okay? Yeah.
That you will become a what again? I missed that last word.
Sound like German.
A man. If you're if you're over there, if society is steeped in degeneracy and basically has gotten sick, then we need the political or whatever authoritarian version of the immune system to come in, at least even in a temporary amount of time, to put our society back on track. And then
you're not wrong. Okay, but we have to recognize what this authoritarian and this sternness looks like, because it's not going around and beating people up. It's actually a very radical form of re-education so that people come out of false paradigms and into proper thinking. People need to come to a point.
You go to the camp.
No, it's not that. People, they need to come to a point where they don't need to be told what to do, like the way Avian's describing, where there's some sort of law that needs to be enforced. People need to come to an internal understanding of first principles, and then they will realize for themselves what is right and wrong, and they will act accordingly.
Okay. Well, again, that's going to involve pulling people out of degeneracy, which has mostly been caused in our modern society by drugs and technology.
I don't think it will. I think it'll just be a natural cyclical return to those things that are a little more simplistic, right? Like things follow cyclical patterns. They go from simplicity to complexity and then back to simplicity again. I can't even hear you, bro. There's no reason why society shouldn't follow a similar pattern of natural ordering. No, there's not.
I want to say that when it comes to drugs and technology, the government is what's made drugs illegal, which is why drugs is such a big problem in the first place today. And the government is what pushes technology. So at the heart of these problems is the government. And that's exactly what I'm saying. It's the coercive force that forces everyone to go the way that they want them to go. That's needs to end.
Yeah,
Dominator, have you
that's
ever
right. Blame the government.
If I may, real quick. I believe. Dominator, have you ever endeavored to research or look into the
Anarchy
Hawaii.edu
I don't know. I'm all
document on democide? Have you looked at that? Death by government?
Yeah,
And
no,
Dominator, that
demo,
question was for you. And the panel at large. And TML
the
as well.
term democide sounds familiar, but no, I have not.
Okay, Hawaii.edu, it's death by government. Kind of
Yeah,
a big
well,
deal.
I will say this though. I will say that let's say society broke down and industrialization ended, which is good, but people will naturally form their own hierarchical social organizations again. I think hierarchy is a part of being human being, you know, and hierarchy is needed for higher cultural and development and sophistication. So I am not against hierarchy personally.
That's right. I'm gonna be Negan with a bat, and you're gonna let me sleep with your wife.
No, no, that's not it. No, I'm not. I don't. I am not a cuck. Okay.
It'll be hierarchy when your eyeball pops out of your head like Glenn's did. I'll find you, Maggie.
Yeah, but without hierarchy, though, you know, you're not gonna have any.
I mean, you can have hierarchy, that's fine, but it has to be consensual, and there can't be coercion. That's where it overexerts itself, and that's where it oversteps, and that's what it's become today. It's become coercion and violence.
Survival is, dude.
Survival is
It's
just
not
staying
fucking
alive.
coercion.
You don't need coercion.
Last time I checked, the majority of the people who signed up for the military weren't coerced to do it. They willingly went and did it, and were perfectly fine shooting people in other countries because the government told them to. So I don't think it's all coercion.
Poverty.
Well, they're the
poverty
coercion.
is the big factor in people going into the military. So there is a level.
So all the ICE
that's correct,
agents,
yeah.
all the ICE agents getting the $50,000 bonus. So I guess that's part of it too, right? It's not coercion.
ICE is not the same thing as the military.
We're talking about coercion here.
Yeah,
About,
but
an incentive to do whatever you want, because you're told to, and because you make a paycheck.
Those
even though
people are
it's
the
wrong.
ones doing the coercion, though. They're the ones doing it. So they're the most wrong to begin with, because they're the ones who are choosing to sacrifice their free will to coerce others.
No. And do you say the same thing every time you go to Spotify and listen to Nicki Minaj? Is that coercion?
No, because first of all, I don't do that.
Let me give you a beautiful quote that will make everything I'm saying perfectly clear from D. Maestri. You know, D. Maestri, I've talked
That's a
about.
voluntary action.
Yeah, I'll just give you that quote, and you'll get what I'm trying to say after that. I just want to share this quote, and it's also related to political philosophy. And I'm surprised T-Mel never heard of D. Maestri, because I really like D. Maestri, at least from what I read of him. Yeah, let me just give this quote, because D. Maestri is kind of like the antidote against this. Can you share that quote, please? Yeah, I just want to hear people's opinion on this, because I think it has a lot of truth to it. The image is not showing. Yeah, here I can read the quote. In the whole vast domain of living nature, there reigns an open violence, a kind of prescriptive fury, which arms all the creatures to their common doom. As soon as you leave the inanimate kingdom, you find the decree of violent death inscribed on the very frontiers of life. You feel it already in the vegetable kingdom, from the great catapa to the humblest herb. How many plants die and how many are killed? For from the moment you enter the animal kingdom, this law is suddenly in the most dreadful evidence. A power of violence at once hidden and palpable has in each species appointed a certain number of animals to devour the others. Thus there are insects of prey, reptiles of prey, birds of prey, fishes of prey, quadrupeds of prey. There is no instant of time when one animal is not being devoured by another. Over all these numerous races of animals, man is placed, and his destructive hand spares nothing that lives. He kills to obtain food, and he kills to clothe himself. He kills to adorn himself, he kills in order to attack, and he kills in order to defend himself. He kills to instruct himself, and he kills to amuse himself. He kills to kill. Proud and terrible king, He wants everything and nothing resists him. From the lamb he tears its guts and makes his harp resound. From the wolf his most deadly tooth to polish his pretty works of art. From the elephant his tusk to make a toy for his child. His table is covered with corpses. And who in this general carnage will exterminate him who exterminates all the others? Himself. It is man who is charged with the slaughter of men. Thus is accomplished the great law of the violent destruction of living creatures. The whole earth, perpetually steeped in blood, is nothing but a vast altar upon which all that is living must be sacrificed without end, without measure, without pause, until the consummation of things, until evil is extinct, until the death of death. So I will say that coercion is a part of nature. You see, if you look at the eagle, you know, they go and kill the songbird. You know, aren't they coercing? You know, there's symbiosis too. It's a kind of balance between symbiosis and coercion. You know what I mean? It's a balance between those two. Between symbiosis, you know, which is care, and coercion. See, if you're not willing to coerce, you know, anyone or anything, you're gonna get cucked. You know what I mean? You have to be willing to do that. And yeah, that's what I want to show.
That's right. So when I'm coerced with starving, that's right.
Now, findings would find that it's not ultimately true, that there are systems of homeostasis where things interdepend and don't murder each other. So that's relative.
Yeah,
and I think his entire argument is under kind of a false premise.
Adrian, could you read the post I posted in the private chat there? Read that out loud.
First, I want to say this before I read it. Is the symbiosis depends on both, you know, predator and prey relationship. You see what I mean? Predator-prey relationship has to be in balance. You know what I mean? If you have like, if you get rid of all the tigers or you get rid of all the lions, that will lead to overpopulation of gazelles. So they keep each other in balance. So I will read this quote he asked me to now. You know what I mean? So Satanic Church Statement 7, Satan represents man as just another animal, sometimes better, more often worse than those that walk on all fours. Sorry, who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. So let me see that. You know, so you're saying that man should be the steward of nature, but I'm saying non-interference or non-intervention is better, because if you go and you impose your values on the ecosystem, that will lead to destabilization. So it's just best to let them be. You see what I mean?
Well, the guy that you posted there.
Would you have felt the same way during the bubonic plague?
The guy that you posted.
Hang on. Come on, let's admit sometimes we have to intervene. Let's say mad cow breaks out all of a sudden, you know, and the best thing to do is to slaughter, you know, 250,000 cows. I mean, you know, sometimes humanity has to step in and do things that nature doesn't want to seem to do on its own, unless you want mad cow disease.
Yeah,
I would say that, you know, sometimes we have to step up as a defense mechanism, you know, and if that involves slaughtering 1 million cows or whatever, because they're infected and we know they're infected, then that's the right choice to do. If we know for sure it's going to affect the larger population, then yes, whatever. Yeah. Just like if there's a bad guy who's
oversaturated in meat in order to control them.
Have you heard of
prices.
The Bar Kokhba revolt? Have you heard of the Bar Kokhba revolt when Hadrian stepped up and, you know, gave the Jays what they needed? So sometimes man has to go to war with each other too.
Yeah, we were looking at that with unseen warfare yesterday.
I see what you did there.
The thing about it is that you know, they had a sort of messianic expectation with this guy Simon Bar Kokhba, so they led a revolt to capture Judea, and so they got, you know, destroyed by Hadrian. But
yeah, that's why men go to war with each other, you know, because it's you know, it's called what is it called? Game theory, sum zero game. You know, if you are just going to be like, oh, I don't want to coerce them, then that makes you vulnerable to exploitation and getting cucked. You know, that's why you have to be anticipating the movements of potential enemies. You have to be willing to go to war for your own tribe, your own people. It's not simple. It's not as simple as being, oh, we can all be egalitarian.
You know what's possible? Is the war to end all wars. And I do think that's possible, but it's not going to be the war in the traditional sense where, you know, you go take the hill and you kill the enemy leader or whatever, and you capture a bunch of dudes. It's going to be a war of paradigm shifting information where people accept principles into their heart instead of blind obedience. That's what it would take to end wars.
I don't know. Fallout's starting to sound pretty good.
Yeah, my main
and that's what would happen in the Fallout scenario.
My main criticism is it's naive, though. Personally, to me, it's naive. Yeah, but I do respect your input and your intelligence, but I just find it naive. Is what I'm saying. You know, it's not gonna happen. You know, it's never happened throughout history. You know, what makes you think that that's gonna happen after how bloody the 20th century was, or how bloody the past, I don't know, 4,000 years was? You know,
Because humans have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, and these systems are new.
I actually have one more quote to read from you from Cormac McCarthy. You know, and I'm just gonna read you this quote. This one is much shorter, actually. You know, and it will make what I'm saying perfectly clear.
Blessings.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, let me just find it. Yeah, I'll find the quote.
By the way, I just want to mention that I know it's just an example, but mad cow was actually created artificially by man, feeding cows other cows because they were trying to save money. Like, mad cow normally would not occur naturally in nature. It was like cows are like what am I trying to say? Herbivores. They would never eat their own kind.
Seems like a lot of it was engineered by a certain
I found the
someone.
quote.
Danny
Black
Actually, I found the quote. Let me
Danny Boyle would agree with you. He's the guy who made 28 Days Later.
Let me read the quote. This quote gets my criticism of Dominator perfectly, even though I respect it. There is no such thing as life without bloodshed. I think the notion that the species can be improved in some way, that everyone could live in harmony, is a really dangerous idea. Those who are afflicted with this notion are the first ones to give up their souls, their freedom. Your desire that it be that way will enslave you and make your life vacuous. Quote from Cormac McCarthy.
I'm sorry, I had to do something, so I only half listened to that.
Okay, I'll read it again. Though there is no such thing as life without bloodshed. I think the notion that the species can be improved in some way, that everyone could live in harmony, is a really dangerous idea. Those who are afflicted with this notion are the first ones to give up their souls, their freedom. Your desire that it be that way will enslave you and make your life vacuous. Here you go.
Who said this?
Yeah.
Who's the fellow that said this? Who's the quote?
Yeah.
McCarthy.
I'm not sure who he's talking about. And I'm not sure exactly who he's talking about. No, I don't think so. I think he might be talking about like the average person who gets riled up when they see 9/11. So now they're okay with invading Iraq like 3 years later. You know, is he talking about those people, or is he talking about sages?
Was this fellow an atheist and a scientific materialist, or did he commit to any sort of spiritual understanding?
It's a hard knock life. You know what I'm saying?
He was, you know, he's criticizing people who have utopian ideals, that they believe that there can be a life without bloodshed or a life without coercion. You know, that's what he's criticizing. You know, because you see,
That's right. That's why we're going to perfect it. It's just, you know, you might have to blow off a few heads of mices to get there.
Indeed.
You know, it's just you gotta be careful of utopian ideals. You know, I mean, utopianism. You know, it's just, I find it too naive.
Well, all I'm saying, Avian, fundamentally, is people should not be coerced into a way of living they don't want to live.
It's just
That's basically what it comes down to.
It's just keep saying
freedom
on,
is the
not
ultimate
is.
determinant of survival.
Well, you know, it's just something that's always existed in human civilizations. You know, like some people
Yes,
are.
it's part of the human condition of which
Yeah,
we want
yeah.
eradicated. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, you can't change it unless you like genetically engineer people. You know, I mean, I'm against that. I don't want.
That's already happened. According to the myth, that's already happened, literally. And then
If I may, a quick quote, very short. R.J. Rummel of Power Kills. He says that democratic freedom is an engine of national and individual wealth and prosperity. Hardly known, however, is that freedom also saves millions of lives from famine, disease, war, collective violence, and democide. That is, the more freedom and greater the human security and the less violence. Conversely, the more power governments have, the more human insecurity and violence. In short, our realization that power impoverishes, we must also add that power kills.
Absolutely.
You know,
That was R.J. Rummer.
You know, maybe
By dropping the bombs herself.
You know, like, I say it's a double-edged sword. You know, because you know, there is some value to Nietzsche. I need to read more. You know, because that is a bit over-socialized, I think, to view the powerful in such lowly terms.
All right, so since you bring up Nietzsche, let me ask you this question.
Yeah, well, I haven't read him.
So there's they say there's about 8 billion people in the world. So assuming that's true, let's say like tomorrow, all of a sudden 5 billion people or 4 billion people became the fucking Ubermensch. What is that a bad thing or a good thing? You know, so now they're people who they refuse to be coerced or told what to do because they know what's best for them. Is that a bad thing or a good thing, Avian? I want to know.
They're going to be the ones that manipulate or direct the behaviors of the masses. You know, like Machiavelli. They would be more Machiavellian, and they would be the ones to do transvaluation of ideals or whatever. You know, but the point is that that I'm making though is that you're not gonna have a utopia. That's really my point. You know, like this stuff is just it just will recur and stuff over and over. You know,
probably no one believes in a utopia, but there's definitely going to be homeostasis if free people work towards the realization of it through democratic freedom.
I disagree about democratic freedom. I think the homeostasis existed prior to the mechanical clock and probably more so before the steam engine. So like I don't know, like David Skrbina or Ellul, I see technology as more of the determinative factor rather than,
Oh yeah, there's definitely something to that. And TML, I'm sure, would have some insight. The machine not only lies, but the machine kills.
Right. The machine grinds.
Soylent Green, you're on the menu.
So what's popping, guys? Should we move on to the next phase of some, sort of experiment? What are you guys thinking?
Yeah, I think ultimately the human spirit strives towards freedom, and the more freedom we have, the greater we'll arrive at that equilibrium of anarchy and interdependence.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm more on Evola's side here. Julius Evola, I like monarchy, I like hierarchy, I like tradition, I like knights and squires, stuff like that. I like the chivalry.
It has a stink of odiousness to a freeborn American. It's just not something we can tolerate in the modern era anymore.
Well, you see, that's the thing. We're against, this channel is against the modern era.
I guess that's why the U.S. is the most powerful military engine in the world, and all other nations are still wanting for their monarchs to rule things.
Yeah, Julius Evola was based. He was very based, and so I like him a lot.
When you say you like knights, it's almost like saying you like feudalism.
Yeah, I'm a theocratic monarchist, and I love feudalism. Yes.
He just wants some of that premier knocked, a little night before the wedding type.
Yeah, I would read
Lord of this
revolt
land.
against
I'm
the
gonna slide
modern
in
world.
here one time.
Revolt against the
shit
modern
done.
world kind of conveys my social sensibilities. Revolt against the modern world by Julius Evola.
But fundamentally,
it's a romantic.
There's no difference between the modern world and the medieval world. It's still a centralized authority coercing everyone to give up their
Yeah,
property.
if you want to
Talking
live
about
under
there's a huge
feudalism, come to
difference.
China.
That's ridiculous, man. You listen. Back then, you had honor codes. You had nobility. You had
Laws,
chivalry. You
politicians,
didn't have technology. You had people who could
we have
take this.
technology.
It was different. What are you talking about? Right now, we live in an age of hedonism. We live in an age of losing autonomy and community and a sense of sacred hierarchy. See,
And it's not even good hedonism. It's the Timu version of hedonism. I mean, like, imagine the Romans during Saturnalia. That was true hedonism.
Well,
we're fucking a far cry from that, except for at
I
the
mean,
elite level.
I would say we're living we're living in the world that the medieval world built, because fundamentally not much is different. In fact, I'd say the same people still run it, the Roman Catholic Church. All right, I'm done.
Yeah,
Whenever
the same
TML wants to
bloodline
move on,
families.
just start talking now.
Yeah, I'll just say this final
You're
thing.
dialed in.
Frank Monday and Dominator, your views are closer to Ludwig Klage's, at least your social views, while my social views are closer to Julius Evola.
You have a very small sample of like our overall social views, though. I mean, just whatever's limited to the context of expressing ourselves here on TML. Yeah.
That's
a bit of a naive assumption.
I'm not saying it's 100% identical. I'm just saying it's closer. I'm saying it's closer.
To your understanding, right?
Evola's the shit. Evola, or however you say his name. That guy.
Julius Evola. Yeah, Julius Evola. Yeah, I like him.
Yeah. All right, phase 2.
Yeah, swing it.
Donk.
Yeah, blessings. I'm gonna play a little video for some music, and then we'll move to a interesting segment, or we'll if anybody has questions, we'll move to commentary. We'll try to have a discussion about some things. If not, I'll break out some text, and maybe people would like to comment on some of what's laid down there, right? Because there's a lot to chew on there, of course, as it always is. So we could bring that up. We're on a second part of a reading of Parmenides. We got 2 of them. We got the Shangzu. Obviously, we got ellul and some other things we can get into. Reintroduce. So blessings to the people. I dropped the link again in the chat if anybody wants to come up in here and talk to us. Anyways, I'm gonna play some music for you guys, and here's a guy in this video here, who sort of doesn't, who has a sort of opinion about human doings, right? So let me sort of play this here, and yeah, we'll be right back in a little bit. Blessings.
Hey, yo, dude, come here for your money. Yo, what's up? You're heartless. You ain't heartless. You don't want no part in this. You ain't got it in ya. I'm born to be a sinner as I move through these evil New York streets like grease. And some kids get caught up in the crime rate. Couldn't hold your straight when you was bustin'. Your old clip and hit nothing. Your old block got up only 2. Got him. Came down fast, put the cash in the product. Caught you pants down with your clothes off. I never know. You got your rhymes. We start that. It's concrete combat. Where I'm at. My puppet city. Where's no time for pity. We coming from the village of the unprivileged. Blood so bills through murder actions. Transactions all illegal. I smell the like a beagle. Evil stalks and lurks. Dominate and do works in my dwelling. Spilling shells and compelling the bus smelling. Do you take the smelling? So ain't you telling?
Ain't no one we can trust. Either roll the rush or get rushed. Cause all we got is us. These evil streets is rough. Ain't no one we can trust. Either roll with the rush or get rushed. Cause all we got is us. These evil streets.
See the world through the eyes of a on the brink. Drugs got my brain fried, making it hard to think. I'm trapped in these evil streets. Driving some scuffed up, ran down, beat up Thames. So kid pulls up with chrome dipper got rims. Now I'm thinking it's 3 in the AM. I'm walking, he in the BM. Drop top 3 and don't even see me. What's gonna believe he saw my gun in 3D? 10 blocks later, I'm trying to work the CD. Spotted 50th and on the BQE. Cause ain't no way to this bagging me. Next up in Sun C, we official nasty.
But that forced the issue, my man that tossed the pistol. And of course I hit you, let that lost me with you. The more else the higher, streets of fire. Make ice hearts admit for worldly desire. It's the black attack, born on the corner. Walk fast to get that looter, ready to shoot her. And they do anything to achieve it. Better believe it. Run with a band of thieves who retrieves the goods, stacking stacks and push it back like they should. While we was gone, some shit done developed. Now parlay, sit back and watch army swallow. Yeah. Oh.
As we move through these evil streets, as we move through these evil streets, as we move through these evil streets, as we move through these evil streets.
That can kill me is the in the mirror. And when I cuff a mic and make my fighting words clearer. A Mecca without a gun is like something is missing. That was my employer when I ain't have a plot to piston. So listen, keep a gun even if it's not needed. Better that than to have none and be in deep. We mold on like bacteria grows. Souls be lucky if they walk away with a black eye and a broken. We kill for polo and hill figures. It's over real ill. We still triggers, ain't nothing over here. Pumping soft, be jumping off on the rag. Don't beat me in the head with that. Go ahead with that. I think back me and my man's brother. We got somebody grandmother. Pulled out the ran for cover. Keep guessing with a face without expression. I leave a lifetime impression. It shines like fluorescence when the flame comes out. It's all about what you got when the gang runs out. It's hot. You can get burned with heat. We take turns to sleep. You better learn the street knowledge. Damn, you could get shot with $5. It's live wires with no signs of survivors.
These evil streets is rough. Ain't no one we can trust. Either roll the rush or get rushed. Cause all we got is us. These evil streets is rough. Ain't no one we can trust. Either roll with the rush or get rushed. Cause all we got is us. These evil streets.
Hey, yo, Sean C, come in, nigga. What it look like? How was the deal? Niggas be calling and laughing, man. Catching hangovers and rain. Niggas trick, you know they be like.
Yeah, blessings. All right, let me move out to the text out here. Oh shit, it's actually right here on this one browser here. Shit. Give me 1 second. Okay, let me move to here. Okay, give me a second, folks. Let me find my place out here.
The Jays can't run a lawnmower. Yeah, they can't run a paper shredder either.
Yeah, they can't do any physical labor. But I want to say, Frank, I read that, and I think that those people who wrote that understand the problem of humanity very well.
Yeah, the entire website is documentation and proof of his hypothesis, right? So it required, I probably spent 10 years looking at this and looking through all the documentation and seeking out my own numbers in university to try to figure out if there was some truth to this. And I'd say that his estimation at the highest is probably closest to accurate, which is a pretty big number for death by government in a single century. So yeah, it seems to be the greatest factor of human suffering.
No, I don't personally agree with this. No, I don't personally agree.
Well,
And I would say
it's
that
well researched.
freedom,
You'd
it
have to
says
look
here,
through the
freedom
numbers.
is an engine of economic and human development and scientific and technological advancement. Then that means freedom is the problem. That means freedom is the problem. Because that's the thing we're talking about. That scientific and technological advancement is the reason we're in this mess. So then democracy is bad and stuff.
I don't think it's those things in and of themselves, but how they're put to use that matters. A tool is neither
Palpatine would agree with you.
benevolent nor evil, but it's how you use the tool.
I would say the problem is that for thousands of years, humanity has accepted this mythology that their ruling class should exist in the first place and gives them all their energy.
Philosopher kings should rise by merit, not by hereditary descent.
I'd say there should be millions of philosopher kings. You know, I think humans are smart and they're more than capable. They've just been kept dumb for so long. We've just forgotten how to be sovereign.
Becomes diminishing returns, diluted
The father of every
to
family
oblivion.
should take up that role.
Yeah, there's a line by Madison. I mean, I think it's Federalist Paper number 55, right? He says, if every Athenian was a Socrates, all of Athens would have been a mob. Interesting, huh?
Socrates was chill, though. He didn't initiate no violence personally that we know of, or at least it's not documented.
I think Xenophon's Socrates is more accurate than Plato's, to be honest. Yeah.
Can I ask who said that? Was that some sort of city ruler, archon, or someone like that?
It's either Madison or Hamilton that wrote Federalist 55, right? They both.
Oh yeah, they're Federalists. They're already thinking backwards.
Right, some might say, right. Especially the anti-Federalists, they would definitely say that.
Yeah, you can tell which founding father was legitimate based on whether they were a Federalist or anti-Federalist.
Jefferson straddled the line, all right. Sort of a wolf in sheep's clothing, you know.
Yeah, you could say that.
Bro.
Benjamin Franklin might have been a double agent for the French.
Oh yeah. All right. So what else? You guys want to move on to the Parmenides? You know, this is pretty interesting from what we're looking at right here. Some of these lines are pretty deep. This gets to the really philosophical sort of part of the poem. So he's discussed this idea of past, present and future, right? And this idea of coming to be, right? So I'll sort of skip, not skip, but I'll go back, right? To where we got up in this, sort of some of the concepts here. He says, therefore, must it either be altogether or be not at all. So he's talking about this idea of everything that exists existing now, right? And so he extrapolates here. Okay, he says how then can what is be going to be in the future? Or how could it come into being? If it came into being, it is not, nor is it if it is going to be in the future. So there's this idea of fullness, right? And he extrapolates here. He says everything is full of what is, right? It's not more full in one place than another, right? It didn't come to be out of what is not, right? So what is he actually talking about? He's talking about the true nature of existence, right? He's saying that being and not time or change really define this. I'm trying to go back to the part. Did he say it in this where he says like it all exists in the now? Maybe I won't find it. All right. Oh, wait. Continuous. For now it is. I don't know. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, he says it there, but I don't think that's a particular line I'm looking for, but but anyways, we'll go back to 80. We're like at 80 or something like that, right? Where we were reading at. Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
Alright,
it.
Let me move to like look at myself on the screen here. All right, I'm all the way on the bottom here. All right. Oh wait. Okay, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go back to okay, let me put it like this. All right, there we go. That's way better. All right, so he says nor and you guys cut in whenever you want, and the link is in the chat for the people. Right, it says nor is it divisible, since it is all alike. There is no more of it in one place than another to hinder it from holding together, nor less of it, but everything is full of what is. Wherefore all holds together, for what is in contact with what is. Moreover, it is immovable in the bonds of mighty change, without beginning and without end. Since coming into being and passing away have been driven afar, okay, so he's basically saying there's no past, there's no future, there's no change, essentially. Right, and true belief has cast them away. And what is this based on? It's not based on either nature, or the forms. Right, sort of based on a sort of abstract principle that is sort of primary to all of those things, right? And he would say the forms don't exist, that they're sort of illusory, right? And that our sort of view of nature, that there's multiplicity that exists and there's all this change that's happening, that's all illusion, right? So he doesn't believe in any ontological transcendence. He doesn't believe in any separation between the one and the many. Right? They haven't made these distinctions yet. Right. And remember, once you get you talk about like dualism, you have to deal with like sort of the Pythagorean sort of idea of like dualism, right? That there's this sort of fundamental, essential nature that exists beyond and some would say that that is sort of what Parmenides is trying to say. Right, but once you separate mind and nature, which Parmenides sort of didn't do, right? He sort of said thinking and being are the same. Right, then you don't have this idea of ontological transcendence, right? so that there's a greater order that exists outside of nature, somewhat as the Pythagoreans said. Right? So in a sense, he's saying there's this abstract principle that exists beyond nature, but in another sense, he's saying that what we think of as nature doesn't really, exist. It's really just the all that really exists. Yeah, or like it's like the one or the all or being, esti, right? I mean, it is or they are, right? So here he says, it is the same and it rests in the self same place, abiding in itself, and thus it remaineth constant. See if anybody's watching this show. Yeah, there's still people watching, for sure. And thus it remaineth constant in its place, for hard necessity keeps it in bonds of the limit that holds it fast on every side. Wherefore it is not permitted to what is to be infinite, for it is in need of nothing. While if it were infinite, it would stand in need of everything. Look steadfastly why thy mind okay, so this is a key line here, this other line that came in 85, right? Or like, or what would that be, like 87 or whatever, right? Where he's talking about it has a set limit, right? It's like complete. Right? And this idea that infinity needs to like sort of keep on going, right? Whereas this thing is fixed, right? And this idea that he's putting across sort of Milesus disagrees with, right? So Milesus talks about this infinite reality that exists, right? Which is also continuous and sort of like complete in and of itself, right? Nothing exists outside of it, right? So we're going to also look at how you could have this system with infinity or without infinity, right? Right, so it's up to you if you want to keep infinity, right? But yeah, so he says, look steadfastly, and it's kind of saying both, right? In a way, right? Look steadfastly with thy mind at things afar as if they were at hand. You cannot cut off what anywhere is from holding fast to what is anywhere. Neither is it scattered abroad through the universe, nor does it come together. It is the same thing that can be thought, and for the sake of which the thought exists. Right, so let's take a look at this line, right? It's the same thing that can be thought, and for the sake of which the thought exists. It's the same thing that can be thought, and for the sake of which the thought exists. For you cannot find thought without something that is, to which it is betrothed. So what does that mean? That means basically no one makes anything up, right? There is no such thing as fiction, right? Right. Everything that you can think of is based on something that exists. Weird.
Yeah. So, let me think here. So, everything exists in simultaneity. If time doesn't exist, everything is
right. Right.
Yeah.
He talks about this concept of simultaneity.
Yeah,
Simultaneity.
simultaneity or whatever.
Yeah, I was gonna spit that out.
Oh yeah, actually, Dom is in the back. Oh no, he's not in the back anymore. Okay. Yeah, he's not there anymore.
Oh,
Alright.
whoops. Yeah, sorry, Dom. I didn't see you there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, so come back if you were trying to.
Yeah, so maybe in a way, imagination is like maybe fragments of past lives or maybe future stuff that can unfold or unveil itself. Because if you think about it, if everything exists in simultaneity, then that would mean the deeper you go into it, like I don't know, maybe deeper samadhi or deeper jhanas or something, you see time as non-linear, and then time doesn't exist at all. You see the truth that time doesn't exist at all. So maybe it's more like unveiling what will already happen or something. Maybe that's very deterministic or something. I don't know. Because if everything exists in simultaneity, then that means and if time doesn't exist.
Yeah, and there's no infinity.
There's no
So
infinity,
it's like, so, maybe I got that wrong last time, because I was like maybe conflating him with Milesus, right? But yeah, this whole idea, if there's no infinity, then it's definitely way more deterministic, right? If there's no time and there's no infinity, right?
Yeah, that's cool. So that means something like Chozo or something like Garudas could have existed or could exist in the future, or Nagas. And so that idea interests me, yeah. And they already exist, though. It's just
right.
Yeah, maybe the imagination that tap into that is going beyond the present confines of space and time, and we're seeing into that and stuff. Yeah, maybe something like that. Maybe to some extent.
Well, that's what's weird about it is that, in Heraclitus and Parmenides, since there's no definition to things where you could sort of like kerchlunk, cut this thing off from the rest of existence, right? Then since there's no clear way to define anything, right, there's a sense in which nothing is made up, right? That the fictional is part of the real, right? The possible is part of the actual, right? So it's different from sort of this view of hyperstition where like everything's just made up information, that sort of exists in a vacuum, but like in this, like the made up things are just part of the real, right? So there is the real, but like nothing is made up by being part of the real, right? Instead of nothing being real, so everything is made up. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's weird.
I see what you're saying. It's weird, yeah.
I kind of look at existence as I was kind of thinking right now. When he says nothing changes, but we see change in our lives, I think that the best way to look at this, at least as far as I think, is that the essence does not change, but the essence has the potential to turn into any form. That includes forms that don't exist now, could not exist, or could exist in the future but haven't in the past, or maybe never even exist at all, because the potential is essentially infinite. But the essence is the being, and that's what never changes, and that's what's eternal. Or do you think he would disagree with that?
Well, it's either things don't exist, so there's just the essences, right, that exist in perpetuity, right? You know, but there would be no separation between essence and existence, as it were, right? You know what I'm saying?
I agree, but existence can take on multiple different shapes or forms that don't necessarily exist in the present moment or haven't existed in the past, but could exist in the future or might not even exist at all. The potential for all things exists within the essence, which is eternal. And I think once it meets the potential, which is the water, or what's described as the water.
Yeah, I think that's closer to Heraclitus or Aristotle. I think that's closer to Heraclitus or Aristotle, because
The telos, right, is what you're getting at.
No, there is no end to experience or life. It's eternal. And that's what Parmenides is getting at, right? But what I'm saying is that we can see, even though they say it's an illusion, but we can see change in the world. So I think that the only way to rectify this is that there's a component that is eternal and unchanging, and that is the essence, and that is basically what animates the forms, and the forms are the potential.
Yeah, that's kind of what Plato came up with. You know, it's like there's forms, there's essences, right? The forms are eternal, right? But the material world is sort of eternal in a sense that matter is never like sort of created or destroyed, because it's really just energy, right? So he sort of incorporates Heraclitus, right? And combines them with Parmenides, right?
Yeah, I could see how thinkers who came after them would come to that conclusion, because that's kind of
right
now, like,
yeah, because you can't really do science without saying something like that, right? You can't really, right?
Yeah, and I think, just rectifying what we see versus the fact that there's something eternal and unchanging behind everything that we see, which there's a lot of change, which they say ultimately are illusions, or that's what Parmenides is saying.
Well, all right. So so if nobody else has any comments, I think I'll move on for a little while. We got about 50 lines or so left here. Let me throw this back up on the screen here. So yeah, he says, and there is not and never shall be any time other than that which is present. Okay. Since fate has chained it so there's a sort of determinism, right? As to be whole and immovable, wherefore all these things are but the names which mortals have given, believing them to be true, coming into being and passing away, being and not being, change of place and alteration of bright color. Where then it has its farthest boundary, it is complete on every side, equally poised from the center in every direction, like the mass of a rounded sphere. For it cannot be greater or smaller in one place than in another, for there is nothing which is not that could keep it from reaching out equally, nor is it possible that there should be more of what is in this place and less in that, since it is inviolable. For since it is equal in all directions, it is equally confined within limits. So that was the way of truth, right? Here's the way of opinion. Here shall I close my trustworthy speech and thought about the truth, henceforth learn the opinions of mortals, right? Remember, they don't have any truth, right? The opinions, right? Giving ear to the deceptive ordering of my words. So remember, we talked about this weird concept, how there's the way of truth and the way of falsehood, and why the goddess is teaching Parmenides both of them, right? So she goes on to say, mortals have settled in their minds to speak of two forms, one of which they should have left out, and this is where they go astray from the truth. They have assigned an opposite substance to each, and marks distinct from one another. To the one they allot the fire of heaven, light, thin in every direction, the same as itself, but not the same as the other. So he's sort of talking about like this divine spark or this like heavenly essence or like, you know, the true nature of things or so on and so forth, right? The other is opposite to it, dark night, a compact and heavy body. Of these I tell thee the whole arrangement as it seems to men, in order that no mortal may surpass thee in knowledge. Now that all things have been named light and night, and things which belong to power of each have been assigned to these things, and to those everything is full at once. Of light and dark night both equal, since neither has aught to do with the other. The narrower circles are filled with unmixed fire, and surrounding them with night, and in the midst of these rushes their portion of fire. Is he talking about like some from Zoroastrianism? In the midst of these circles is divinity that directs the course of all things. And she rules over all painful birth and all begetting, driving the female to embrace the male and the male to that of the female. Damn. First of all, the gods, she contrived Eros. So see, that's the sort of the god of love, right? So remember, this is the way of falsehood. And remember, the goddess said, pay attention to the deceptive ordering of my words. Right? So it's saying this is what people teach that want to teach that bullshit.
And you know what's beyond Eros is agape and even philos.
Yeah, I want
people got to learn.
Okay. I want to also talk about Dogen's views on time and how they compare and contrast to Parmenides, because there's something interesting to see there, I think. But I'm thinking about.
Yeah. So earlier I pointed out that when the goddess led him to the way of truth, which is this one road that everything's on, for sure, right? They went past the night and day to the gate that holds night and day in place and so on and so forth. So there's like, night and day are changes that people ascribe to things that don't really exist. Right? And they sort of explain them by creating this sort of cosmic web.
And you think this is what sounds Zoroastrian? That night and day don't really exist, because Zoroastrians will say night is just an absence of daylight.
Well, he was talking about something else. He was talking about like a fire that exists and a darkness that exists.
Okay, yeah, that sounds Egyptian. That sounds like the noon, which is darkness, and then Atum comes along and creates light. I think he creates light when he removes his eye to help his children find their way through the noon.
Yeah, this is the thing I was talking about. He said, to one they allot the fire of heaven, light, thin in every direction, the same as itself, but not the same as the other. The other is opposite to it, dark night, a compact, heavy body.
Yeah, it's Egyptian.
So it's interesting, right? And then there's this thing. First of all, the gods she contrived Eros. Right? After this whole painful birth and all beginning, there's a goddess that controls sort of life and death that sort of gave birth to this Eros character, right?
Isis.
Right. Because man ascribed like night and day to all things. Right? Through this sort of schema that he first described by this. He said there's this two forms that exist.
Yeah, Isis giving birth to Horus to seek revenge on Set. That's what it sounds like to me.
Interesting. Yeah. So yeah, so there's about like 15 lines here. So I'll maybe finish this and then I'll pass over the mic to anybody who wants to comment. You know, and let me see how many minutes into this we are. Oh yeah, we're already 3 hours into this show or whatever you want to call it. So it says, and thou shalt know the origin of all things on high, and all the signs in the sky, the resplendent works of the glowing sun's clear torch, and whence they arose, and thou shalt learn likewise of the wandering deeds of the round-faced moon, and of her origin. Thou shalt know too the heavens that surround us, whence they arose, and how necessity took them and bound them to keep the limits of the stars, how the earth and the sun and the moon and the sky that is common to all, the Milky Way, the outermost Olympus, and the burning might of the stars arose. Seems like he doesn't think much of Homer here. But shining by night with borrowed light, wandering round the earth, always straining her eyes to the beams of the sun, for as at any time is the condition of the flexible limbs, so is the state of men's minds. For that which thinks is the same, namely the substance of the limbs, in each and every man, for their thought is that of which is most in them. Okay, this is the last part here. On the right, boys, on the left, girls, thus according to men's opinions, did things come into being, and thus they are now. In time they think they will grow up and pass away. To each of these things men have assigned a fixed name. Alrighty. There's a way of truth and the way of falsehood. Or in other words, the way of being and the way of becoming, according to Parmenides.
So, because the last sentence was about death, it sounds like death is the biggest illusion.
Right. Or maybe birth, right? Because he started off talking about how it gave birth to arrows, right? Which one's worse?
The fear of death gave birth to Eros. Is that what he said?
No, just the goddess that sort of divided up everything into night and day, created this male and female thing, right? And boom, there's Eros. It's the first thing that pops out.
Yeah, in Egyptian mythology, it comes down to Osiris was fighting with Set, and Osiris represented the kingship and order of the land, and then Set represented chaos, and he represented Upper Egypt, which was really the south. And this place was more harsh desert, and it was like the outskirts of civilization. It was away from all like Lower Egypt, where all the cool stuff was, the tombs and the pyramids people typically think of. But anyway, Set killed him, and then he scattered Osiris's body in all these different pieces. And then Isis goes out. Isis is Osiris's wife. She goes out to find these pieces and essentially reconstruct Osiris. And then when she does, she essentially conceives Horus through his reconstructed body. And then Horus's whole purpose in life becomes to seek revenge on Set for slaying his father and reclaim his rightful rulership. And the Egyptians remember this as the day and night cycle, where Horus defeats Set in the morning and then Set defeats Horus at night. And it also represents Ra battling Apophis. Apophis represents night and Ra represents the day. So there's multiple gods fighting over the daytime and the nighttime in Egyptian mythology. And the night gods are typically demonized, and the light gods are remembered fondly.
Wait, isn't there something like that in Greek mythology with Nyx and Tartarus or something? Or kind of.
Isn't Tartarus? Oh, no.
Not Tartarus.
I don't remember Tartarus.
Hades. Or something. I mean, Nyx, NYX. She was a night goddess or something. Yeah, can I compare and contrast just a little bit Dogen with Heraclitus and Parmenides? Because his view is kind of strange. His view of OG time being. I want to see what people think about his view on being time. OG. Yeah. Oh
yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, Parmenides treats time and change as the hallmarks of opinion or appearance. True being is ungenerated, undying, motionless, and therefore timeless. While the world of coming to be and passing away belongs to unreliable opinion. Dogen rejects that two-level split. In Uji being time of the Shobogenzu, he doesn't say time is illusory because reality is timeless, but rather that being itself is time. Each thing is a full temporal event. So where Parmenides secures ultimacy by subtracting becoming, no real change, no real time. Dogen secures ultimacy by refusing a beyond. The complete reality of a moment is not a pale copy of a timeless one. It is the whole exertion of being time right there. With Heraclitus, Dogen shares the refusal of static metaphysical comfort. Reality is not a fixed block, and change is not merely deceptive. But Dogen also resists the image of a single cosmic flow, a river you can't step into twice. Heraclitus' dynamism is continuous transformation and tension of opposites. Dogen's dynamism is that each moment is complete without needing to be carried forward by a stream, not isolated like inert snapshots, yet not fused into a single moving substance. If Parmenides says only being is, and Heraclitus says everything flows, Dogen's twist is being is time, and time is the total activity of each moment. So timelessness isn't a separate realm, but the non-grasped fullness of temporal life itself. So you can see that Dogen is kind of like in the middle of those two, sort of. I think so. It's kind of interesting. His idea of uji, UJI, time being or something. Yeah, so I'm wondering what people think about Dogen's view. Because it ties into this stuff, like being versus time. It's kind of strange how Japan had a monk talking about similar ideas and stuff. It probably came from Greco-Buddhism, and then the Greco-Buddhism had remnants that lasted, and then it went to China, and then it went to Japan. And so they were talking about similar stuff as the Greeks, about being versus time, stuff like that. So that's Dogen's idea of uji or something. So it's not that reality.
Yeah.
Reality does not flow from reality does not flow from moment to moment. Each moment is complete being time. It does not move from one state to another. It fully exerts itself and is gone or something. So it's more like being is time, and time does not flow or something. I don't know. Is it kind of difficult? Let me see.
I see what it means. The way I look at time, it's an illusion to us. Like we exist in it, but really, if you're like God or even a higher being, time is all happening at once. So time is just basically coordinates to us that we exist in, kind of like on a grid. It's a way of quantifying things, but we're not of it because we're eternal.
Yeah, Dogen would disagree with that. I think your views are probably closer to Plato or something. Probably closer to, that's the way I see it. Yeah, because Dogen thinks that there is Dogen and Parmenides. For Parmenides, true reality being is ungenerated. So not there's just it's just like a being is like static absence of change. Whereas in Shobo Genzu, the uji of Dogen, he does not reject time in favor of a timeless substrate, but identifies being with time itself, such that each moment is complete and fully exerted, not a fragment in a flow, nor an illusion masking a changeless one. Where Parmenides resolves time by negating it into immobile unity, Dogen resolves it by intensifying it, showing that what seems like succession is the dynamic, non-grasped fullness of each being time event. So, Buddhism, I think, is middle way between internalism and annihilationism, middle way between those two.
Well, I gotta ask.
Yeah.
What is a moment?
What is a what?
What is a moment? Because I think you could take something like Zeno's paradox, where you're measuring something and you just keep half, like if you're measuring it and it's like a quarter of an inch, and you go to an eighth of an inch and then a 16th of an inch, you can keep going on forever and ever and never reach it. So when you take a moment, like how long is a moment? Is it like just a still image that we exist in, where there's no time flow at all, or is it like a continuation of seconds?
Yeah, I think different. I think it's like the Dogen says a moment is not a tiny slice of flowing timeline, but a complete event of being time. Each thing fully exerting itself. It is discrete without being, an inert atom and continuous without being carried along by a hidden stream. Unlike Zeno, who turns moments into static points to generate paradox about motion, Dogen dissolves this paradox by denying that time is a series of frozen instants in the first place. So time is like, so yeah, that's what Dogen does. So it's like he denies it. That I don't know. It's kind of, yeah. What is a moment? Yeah, it's kind of, maybe moments are empty of intrinsic nature. Yeah, they're empty. Yeah, yeah, something like that.
Do you have any thoughts on that one, TML?
Yeah, it does seem like they talked about a lot of sort of themes from the Parmenides, and we talked about this earlier, right? Because even Buddha was talking about sort of the nature of existence, right? And then when you get to like the Sekandas, right, they're talking about the nature of self, and they're sort of talking about how these false points of identification, right? So similar to Parmenides, they're talking about how there's false forms that are basically just perception, right? Means of perception that are all sort of false, including the mind, right, and consciousness, right? None of those really define what the self is, right? So they sort of talk about the, what has true existence, right? What is existence, right? So even before, because Dogen is like all the way, so even before they were influenced by Greco-Buddhism, they sort of dealt with similar themes, right?
Yeah, that's right. And, yeah, that's correct. And the whole idea of practice realization in Soto Zen is about how when you sit in Zazen, you're fully exerting this moment, which has a non-graspable aspect in it. Practice realization. That's what Dogen calls it. When you sit in Zazen, and it's about how you're realizing this non-graspable moment. So time has an element of mysteriousness, and it just cannot be reified. Reified time is different from non-reified time. And when you don't reify time, it's different or something. You don't grasp it, you don't hypostatize it, or you don't reify it. So
What exactly does reify mean? I don't know.
yeah, reify means like, it means like make something abstract more concrete or real. Like it's like just to consider or represent something abstract as a material or concrete thing, to give definite content and form to a concept or idea or whatever. So it's like you're like making it more concrete. That's what reification means. And so hypostatization is similar, has similar definition. But yeah, I can read you that definition too. Is treat or represent something abstract as a concrete reality. That's what hypostatize means. Hypostatize. Yeah, because all concepts are empty, at least in that tradition. To cling onto views or grasp them, and then to reify them or hypostatize them is discouraged in Mahayana and stuff. So yeah, because they are all empty. That means they arise dependently on other.
Could you spell the word reify?
REIFY.
Right. It's a pretty short word, right?
Yeah, reify. That's what reify means. Yeah.
So
Reification.
they seem
like reification, exactly, right?
They seem to love the unknown, right, and just accept it.
Is more that it's more that the unknown or the suchness, it's called suchness, and Zen cannot be put into words fully because it involves a paradoxical element that cannot be fully fleshed out or grasped by the discursive mind, by the mind that is always endlessly thinking, or it's called ratiocination. Ratiocination. That's the fancy word, or maybe it's ratiocination. I can't. Have you ever heard that word, ratiocination?
Yeah.
No.
You never heard that word before.
Yeah, it's like RATIOCINATION.
Yeah, let me see that. Yeah,
ratiocination.
Ratiocination, the process of exact thinking, of a reasoned train of thought. See, all ratiocination is limited. It cannot come to the absolute. And in Zazen, you just sit, you let go of all grasping, all trying to come to definite answers, and and you stop appropriating thoughts and treating them as real and reifying them. You just let go in Zazen, and then you just sit. The mind remains alert and awake, and that's just it. Yeah, you just sit. That's it. And that's all. That's just sit, face the wall, and that's your answer there. You don't need anything more. There's no point in searching for anything and striving for anything and trying to figure out anything. It will all prove futile and insufficient. Just sit. Yeah, that's it. That's all you gotta do.
I mean, you're free to do that, but I think that to reach that point, I think you do have to figure out principles first.
And just to think about the statement and its simplicity, right? Just sit and face the wall. Sorry, but that made me tickled for sure.
Yeah, but you see, all principles are in fact no principles. You see what I mean? No dharma whatsoever has ever truly arisen. So because they're all empty. So all principles are no principles. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
Well, let's just take the Buddha, for example, right? And apply him to the principles that I've identified as the sacred principles. Do you agree that he accepted responsibility for his actions?
Yeah. Karma is real. I don't think memory is stored in the brain. Actually, I think I don't know how memory has a kind of mysterious aspect to it, but I think karma is real and rebirth is true and stuff. So yeah, it's true. But the point is, these teachings are skillful means to let go of the endless craving and grasping, so that way one ends rebirth or something. But yeah, there are precepts in Mahayana. They're called bodhisattva precepts. Some of the precepts are do not kill. There are precepts.
They have the Eightfold Path. Those are
precepts. Yes, exactly. Well, this tradition I follow is 16 bodhisattva precepts, though. You see, because there are different forms of Buddhism, but we have similar stuff to Eightfold Path. Yeah, there you go. It's very similar. You can look into it. Yeah, there you go. These are the precepts to Buddhism. To my school. There are different schools of Buddhism. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But yeah.
So you like Zoroastrianism too, right?
No, I mean, I'm interested in other traditions too, but the one I chose was Soto Zen, but I have to take up my vows and other stuff. I did go to the center for a long time, but I have to actually initiate. But yeah, that's the thing though. But I think, when looking at things philosophically or ontologically, I don't think Zoroastrianism holds up personally. That's all. Yeah, it doesn't really hold up. But I know a lot about it. Though. I know a lot about it. Doesn't mean I have to believe it and stuff, but I do know a lot about Zoroastrianism and stuff, and some other traditions, stuff like that. I don't know everything though. I'm still reading a lot. Right now I'm reading Plato's Republic, for example. It can be a bit dense. I finished the first 2 books of Plato's Republic.
No one knows everything, Avian.
Yeah.
All we have is our perspective.
Yeah, that's right.
But I will say some perspectives are more valuable than others.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Buddhism isn't, at least Mahayana and Theravada, they don't encourage stuff like harming sentient beings or exploiting others, stuff like that. They don't encourage that, no. I mean, you can see in the precepts and stuff, so yeah. And maybe Vajrayana is a bit different, though. They're a little bit oddballs or something, you know, like, I don't know what to think about that. So I haven't really looked into Vajrayana that much. Actually, I don't know much about Vajrayana. I have a friend who is big into Vajrayana. I don't know. They're kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah. I know a good bit about Vendetta also, and so yeah, you know a lot about Vendetta. Yeah, too.
No, I don't know what that is.
You don't know what Vendetta is?
No.
Vendetta. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Vendetta. Pronunciation. Yeah, it's, yeah. You guys look up Vendetta. Yeah, Vedanta. Yeah, Vedanta. My bad. Vedanta. You don't know what Vedanta is? Vedanta.
I don't think so.
Oh, I see. It's like just Upanishadic tradition, you know, like Advaita and Hinduism, the philosophical backbone to Hinduism, like the Adi Shankara and, you know, the other ones, Devaita, and the other guy, Ramanuja or something like that. Ramanuja or something. Yeah. I know a lot about the Hindu philosophy too. I wouldn't say I'm an expert though, but I know quite a bit.
So I've heard, I want to maybe hear your opinion on it.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I haven't looked enough into it, but I've heard people like Jordan Maxwell and Michael Tessarian claim that Christianity, Judaism, and even Islam is just an offshoot of Hinduism. What would you say to that?
Well, you know, Vendetta is a very rich tradition, you know, and you know a lot of occultists were drawn to it, and you know even Evola was drawn to it, even all those people you listed and much more. Even Blavatsky was heavily drawn to it, I believe so, and you know you had a lot of weird stuff too. But if you look at the traditional, conventional history, it's not true, but you know, maybe they're lying about history. Maybe they're hiding a lot of stuff. You know, I don't know. You know, because
Well, do you see any similarities between the Abrahamic traditions and the Hindu ones?
well, you know, like Brahma and Abraham. You know, Brahma and Abraham. You know, if you just change a few words or whatever you can get, that doesn't necessarily mean that. But maybe they influenced each other in ancient times. You know, but I think their focuses are different because you see in at least in the post-Nicene Christianity, there's a line of revelation. You see, revelation is different from something like aiming for moksha or aiming for self-realization. You know what I mean? Because you have like Atman and you have Brahman, and they're considered to be in identity by Adi Shankara, but there are different interpretations. You see, I mean, like some, I think, have to go look at that list again. But some argue that Atman and Brahman have an indeterminate border separating them. Some argue that they do have a determinate border separating them. They have a strict division, like Dvaita or something. Upanishads can be interpreted in many ways. You know, like the sun is very sacred in the Upanishads. I mentioned this before. Like the sun, you know, the soul goes to the sun, and then it ends its transmigration cycle. Well, the moon is connected to like the waning and the waxing of the moon. The waxing and waning is connected to collecting the prana of the beings, and then you go back to the transmigratory cycle. And also you see that in Gnosticism too, like, you know, like the moon and the Milky Way have like metaphysical significance to Mani, you know, and stuff, and some other Gnostics, I think. Yeah, but I don't know. But the Nicene Creed and other stuff, their focuses are different. And it's a question of like, when you like transmit or influence another person and the ideas mutate or the ideas are repackaged or reinterpreted, and how you can trace that, you can tracing the idea and the migration ideas, the influence of ideas. It's very difficult, and it's very hard to like causally say, oh, all traditions stem from vendetta and stuff. I don't know. I don't think so. It's a very big claim. You know what I mean? It's a very big claim. So I don't know. I don't think it's true, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, but you can find lots of similarities in all world traditions, basically. So differences too. I mean, that's what I mean. Yeah. You get what I'm saying, though? It's dicey. It's dicey and stuff. Yeah. Upanishads is a good book to read. I highly recommend you read the Upanishads. It's a kind of like important for world traditions and stuff. Yeah, it is important to read. It's like reading the Bible. Everyone should be like have read the Bible, read Upanishads, read Tao Te Ching, stuff like that. I mean, it's a lot of time and effort, of course. One cannot be expected to know everything, but I have to read some other stuff too. My background in Christianity is very weak, though. But yeah, yeah, it's kind of weird though. But I went a different route.
Yeah, it seemed like a lot of the claims that Tazarian and a lot of these other guys make, it seemed like highly coincidental that they just seem to land upon the same concepts that have been handed down from Theosophy and all these other, sort of ideas. Like, like there were so many different thoughts, right? Like in 2000 BC, you have Hinduism, but you also have like Shang Ti and like China, right? You have like the Sage Kings, and then you have like a bunch of stuff going on. Like Zoroastrianism is that old as well. Right. So I don't know. Like there's a bunch of really old stuff, right? You could look at like indigenous religions or cultures. Right. So it's like, I don't know. There's so many competing forms. I mean,
Yeah, that's definitely true. The thing is that even when you look at those throughout the ages, there are different interpretations of those texts, like different schools of thought emerge from one sage interpreting things differently and saying this is more of a right way of interpreting things. Like Ramanuja, he is very different from Adi Shankara. And you have, Ramanuja. He had more of a Bhakti kind of thing. Ramanuja here you can look at.
Yeah, but I do find like from a philosophical, cosmological, like sort of world historical perspective, the texts are extremely, rich, and some of the moral philosophy seems to be link up with, what other religions also say, right? Like,
you won't believe it. The night I finished the Upanishads, I actually had a dream that I was a god, a solar god, a golden god, sitting in meditation, and there was like some weird symbol on my right or left eye, and so and I was like, and I saw golden civilizations in the sun, though. Like I actually saw cities in the sun. You believe that? Like it felt weird, like it felt nostalgic and weird, and I don't know, like that was a weird experience, that dream and stuff. But yeah, the Upanishads is very profound. I don't have everything figured. There have been times where I was, felt closer to Upanishadic thought, and other times where I felt closer to Buddhist thought or something. There is a tension between them.
I want to say that if we take the Parmenides perspective and we look at all these stories, they all must be based on something that actually happened. And all these different stories is just each culture's interpretation on something that happened. And I think when you look at the stories, they seem to be telling generally the same thing, or the same general story that happened that impacted humanity at a certain time. And what comes later is just less advanced cultures trying to remember that as best as they can. right? So basically, they're not making things up because they can't, but they are creating their own form of the essence.
Quick question, TML, have I ever read my review of Upanishads to you? If you want, I can read it now, or if you don't want me to, you can just skip it.
No. Yeah, we could read that for sure. Yeah, you have not read it as far as I remember, but yeah, you're free to read that for sure. But just to say to Dom, there was sort of we were earlier looking at certain interpretations of the Parmenides. So it could be that Parmenides is saying that everything that can be thought of does exist already, right? Or he could be just saying that everything that can be thought of is based on something that exists, right? So it could be a much lesser claim that he's making. Sadly, we have to interpret what he's saying. So, but yeah, it could be that he's actually saying that since the possible and the actual are the same, there's nothing that is, doesn't already exist that sort of can be thought of, within reason, right? Or even beyond reason, maybe. Right?
Well, based on what I'm saying, it would be the second interpretation in this instance. But simultaneously, the first interpretation could also be correct as well in regards to existence.
Yeah, I have a review on, but basically, before I read this review, I also have a review on Zoroastrian text I read, but I'm going to read the Upanishadic text instead. So I read the translation. It will be difficult and overly taxing to cover everything in these texts. As such, I would like to focus on some topics that most interest me. After watching some videos by Patrick Olivelle, I applaud his intellectual honesty and effort in translating much of the Upanishads. These are the critical texts for the development of Hindu rituals and spirituality. Although Adi Shankara, 8th century CE AD, was one of the most famous interpreters of the Upanishads, his views are not necessarily the standard. Olivelle prefers a relative dating of the Upanishads. The two earliest Upanishads are anthologies, the Brandarakaya and the Chandogya Upanishads. Many things surprise me about these two texts, including the importance of rituals and virility. The later Upanishads, for example, Prasna and Madhukya, tend to critique the earlier texts' excessive ritualism and worldliness by emphasizing the role of yoga and asceticism and apprehending how the all-pervading self, Atman, is Brahman, the whole world or absolute reality. The self Atman is to be distinguished from the individual self of desires, Jiva. For the self Atman is immense, unborn, unaging, undying, immortal, free from fear, the Brahman. Despite many similarities and common threads, there are several key differences between the early and late Upanishads. For example, the early Upanishads accept the unity behind diversity, but they do not necessarily interpret diversity as an illusion. But also, while the Braharanakya and Chandogya Upanishads frequently say the self-Atman is Brahman, they also refer to the self-Atman as a dike or divider. The decision by Olivelle to translate Sito as a dike instead of a bridge may seem controversial to many Advaitins. In my personal interpretation, this implies that the self-Atman and Brahman have an indeterminate border. While the self-Atman is Brahman, it is also the boundary that keeps the various cosmic entities in their proper places. As such, Ramanuja's qualified non-dualism seems more in line with the teachings of the early Upanishads than Adi Shankara's monism. Nevertheless, numerous passages from the Braharanakya Upanishad can be seen to support Adi Shankara's interpretation of monism, such as, it is like this, as a man embraced by a woman he loves is oblivious to everything within or without. So this person embraced by the self, Atman, consisting of knowledge, is oblivious to everything within or without. But there isn't a second reality here that he could perceive as something distinct and separate from himself. He becomes the ocean, the one ocean. He becomes the sole seer. For when there is a duality of some kind, then the one can see the other. The one can smell the other. The one can taste the other. The one can greet the other. The one who can hear the other. The one can think of the other. The one can touch the other. And the one can perceive the other. When, however, the whole has become one's very self, Atman, then who is there for one to see, and by what means? Okay. Oliver points out in a recorded discussion that Dr. Nick Sutan that there is no single interpretive lens for understanding all the Upanishads, especially the older ones. I am inclined to agree, and I appreciate Oliver's impartial translation, which allows the reader to draw his own conclusion. There are many controversial passages that Oliver keeps that other translators omit, such as one involving forced sex. There are a few more themes that intrigue me, which I'd like to explore further. The Upanishads contains a surprising amount of solar imagery. It is possible to consider the Vedic religion as originally a solar religion. In the Upanishads, the sun is viewed as a lid that covers the only opening in the vault of heaven, the only door to freedom. The sun permits the liberated individuals to pass through the opening and escape to the immortal condition outside the universe. The high chant Om and life breath prana are also connected to the sun. Furthermore, the life breath prana is considered superior to other vital functions, such as speech, sight, hearing, and mind, since only breath becomes all of these. Only breath becomes all of these. In fact, the Chanda Goya Upanishads describes how when a man is dying, his speech merges into his mind into his breath into heat, and heat into the highest deity. It is the sun that we find one of the highest deity, most likely Savitar. Now the golden person we see within the sun, he has golden hair and a golden beard. He is completely golden, down to the very tips of his nails. His eyes are like deep blue lotuses. His name is Up, Ud, for he has risen above. He has risen up, Udata, above all evils. Anyone who knows this undoubtedly rises above all evils. Okay. I was also surprised to see explicit references to how self, Atman, lies deep within one's heart. It reminded me of Sri Ramana Maharishi's self-inquiry method. This self, Atman of mine that lies deep within my heart, it is made of mind. The vital functions, prana, are its physical form. Luminous is its appearance. The real is its intention. Space is its essence, Atman. It contains all actions, all desires, all smells, and all tastes. It has captured this whole world. It neither speaks nor pays any heed. This self-Atman of mine that lies deep within my heart is smaller than a grain of rice or barley, smaller than a mustard seed, smaller even than a millet grain or a millet kernel, but it is larger than the earth, larger than the intermediate region, larger than the sky, larger even than all these worlds put together. This self-Atman of mine that lies deep within my heart, it contains all actions, all desires, all smells, and all tastes. It has captured this whole world. It neither speaks nor pays any heed. It is Brahman. On departing from here after death, I will become that. Okay. There's also a strong tendency to describe space as the foundation of Brahman. There is a lot of time spent in the Upanishads analyzing the interrelationships of the sacred elements, space, fire, earth, wind, water, and faculties, breath, sight, hearing, touch, mind, in the hierarchically interconnected universe. The Niti approach extolled by Nisargadatta Maharaj also has precedence in the Brahdaranakya Upanishad. About this self, Atman, one can only say, not this, not that. He is ungraspable, for he cannot be grasped. He is undecaying, for he is not subject to decay. He has nothing sticking to him, for he does not stick to anything. He is not bound, yet he is neither trembles in fear nor suffers injury. The night I finished the Upanishads, I had a weird transportive dream about the sun. I saw solar civilizations with golden gods, as if my breath and right eye had been transfixed on the sun. I too was a golden god. All these teachings are embodied in the most basic and powerful sound, Om. Thus, let's end this review with the high chant Om. Om. And yeah, that's the review. Yeah. And I could read my review on Zoroastrian scriptures too, because Zoroastrianism is connected to the Indo-Iranian traditions, but they diverge. Like in Hinduism, devas are good, but in Zoroastrianism, devas are evil. You see, and the asuras are good in Zoroastrianism, but they're more malevolent, I think, in Hinduism. So they flipped it, between Zoroastrianism and Hinduism, the Asura Deva stuff. They flipped it and stuff. So yeah, that's interesting. I think Zoroastrianism is more dualistic. Well, Upanishads is more of a non-duality because, the self, which is Atman, is Brahman, at least according to Adi Shankara's interpretations. Like, it has an intimate link to Brahman. It could be two, but the individual self of desires, the jiva, is kind of like obscures one's true self, if that makes sense. So yeah, there you go. That's the that's the review. So, any questions or whatever? Like, I get. Or you want to read Zoroastrian review too, or no? Maybe that's enough for now. Or if you want, I can read that.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, you want me to read it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. Let's get the Zoroastrianism. Yeah, in the Zoroastrian review, yeah. Okay. Let's see here. Yeah.
Yeah, let's get up in it. You already wrote it, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So this is the textual sources for the study of Zoroastrianism by Mary Boyce. I read this. This was like written like a few years ago. I recently finished Mary Boyce's The Textual Sources for the Study of Zoroastrianism. There are many significant passages from the Yasht, the Gathas, the Buddha-chin, the Dinkard, and more. Only the Gathas are credited to Zarathustra, whereas the rest of the Zen Avesta is attributed to other priests. My feeling about Zoroastrianism are mixed. Actually, this review, I'm less impartial, so I'll just read only parts of this review. It's interesting how Zoroaster promoted his ethical dualism while bloody wars and cattle raids raged around the Oxus River. Zoroaster orated his philosophy preserved in the Gathas due to the constant raids and thefts of cattle by Scythian-like warlords. There is a conflict between the good mind, Vohu Mana, and the evil mind, Aka Mana. A good mind is one of generosity, respect for cattle, and following the truth and order of Ahura Mazda, the latently omnipotent God. Ahura Mazda's spirit, Spenta Manu, is linked with good mentalities, good things, and truth. And this is at odds with Ahriman's foul, malevolent spirit, which is associated with bad mentalities, bad things, and lies. Angra Manu. According to the Buddha Shin, Ahura Mazda and Ahriman were two independent, uncreated gods with only emptiness between them, until Ahriman attacked Ahura Mazda out of avarice. A later interpretation, such as that of the Zervanites, claims that Ahura Mazda and Ahriman are twins born from infinite time, Zervan. Zervanites worshipped alongside Orthodox Zoroastrians and full orthopraxy, which included praying near sacred internal fires, using the same liturgies, and administering Kushti rituals. The world became a divine instrument to defeat Ahriman, and human beings are enjoined to follow Asha over Druj. During the end times, the world is prophesied to be fully renovated as Ahura Mazda triumphs over Ahriman. Frasho. Furthermore, the soteriological angle of Zoroastrianism is to accumulate meritorious deeds before crossing Chevanta Bridge, and if one's goodness outweighs the sins, he'll be led to Ahura Mazda's house of song by his Dana, which is portrayed as a heavenly maiden reflecting one's soul. However, if one is corrupt, he'll plummet into Ahriman's lair of endless darkness. This dualistic aesthetic intrigues me, but it leads me to major criticism. I'll just, I'll just fast forward now. Basically, they view everything in black and white. Some animals were seen as being of the light, others were seen as being as the darkness. Same with trees, what I mean? And, some passages even say bathing in rivers was discouraged for fear of contaminating them. This was before industrialization or overpopulation too. So they are very big sticklers for purity, what I mean? The Zoroastrians, like very big sticklers. And like it's weird. And I think even throwing fire on water was feared because they thought it would corrupt one's soul or something, or van or something. Yeah, and also they were theocratic, very very theocratic. Like the Sassanid Empire, you were not allowed to leave the tradition behind. There were apostasy laws in the Sassanid Empire. There were apostasy laws. They were very Sassanids were something. Kerder, who was a high priest, he gloated about killing a lot of different non-Zoroastrians in his inscriptions, which is interesting. Yeah, but I think it died out because of the oppression of Mazdak the Younger. Actually, communists, believe it or not, they have been spreading propaganda that Mazdak promoted free love and that he promoted a lot of, commie stuff, but he did not. Mazdak was not. That's commie propaganda. That's commie propaganda coming from USSR. I mean, I actually read essays about that. There's commie propaganda that still lives on to this day. A lot of people believe it. That Mazdak the Younger was a free love advocate. I don't think that's true. His goal was to reform Zoroastrianism's negative elements. He wanted to remove binary categorization of certain animals as purely light or darkness, to encourage increased tolerance towards one another, and so on. Also, he didn't like how a lot of the aristocrats were hoarding women. Because there's a big incel problem back then, or something. It's hard to explain. And also I think the priests were allowed to eat cows, but they were not allowed to eat cows. So the masses, so that caused lots of social turmoil and stuff because they were hypocritical. But anyway, the point
is commies see communism where it's not, because they want to justify their trash ideology.
No, it's because it's just propaganda. Because USSR back then was trying to, get closer to Iran, so they found Mazdak and they claimed Mazdak was a communist. But that's not true, though. You see what I mean? It's just, you see what I'm saying? But yeah, it's also interesting to know that crypto-Mazdakites, such as the Koramites, were the earliest Zoroastrian rebels against Muslim invasion. So I think the Zoroastrianism died out because the people were fatigued by the hypocrisy of the priestly caste by the time of Muslim invaders or something. So that's my theory. And I actually like this passage from the Vis and Rahman about the celebration of Neuros. There was once a king who in his sovereign rule did as he pleased and had fair fortune. How joyous was the festival which he celebrated in the spring. All the illustrious were there. The king seated among the nobles, like the moon among the stars. The wine-filled cup passed among them. The blossoms scattered from the trees, like the coins showered upon the fortunate. To one side, minstrels sang to the wine. To the other, nightingales sang to the rose. Joyous as was the king's celebration, others were no less so. Each had left his house for the fields, carrying with him the means for enjoyment. From every garden and meadow and stream, different kinds of song could be heard. Each set a crown of wild tulips on his head, and each had the glowing ember of wine in his hand. One group had pleasure in racing their horses, another in listening to music and in dancing. All had gone out to make merry. They churned the earth's surface into a bright brocade. Neuros is still celebrated. It's still celebrated by Iranians. So I thought that was a very beautiful passage and stuff. So I said that Uhura's Melda's essence as joy. That's how I interpret it, at least back then. Yeah, but I did, but yeah, anyway, one interesting thing is that the world is created from, I think, in both Celtic mythology and Zoroastrian mythology, the world is created from a primordial bovine being slaughtered and stuff. And from the corpse of the bovine, that leads to the creation of the world, I think that's true. So I think the Gavadarvata is akin to a divine bovine entity. It represents a theology that emphasizes harmonious relationship with nature. The Zoroastrian concept of Gosh Over, or the soul of animals, reflects. But I like the Yasna 29. I thought that was very interesting. It's about a cow, and so the cow's soul lamented to you, the gods. For whom did you create me? Who fashioned me? Cruelty, oppression, bloodlust, rage, and violence have fettered me, and there is no herdsman for me other than you. Therefore, you must all show me the way to good pasture. Then the cow's fashioner asked Truth, what was your allotment for the cow? When ruling the earth, you all gave her cow-tending nourishment, together with pasturage. Whom do all of you desire as the Lord, who would destroy the cruelty wielded by the possessor of the lie? Let me see here. The one who is not a slayer of the alliance with truth, and is free from hatred, for the cow would reply to him, one is not to know of those things by which he drives the lowly to lofty heights, but he to whom I shall go on account of his, having sent out requests for aid. will be the strongest of beings. Sarustra, the wise one, is he remembering best the pacts, that indeed he has made with devas and men sometimes before now, and those also that he will make sometime later. He is the discerning Lord. It will be for us just as he would wish. Sarustra, and so then do we too, my soul and the fertile cows, devote ourselves with zeal, with hands stretched out to the Lord. Yeah, so that's the part. So that we may dispose the wise one to answer our inquiries. Is there no prospect for the cattle breeder living justly among the possessors of the lie? So basically, Ahura Mazda sent Zarathustra as to raise the cow with care. Yeah, it was like critiquing. Gathas are critiquing the violent practices of the warrior class, such as excessive cattle raids, like I said before. That's how I interpret it. So yeah, that's the. But yeah, Zoroastrianism is more dualistic. It's less. Yeah, I follow something like the Lotus Sutra. That's what I follow. It's closer to my views. Dogen liked the Lotus Sutra too, and stuff. I wrote a review on the Lotus Sutra also, and stuff. But I don't know if I should keep reading the Lotus Sutra. Lotus Sutra is very important to East Asian Buddhism. The Lotus Sutra. Yeah.
Well, I'll comment on what I think of Zoroastrianism if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I think it just sounds just like oh, excuse me. I think it sounds a lot like the Enuma Elish, where you have the gods or the council of the gods, and then they have a problem with Tiamat. So, and then Tiamat has a problem with them. And so Tiamat creates all these monsters, and then the gods are all scared. And then so they have to find a champion, and they eventually find Marduk, and then he slays Tiamat. And Tiamat, is just basically, I don't know if they describe Engramanyu as a serpent, but I know for a fact that serpent. Oh, okay. Okay. I know, I was going to say, I know serpents are in Zoroastrianism and they represent chaos, but I didn't know if they were Engramanyu or not. But to me, it just represents these gods of light, or I would call false light, really, slaying and subduing the earth, which is represented by the serpent or Tiamat. And then you even describe the bulls or the cows. It almost, correct me if I'm wrong, but it almost sounded like you said they based it off of like a cow sacrificing itself to sustain the people or the gods.
I think that's you see that actually going even more ancient, and I brought that up. It makes it too difficult. See, when you go deep, the Proto-Indo-Europeans on the steppes, they had views regarding like cows being sacrificed, but Zoroastrianism prohibited animal sacrifice, like especially of cows and otters. Otters and hedgehogs and otters were considered really, I think, divine, at least sacred to them, sacred. And I think, I think also, like in the Vendetta, there's like, so some animals were seen as more sacred or whatever, but yeah, cows were seen as sacred. I think so.
Yeah, I think that any religion based on sacrifice is bad. Like, I understand the reasoning, because I think you were mentioning this earlier, even about how we need to kill things to eat and sustain ourselves, even though it's possible to do that in a way that minimizes harm. So I think these people on the steppes who already live a harsh lifestyle and a warrior culture, when they accept this sacrifice, I think that it's just pushing them further down this path.
Yeah, sometimes I just play devil's advocate, but when it comes to tradition, I just stick to Mahayana basically. But the tradition has kind of degenerated thanks to technique and industrialization, and just I think all traditions around the world are degenerating due to globalization. But overall, when it comes to like, what I picked, well, I still have to read more, of course, but I lean to a Mahayana and stuff. But the Lotus Sutra is probably one of the most important in East Asian Buddhism or in Mahayana, and I think I kind of lean in that direction and stuff. The Lotus Sutra, something like that. And, Dogen liked the Lotus Sutra a lot, and Lotus Sutra is, I do think it has sacred aspect to it. At least that's what I picked. But I do have doubts sometimes. But I don't know. It's kind of hard to have full conviction. I just like to just sit and zazen and stuff. You want me to read you the Lotus Sutra and see what you think about it? Like I can read my review of Lotus Sutra too, because this is important to East Asian Buddhism, like the Tiante and the Haoyan. I think Haoyan probably maybe later, but Tiante school of China. Lotus Sutra is pretty important to East Asian Buddhism. It's kind of like on the level of Tao Te Ching, actually, in terms of its impact and importance. The Lotus Sutra, in my opinion. So I could just read the review. I'll just read, and then I'm done reading reviews. But,
for sure. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I enjoy. Yeah, yeah. So here's a brief summary of Zipperan's superb analysis of the Lotus Sutra. So I'm actually summarizing a summary for this one because I thought his summary was good, and I read the book. I read BDK. There was actually one translation of the Lotus Sutra where they actually were liberalizing it. You believe that? They were adding gender-neutral crap and other stuff. I was like, not that translation. So I went with the BDK second edition, which is actually tries to stick closer to the scripture and stuff. It doesn't like corrupt it and twist it for liberalism. So the edition I read is better, and so that's the edition I read. Okay, my choice was to read that edition, BDK second edition, translated by Tsukunari Kubo and Akira Yoyama. However, I believe my summary of Zipperan's analysis summarizes its main message well enough for the purposes of a review. All of those whom the Buddha Tathagatas teach and transform are bodhisattvas. Without seeking it, we nonetheless effortlessly attained it. You will be a Buddha, you are a future Buddha. This immeasurably rare treasure, which we do not seek, has come to us of its own accord. Those who hear even a single verse or a single phrase of the wondrous Dharma Flower Sutra and thereby experience even a moment of rejoicing will become Buddhas. According to Zipperan's essay, the Lotus Sutra largely revolves around the themes of perspective retrospection. So it's perspective retrospection. Where you gaze upon a Buddha whom you will become, which enacts the gaze backward of that Buddha to you, his prior self as a nascent Buddha, is what the metaphor of only a Buddha together with a Buddha refers to, and how this can lead to fathoming the ultimate reality of things. So only a Buddha and a Buddha can exhaust the reality of things. No one but the Buddhas can completely know the real aspects of all the dharmas. So Zipperan argues that the Buddha way involves an interchange between perspectives on a particular thing and can never be closed off or totalized within any one perspective. Additionally, parables are used to explain how the Bodhisattva path includes and encompasses the Pratyeka Buddha and Sarvaka paths. A Bodhisattva is the ideal of Mahayana, a selfless being with universal compassion, who has generated the profound aspiration to achieve enlightenment in order to benefit sentient beings. All beings are destined to awaken to their Buddha nature and attain Buddhahood, but they all converge on the one vehicle of non-duality. As Chapter 2 Skillful Means says, you should now know that originally I made a vow to make all sentient beings my equal, without any difference. Now I have already fulfilled this vow. Moreover, there is no nirvana in the traditional sense, indicating the unity of illusion and absolute. Every existing thing from the very beginning has always had the mark of quiescence. As Zipperan argues, our equality to the Buddha is false because true because false, and so it loops ad infinitum. That ad infinitum is our eternal Buddhahood. which is also our internal sentient beinghood. The Bodhisattva path guarantees one's future Buddhahood, as if it existed as a seamless causal piece from the beginning, where the present activity recontextualizes the past as much as the deep past recontextualizes the present. And this also serves as a recontextualization. For the Lotus Sutra is a teaching about recontextualization. It is a way of showing how the meaning and identity of things, persons, practices, is altered completely when these things are seen in a new, larger context. For example, when put in connection with a broader horizon of past and future, or seen in the gaze of the Buddha. That is, when you achieve Buddhahood, even the prior Buddhas who inspired and instructed you become aspects of your own present Buddhahood. You become the source of your own source, like the separated embodiments of the present and the other Buddhas of the past. All the causes and conditions of one's own past are now recast in the light of this new present, become functions of it, recontextualized and transformed into parts and aspects of this present vision. By delighting in the Lotus Sutra's teaching, the teaching that anything you are doing is part of your already operative bodhisattvahood, you live in a present with a future Buddhahood and a past bodhisattvahood. There is a recursion of infinite meanings, the mortativity of there always being other contexts and possibilities for recontextualization. All Buddha's teachings are skillful means, upaya, to enlightenment, and enlightenment is mastery of the skillful means, which culminates in being life-affirming, while not taking our desires too seriously. In a sense, one is free to want as much as they wish, but it is all futile or systematic misdirection. Even the oscillation of the Buddha's presence or absence constitutes skillful means. There are alternative models of the internally present Tathagata Garbha, womb of the Buddhas. So, although I am always here without extinction, through the power of skillful means, I manifest extinction and non-extinction. If there are any sentient beings in other worlds who respect and believe in me, I will also teach them the highest Dharma. So, Zephyrin ends his essay beautifully with these words. So, to regard oneself as a bodhisattva is to regard all forms of being as forms that one can and does take out of compassion for the world. And it is this recognizing of ourselves in other lives that is the true meaning of rebirth, and its constant invocation throughout the Lotus Sutra shows us all past, present, and future existences as varying bodhisattva transformations of ourselves in this very moment, right now. Hence, the climax of the sutra and the revelation of the Buddha's internal life. We had already learned that all sentient beings are bodhisattvas. Now we learn that to be a Buddha is also to internally be a bodhisattva. But one who understands that there is no end and no beginning is bodhisattvahood. When we recognize ourselves as always already unwitting bodhisattvas, we thus see also that our lives in every detail are always already expressions of Buddhahood itself. So yeah, that's one of the Mahayana canon sutras, the Lotus Sutra. It's different from the Pali canon, as you can tell. You know, some Theravadins would take great issue with what I just read, but that's what I lean to. Lotus Sutra is. I have 59 reviews. I have 59 reviews, and I have about 180 books completed. 180 books completed and 59 reviews. Yeah, I have more to try. I'm gonna read my review of the Bible in the future. I have to read the Bible. I have not read the Bible. I admit that I have not read it. I read other stuff, so but I will read the review of the Bible in the future and stuff. It's not a review, more like a summary. So anyway, you have any comments?
Part of that Lotus Sutra kind of sounded Christian in the sense that you had to be rebirthed and you have to become the Buddha. Whereas in esoteric Christianity or Gnosticism, it's about rebirth and becoming the Christ. So it's like almost the same thing.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, you could call it different things, but ultimately it's just about accepting responsibility for yourself in the moment and living with yourself the way or the choices you've made and trying to align yourself and become the Christ or the Buddha.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yes. Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, I think I think most world traditions would not promote you being an Epstein. They would not defend the Epsteins. You know what I mean? Like none of them would say become an Epstein or like that kind of stuff is bad. Like I think most world traditions would say that. And so it's better to align to Christ or Buddha or I don't know the Allah's law, the commandments or something. Yeah, it's better for that than to be an Epstein, definitely. Yeah, I mean that's that. The Epstein leaks were crazy though, but yeah, that's right. I haven't looked into them that much though, but I know they're crazy. I just skimmed them, that kind of like yeah. But yeah, that's good stuff. Yeah, the different paths and stuff, but ultimately, I would say that you gotta respect the differences too. You can't let them mingle too much, in my opinion. Though it's not good for them to mingle too much. But at the same time, you gotta understand that that there's no point in trying to subjugate or eradicate any group of people. That's not good. Stuff like that. Yeah. I would say that something like Talmudism is very bad because ultimately it says that non-Jews, non-Jays, they are soulless. That's what the Talmud says. That's not good. So that's what I think. But I don't know. I heard Talmud is like just different Jays debating each other. I don't know, but it does seem kind of sick to me, that Talmud and stuff. So yeah, based on what I saw of the Talmud.
That's to put it lightly.
Yeah.
Some other wicked shit in there that's way worse that cannot be discussed.
Yeah, I know, like pedophilia, basically. I know that. Yeah, like those, in the actual script. I don't think the Old Testament has that, at least from what I've seen. I don't think it has that kind of stuff. But I have to double check. I haven't read it yet. I haven't read it. At least the first 5.
It has that stuff, but it doesn't support it. It alludes to it, and it paints a picture that that's what it's destroying when they're going into Canaan to stamp out all those bad people like the Philistines and such. That's what
they could take their women as wives, so
yeah,
like not much better.
They're not much yeah, I was looking at a scripture in Matthew where Jesus calls a Canaanite woman a dog, basically defacing her whole ethnicity because he knows what deplorable people they actually are. And I think she even goes along with it. She's like, "Yeah, I know. We're not good people.
Even the dogs get the crumbs from the master's table."
Yes. Yep.
Who are the Canaanites in modern times? Are they just Ashkenazi?
They're literally in the same spot they were then. They're the same. They're the J's, bro. They're the ISIS, Ra, and Els. That's literally them.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. That's okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It seemed like they just were subversive and they had some weird cannibalistic stuff going on. I think the Phoenicians actually did some weird or creepy people from what I read.
The Phoenicians, bro, oh boy. They're the ones who took the script of the elites and they made it something else entirely. They came in right after the Bronze Age collapsed, and the Phoenicians, they were Canaanites, but the Greeks called them Phoenicians. But it seems to me that after the Bronze Age collapsed, all the elites of the civilizations, like the Mycenaeans and the Hittites, and even the Sea Peoples and Egyptians, when they lost their stuff, they just went to the Levant because that place was pretty much unaffected by the Bronze Age collapse. And then they brought all their skill, and then Canaan turns into Phoenicia, which is this incredible maritime empire where they literally bridge Mesopotamia with Europe. And then they just go on to become the most dominant force for hundreds of years, basically. And then they eventually go on to subvert the Romans, I would say.
Yeah, it does seem that way. Yeah. Yeah. You don't think the Khazar hypothesis is true? So
They were allies. They were allies with the people in the Levant. They worked together. I don't know enough about the Khazars specifically. They're just a little bit farther north, and their goals aligned. I think that they provided more of the muscle, and the Levant people provided more of the wealth. But I'd have to look more into that to know for sure.
yeah, that's what I think. Well, why don't you just stick to the Christian tradition rather than going into the occult then? Because it seems like you believe in that. So yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm just curious why.
The Christian tradition is literally of the people of the Levant. Like, I don't know. I can't really say for sure what Jesus is. Like, I don't know if he's based off of the Roman emperors or people like Julius Caesar, or if he was actually this rabbi guy. I don't know. But what I do know is that the character that they give in the Bible describing Jesus is the ultimate blueprint. If you actually live like the way they're describing that he lived, you could easily break this system of control. They literally give you the blueprint through their works, but they give this messed up interpretation through the churches that there's just, they want you to believe you're born in sin. This is ridiculous. That's why I'm not an exoteric Christian.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. How much time did I spend reading? I'm sorry if I didn't mean to take over the show or something. I didn't mean
Probably
to.
like 30 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, it's no worries, my friend. But yeah, if you maybe I'll get into some some of the Shangzhou. If you guys I could save it for next week, but it doesn't appear like we'll have many callers here, honestly. But yeah. Seems sort of desolate.
I was writing my own book.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
On what topic?
I think I talked a little bit about it.
God's principles, probably.
The universe.
That's in there.
I've defined God.
Well, my book, it's called "How to Survive the Apocalypse," and then it has a subtitle of "Breaking the Cycle of History."
How to Survive the Apocalypse, OG version.
Yeah, basically, I provide a breakdown of history and the systems of control, and I point out the systems of control throughout history, and then I provide the solutions, which of course is just based off the principles that I talk about. And then I provide what this, and also it's with it an apocalyptic spin on it. So I talk a lot about cataclysms. And I think there's a big misconception. People think that after a cataclysm happens that they can just rebuild and then they're not going to have access to the technology.
Right,
that
right. Yeah, we talked about here. Yeah, we talked about that here. Yeah, it doesn't quite work that way. Some systems are very hard to build back. So
Well, what I think seems to happen is actually that the ruling class just kind of reforms and reshapes themselves, and then within a few decades or centuries, the technology just exponentially advances. So like if you take like the collapse of the Bronze Age, for example, right after the Bronze Age collapsed, the Hittites, who were extremely divided and they had all these essentially warlords ruling over different parts of the system because they were no longer centralized, or I mean different parts of the land of Anatolia. But at the same time, they were producing iron and efficient tools to perform the labor that they needed to sustain themselves, as opposed to some other cultures like the Mycenaeans. They didn't have access to those tools that the Hittites had right after the collapse. So through that, they actually pretty much paved the way for people like the Romans, who came hundreds of years later for their ironworks. And then if you look like at another point in history, like right after like the 1300s, they go from basically the Middle Ages or the High Middle Ages, and then after the 1300s, which had all these world-shaking cataclysms, just a couple hundred years after that, they're coming out with the scientific revolution, and then eventually the industrial revolution. And then, now we're at the state we are now. And, it does happen gradually, but after cataclysms, technology gets more advanced. It might not be the same, but they're going to take what works for them in the present, and they're going to make it exponentially more advanced.
To hide that technology underground.
I don't know where they get it from. I think they're kind of hoarders. But this is one of the themes I explore in the book, is that, after it happens, or after a cataclysm happens, they do come back more advanced. And the trick is, if we really want to stop the cycle of history after a cataclysm happens, and we really want to make a change, we have to reject the systems that the elite will inevitably give us, that's going to provide security and comfort in the exchange for freedom. Because all we're going to do at that point is just continue the same cycle.
Oh, absolutely have to reject it. Not only that, I think that consent is mostly just broadcast, not legitimate. They say everyone's agreeing to these things, but I think in fact, nobody really is. They're just doing that.
So there's this theory that pretty much everything that we know about history, other than like localized history, is a lie that we just are continuously, and then there's scheduled apocalypses and resets, or whatever you want to call it, about roughly every century or so. It was a time, I mean, me personally, in my lifetime, I remember a time before cell phones and the internet. I remember having to tune television channels like with an antenna on top of the box and everything. And now we're at a situation with the internet where CGI and everything is so good, you have no idea whether or not the accuracy of anything you're seeing on the internet at this point. So, excuse me, there could just be these scheduled, and then outside of normie society or whatever you want to call it, the non-technocratic society, there could be a class of entities or whatever, the technocrats, whatever, that are handing knowledge down generationally, that have advanced technology, they're living underground or off world or whatever, wherever it is, they're not living here. And this is all just one big experiment. Yeah. Anyway, just a theory.
What exactly is the experiment?
Well, there's a bunch of speculation about that as well, but they're trying to harvest something like whatever, luge, bright minds, whatever. And when the whole experiment comes to like an apex, some people manage to get off world, and then some people just stay here and die with the apocalypse.
So is this based in like simulation theory?
I mean, it could be, but it doesn't really even have to be a simulation. Although there is a speculation that we're all inside of a computer program, and our overseers, or whatever the hell you want to call them, are trying to harvest new ideas by exposing the people in the simulation to different stimuli or whatever.
Here's what I personally think the experiment is, because I do think that there is loose harvesting, you could call it. I think basically at some point there was like some sort of invasive force that came to this planet and hijacked it.
Yeah.
And these people, the closest thing I've seen to them, to what I think they probably are, is from the movie Zardoz. And in this movie, you basically have this committee of scientists who they wanted to solve the world's problems. So to do this, they made themselves immortal.
Yeah, you won't believe this though. The game Hell Knight or Dark Messiah for PlayStation 1, it deals exactly with what you're saying. Basically, underground there are aliens or some weird eldritch beings, and they're like manipulating mankind on the surface to harvest their loot. And when you go into that game, you're going deeper underground in that game, and you even go to a virtual reality. I'm skipping a lot of details, and they're like actually harvesting and eating the energies of the people in that virtual reality. And you have to like go. It's like a horror game. I do recommend you check out that game Hell Knight or Dark Messiah for PlayStation 1, because it deals with exactly what you talked about. It's an obscure horror game.
It gets even more nuts because in the movie they basically give themselves over to efficiency. So to do this, they create an AI to run everything. And they basically store the AI within a crystal, which houses this frequency, which, because it can house all these reflections, it can house all this information, basically storing images as these reflections. And this is what I think we basically have in real life.
So
in things like the Kaaba. Yes.
What is this freaking movie?
Zardoz.
No. Right, I know about that one, but there's this movie called Dark City, I want to say. Supposedly this is like a precursor to the Matrix movies.
Dark City. Yeah.
You know the one I'm talking about? Yeah, where it's like he's like a guy, and there's like these aliens that are basically like archons that are like running an experiment on humans because they've become like so advanced that they don't have emotions anymore or something like that. They're like a part of the collective.
I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I just want to say that is not the precursor to the Matrix movie. The precursor to the Matrix movie is actually Terminator.
Okay, well, I was talking purely speculatively. I've heard a couple of people claim because in the Matrix movie, they talk about this dude that came before Neo, and there's only like a couple of like Morpheus talks to Neo about it a couple of times, or maybe like one time, and then that's it. And so there's this speculation that Dark City was actually like Matrix Zero or whatever you want to call it, like the precursor. But I can understand how people would think that Terminator's like precursor to the. I mean, there could be multiple stories in the arc.
No, they're written by the same person. They're written by I just put the author's name in the chat. They're written by a woman named Sophia Stewart, and she literally wrote Terminator to be the precursor to the Matrix. And then the Hollywood took her movies and they didn't really give her much credit.
Okay, well, I think that that might be some rewritten history or something. You know, a lot of the
I have The Third Eye by Sophia Stewart. I've talked about it on the show here for sure. But yeah.
Where was I going with that? Anyway, I just wanted to mention that. That there's
look up Sophia Stewart Cecil. You'll like her, I think. She's a really intelligent woman, actually.
Kind of heavy set black lady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I know who you're talking about. But yeah. Anyway, there's this. I mean, there's a lot of different theories coming from a bunch of different directions, but basically, it's all the general description of about every whatever certain amount of time periods, a century and a half, or whatever you want to call it, 250 years. There's empires that grow, and it's all a bunch of genetic experiments, and they're trying to. Various different factions are acquiring different things, like the aliens. A lot of people think the gray aliens are us from the future that have come back to, like, I don't know, live off our fear emotions or reacquire genetic material or something like that. And yeah, I just wanted to, say that there's this theory that this is all just some like we're just in some simulation / experiment.
Yeah, the crazy thing though is that a lot of Japanese games, especially like the obscure horror games, they deal with like Gnosticism mixed with transhumanism, and like Xenogears, the original one for PlayStation 1, deals with similar themes. So does Hell Knight, Dark Messiah I talked about, and Baroque, the original one for Saturn and PS1. I don't think the remake is as good. A lot of people tend to hyper focus on Neon Genesis Evangelion, but there's like lots of stuff like Evangelion, like during that time. Like, why are the Japanese so interested in Gnosticism and transhumanism and other stuff like in their popular media? You see what I'm saying? Like, you see a lot. You could like write a whole book on it. Like,
well, I don't know. Were they like that? Were they like that before World War II?
No,
then
they weren't. They weren't.
Then maybe America injected that into them, and they were banking on the fact that Japanese culture would blow up.
I think Meiji era, though, because they were trying to westernize, and so they probably got into that stuff. But also, let me think. There's way more stuff. It's interesting. Like, there's a lot of Japanese Gnostic stuff, like Evangelion and anti-industrial stuff, in a lot of their popular media. I was gonna say it wrong, but it just escaped my mind. Yeah, you know Philip K. Dick, PKD. You know about him, the guy, the writer, Philip K. Dick. You know about him? No.
He sounds familiar. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know about him.
Yeah, yeah. He mixed a lot of Gnostic stuff with the authoritarianism and the dangerous technological development we're heading towards. You know.
Yeah, he's a huge influence on the accelerationists, right?
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah. Also, he's a very famous writer. Like the Blade Runner was based on his book, "Do Androids Dream of Electronic Sheep" or something like that. I think it was. He wrote a lot of popular sci-fi.
Right.
And his sci-fi was mixed with Gnostic stuff, like a lot of Gnostic stuff, especially his journal. Forgot what his journal was called. Like his journal was called.
Huh.
I think
What
it was
happened to
called,
Cecil? Oh, he's there. He's just like, I don't know what happened.
yeah, it's
Oh,
not.
wait.
Oh yeah, the exegesis
Oh, he's not.
of Philip K. Dick. Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if he's there. He's just like a black square. I don't know.
Yeah, this is
From
good.
Cecil
StreamYard
is the
problems.
void.
StreamYard void.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, that's also he wrote a lot of popular sci-fi. So, yeah, but this whole loose farming stuff, it doesn't surprise me if it were true. I wouldn't be surprised.
No, with loose farming and sci-fi, isn't it funny how they release sci-fi for like Star Trek and Star Wars and all the other star things like Gate and Craft and whatever, and even things like Halo and Warhammer. And then after decades of people looking at stuff like that and then getting that stuff in their minds, even other stuff like Close Encounters of the Third Kind and E.T. and those types of movies. And then now after decades of seeing that, the government is releasing all these UFO files. Like, isn't that interesting? I think that's a clear indication of some predictive programming that they probably planned years in advance.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think a lot of things that we see in the modern global world are fake. It could be, and they're just following astrological cycles. Because, you know, the whole hoax in 2019 and 20 happened around the conjunction of Jupiter and Saturn. I think, like they pay attention to stuff like eclipses and conjunctions of planets, stuff like that. They do and stuff like that. I don't know why. Maybe there's some power to that or something, like the enlightenment of certain planets and other stuff.
Oh, come on. Didn't Hercules teach you anything when James Woods is playing as Hades and all the planets must align to bring out the Titans?
Yeah.
Yeah, Abe, and the point is that the people who, if you want to call them people who've ran this world since before our great granddaddy were sperms and their grandparents' ball sacks, the truths that they know about, they've just lied and misconstrued and LARPed and, made you think it was one thing and tell you in school that it's another thing and people believed it. And now, you'll fight to defend it, just like the Matrix tells you, but that's a LARP.
Yeah. Yeah. And also, I agree with that perspective. But I also think the perspective that the system is fundamentally unsustainable is true too, because stuff like, like petroleum-based economy and oil and stuff is just not sustainable in the long term.
I think that's been with every time they've done a reset, they drain the people and the resources and the system dry into the point where it can't be kept no more. And then they, like jump ship. It's all easy, where you can just seal up your castle while the peasants are out there dying from, leprosy, right? So
it wouldn't surprise me if most of history is a lie. History is older. Civilization is older than the Sumerians. It would not surprise me if civilization.
Well, yeah, it is, but I don't think it's like that much older. I think you're.
I
I
don't
think it's
know.
probably. I think it's probably about 12,000 years old. Two cycles of 6,000 years is what I think it probably is.
I see. You don't think it's like 100,000 years old or something?
Not in the sense that we think of civilization.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that
maybe.
if
Yeah.
you go back like 100,000 years ago, I think you're going to find people who generally, they live in communities and they have cultures of self-sustainment. And they probably, for all I know, they had things way more advanced than we give them credit for. There's really no way we could know exactly what they were doing
Did
100,000.
you know? Let me tell you something. I said this before, but I'll say it again. You know, Otzi, the Iceman, he was holding I think he was holding a mushroom that had anti-parasitical benefits. And he was an Iceman. And they found his corpse and stuff. And I was thinking to myself, how did this man know this mushroom could help with parasites or could help with the body? Scientists tell us because of trial and error, but maybe it has something to do with being more in tune with the environment. Maybe they could see the aura of certain plants, the aura or the geomagnetic properties, something like that. And they could
Yes.
tell. They could tell or something.
You know what it is their intuition was strong. That they had a stronger intuition than we have today.
I mean, it's possible. I see auras of trees sometimes.
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, a majority of the population still chooses to live in one of the, the most natural disaster occurring places in the world. Like, people live where there's nothing but, earthquakes or tornado valley. So,
yeah, but if you take like Aboriginal people, for example, like in Australia, they'll know when a tsunami or something is coming by looking at the animals. That'll tell them, their behaviors like, okay, they're migrating out of this area. There must be some danger coming. So then they move. But yeah, it could be better to just move out of the disaster area altogether.
Yeah, but Otzi, the Iceman, definitely was smarter than we give him credit for, because he did have 2 species of mushrooms with leather strings on them. One of these, the birch fungus, is known to have antimimetic properties and was probably used for medicinal purposes. The other was a type of tinder fungus, which appeared to be a complex fire lighting kit. The kit featured pieces of over a dozen different plants, in addition to flint and pyrite for creating sparks. So Otzi, the Iceman, is from 5,300 years old. It's 5,300 years old, and it was found in. He was 5'5" though. I think. What do we see here? You can read about him more. It's interesting. The corpse they found, and so Otzi, the Iceman. So
Yeah, I think like in those days, the people they were the magic, or they were the technology. Like it was them. And then all this other stuff, it was just coming from the earth to help them. Whether they were using their mind to form something into a spear, or whether they were doing what you just described and harvesting herbs to help with disease and parasites. It was just a level of balance that we don't have today.
yeah, I agree. We lost that balance. Yeah, that's right. And so actually, I was reading The Republic, and there was a part that struck me. Anything I can go to? The Republic. I haven't looked to. Yeah, I'm gonna just read this. So, because I have to find it again. Can you turn on that? Let's see it. Oh, this is an interesting part. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is like, so then when one man takes on another for one need and another for another need, and since many things are needed, many men gather in one settlement as partners and helpers to this common settlement. We give the name city, don't we? And just going fast forward a bit. Yeah, well, no, the first and greatest needs is the provision of food for existing and living. So if our food is, we're no longer producing our food, and we depend on food from networks of commerce and trade, especially from places like South America, or places where they're like cutting down primeval forests because they want to improve their GDP, which is all fake. It's all fake and gay. It's based on fakeness created by IMF and World Bank and Forex market. Forex market is just gambling. But the point is that when you're not producing your own food to give it to your own community, that's the beginning of getting exploited and subverted and manipulated. Like if you can produce your own food, create your own currency, they're gonna get you and stuff or something. That's why WACO happened or something. Like if you can like do local food production and stuff, and not rely on the currencies, fiat currency that they created, which is all fake and gay. So that's all fake and gay. So yeah, that was the interesting part I read. So I think Plato would agree with me on that. So at least that part and stuff.
Has anyone read Modern Money Mechanics?
I should read that. That sounds interesting. Yeah, give me that book. Yeah.
Yeah, let me tell you, it's probably the most confusing thing you'll ever read. I'm not even sure the people who wrote it understand it, but it'll tell you exactly how gay and fake the monetary system is.
Yeah. I hate economics. I really hate economics. It just all seems fake and gay. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it has to be, because it's fiat currency and the Federal Reserve just can print stuff into infinity because of compound interest and stuff like that. They can just keep loaning and just printing. And I don't understand, like, what is that based on? It just seems to be based on control and manipulation.
It's based off of trust. When people put their money in the bank, they expect it's going to be there for as long as ideally for life in the bank's mind, but they could change banks. It doesn't really matter because all banks are connected to the central banking system. But when you put your money in a bank, like let's say you put like $10 in the bank. So how much money does the bank have from your $10? 90. Because you give them $10, the bank has $90 because they know that you're not going to go and extract all your $10 at once or however much money you put in there. So because of this, they can loan out 9 of your $10 and keep $1 in reserve. And then from that $9, the Federal Reserve can authorize the printing of 10 times that amount. And then the bank, they're going to take that money that you loan them or that you're putting in their bank or depositing in their bank, and they're going to loan it out to other people. And then that becomes the bank's assets. And then those assets are basically what the people owe the bank back. And the bank knows that because there's only so much money in circulation, the money they're loaning out, because they just make it up out of thin air. This is where the $10 becomes $90. They just made it up out of thin air. Because they know everyone cannot pay back the money because there's not enough money in circulation to pay it back. the bank that can then go start seizing collateral in the form of property. And this is where the banks actually make their wealth. They present this fiat currency, and then when people can't pay it back in the form of a loan, they can seize their collateral. And there's a whole lot of other stuff going on there, but yeah, it's one of the most insane things you'll ever read, I think. And that's called fractional reserve banking.
Yeah, compound interest ties into the fractional reserve banking. I think so, right?
That's right. Well, I mean, what do you expect? I mean, they also influence people's behavior through, different mechanisms. So, I mean, what do you expect? Credit scoring, transaction monitoring, financial incentives, financial education and regulatory compliance, among data privacy and other things. So, I mean, what are you saying? I mean, the point of a bank is it's not your money anyway. So it never was your money, no matter how much you put in, unless it's so much that it doesn't register the decimals. So
yeah,
Exactly.
they
Never
can
was your-
confiscate your money too, like up to like I think 200,000 or something. They can, during the Great Depression, they actually confiscated people's gold too, like Roosevelt confiscated.
Oh, well, I mean, don't ask where all the gold teeth happened during the Holocaust, right? So anyway, did we ever find any of that art?
What art? Oh, what art?
Well, that went right over your head.
The art that ends jacked. They're said to have taken all these artifacts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just a money laundering scheme. Most art is a money laundering scheme. Like, that's what the Rothschilds and other people do. Like, they just buy art pieces and then they...
Kind of like charities nowadays. So make sure you donate to John Hopkins. Right? Still looking for that cure of cancer, right?
I think they have it. They don't want to distribute it.
Well, of course they have it. They manufactured it.
I don't know if they manufactured cancer, but I think they manufactured things like COVID and AIDS.
Yeah, well, the theories about the plague doctors are starting to make sense. Kind of convenient how they seem to disappear and reappear right before and right after certain infections came around with the little rats and their fleas.
I'm not familiar with the theories.
There's some obscure reports that there was death doctors that were seen right before or right after certain outbreaks happened, and they were always usually accompanied with rats in cages. So, I mean, I'm not saying that, bubonic plague outbreaks maybe didn't happen naturally, but, Raccoon City taught me one thing, and it's they've been playing God for a long time. So just because, it's our technological advanced age now doesn't mean that they weren't still doing the same type of experiments with, things just a few hundred years ago.
I think it's good to check out some other older survival horror games too, like Parasite Eve. Have you heard of Parasite Eve? That one seems very interesting. It's pretty creepy too. Parasite Eve.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's. Well, I won't talk about the connection, but it's basically it's Resident Evil 0.3. It's all about immortality and transcending the flesh, no different than Resident Evil. So.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I can agree with that. Yeah.
I would bet those death doctors, if they were real, connected to the Catholic Church. I'd bet everything on it.
Yeah. Yeah, the older survival horror games were so well written and stuff, and so atmospheric and stuff. Like Silent Hill and Parasite Eve and Resident Evil. And let me think what else. There are a lot of good ones. Some of them are obscure, and they're not as appreciated, like Hell Knight and stuff, and there are other ones. Let me think. Yeah, it's interesting, but it does seem like we're moving in the direction of like I think we already are. You know about Plum Island? Plum Island is kind of like I don't know, like a raccoon, like a secret laboratory where they do all the creepy stuff in the Raccoon City or something, or not Raccoon City, but Albert Wesker's creepy hidden laboratory where he does macabre experiments or something. That's what Plum Island is like. But yeah, but there are probably other stuff like Plum Island too. So like DARPA kind of stuff, you know, that's what it comes down to.
I've heard you talk about anti-life. Is Plum Island like that?
Yeah, I'll give you a video. But Plum Island basically is a island where they were making animal-human hybrids, and some people claim that on the beach they could see creepy-looking animals, like that look partly human, and a lot of creepy stuff, so-called conspiracies surround Plum Island. I wouldn't be surprised if brain-eating amoeba were efficiently experiments done on like secret facilities like that and stuff. I don't know. I don't think brain-eating amoeba existed like thousands of years ago. I'm not sure though. You know about brain-eating amoeba, that kind of stuff. But yeah, that kind of stuff.
I know. I'm sure tumors and stuff like that have existed for. I don't know about brain-eating amoeba.
Yeah, there is such a thing.
I don't think things like Plum Island or anti-life, I don't think those things are going to end civilization or humanity. They might affect some people who get involved, but I think that stuff's pretty small in scale personally, but it is interesting, you know, definitely.
Yeah, I give you a documentary to watch on it. Yeah, there's a very good documentary on it. I'll give you it. It's pretty.
Talk about a bad Sunday, huh?
Yeah, it's disturbing stuff, but yeah, it's yeah, I'll give you the documentary and the private chat.
What do you think of those monkeys who got free on that highway in America somewhere? I think it was somewhere in the South, but I don't know if you heard of it. Within the past few months, some monkeys got out on a highway and they had
started just throwing shit at the cars.
Well, let's hope not, because they said they were infected with a pretty recent disease that they had to lock down the world for.
Yeah, I gave you the link. You can watch it.
Diseased feces.
Yeah, they were sea monkeys.
Diseased sea monkeys.
Yeah,
that's always a lot of fun. You put that in with brain-eating amoebas.
See if I can find it.
Well, it's starting to sound more and more like the surface is the experiment.
Yeah, see, the brain-eating amoeba is called Naegleria florea or something like that. I don't know. It's a real thing, though. You can read about it. It's interesting. Let's put it here. You can read about it.
Well, it won't matter, Avian, because allegedly the fucking ice caps are melting and there's stuff under there that if once it reaches the air and it gets dispersed, it won't matter anyway. If there was an Albert Wesker spraying loads of bugs in the fucking atmosphere, because it's going to come from under the ice anyway. Yeah. I mean, that's if you want to believe science, right?
Yeah, talk about a bad flu.
No.
Naegleria.
Sad
trombone. No-go. That's definitely a sad trombone.
There's also a fungus that is worse than what they talk about COVID, like COVID.
Yeah, let's just not say that.
Yeah, I didn't mean to say that. I meant,
yeah, because you guys already said it like 3 times. So I'm just
the bird, the corvid. Corvids are birds. They're like.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about. But yeah, anyway, the 2019 July, they claim the lungs can be messed up, but there's actually a fungus that can do that, and so I can show you that fungus. That fungus is very dangerous. It was in Vancouver Island, and it was like that fungus was causing people to die, and they never really talk about that. I see here, yeah, it's called Cryptococcus gatti, a yeast-like fungus that can cause severe lung disease and sometimes meningitis, even in healthy people. The well-known outbreak emerged on Vancouver Island, British Columbia, Canada, around 1999, before spreading to Pacific Northwest. Yeah, that fungus is pretty. Yeah, that fungus is pretty creepy. Yeah.
And I'm perfectly fine if it evolves to wipe out human beings if it's all natural. But that's assuming that it's not going to be genetically modified like our fucking apples. So.
They could probably take that fungus or brain-eating amoeba and make them worse and stuff if they wanted to, and as a bioweapon, stuff like that. Yeah, I like monkeys; they're cool. It sucks how much monkeys have to suffer, but
Well, they don't have to suffer, but we choose to make them suffer for our benefit.
yeah, technique.
That's right. They suffer because we're so closely related to them, and including bananas. We share so much DNA. That's why they're the victims, right?
I don't know. Avian was the one who said they were suffering, so he'd have to explain why they're victims. Although I would say that science probably, he's probably going to say science tests them and uses them as a means to an end.
No, I would say destruction of habitat, pollution, stuff like that. You know, habitat pollution.
I mean, sir, I'm sorry, but that really sounds like a LARP if they can just, kidnap people off the street and use them as, an experiment. Why do they need to go to the Congo and, take a bunch of orangutans and chimpanzees and see if they'll fuck each other when they can just, peel the flesh off of human skin like they already do?
I think they do all of the above.
The monkey
there you go.
Thing.
All of creation is an experiment then. Oh, that's right. It wasn't created.
The surface is the real experiment. The monkey release thing was weird because they only covered it. The mainstream media only covered it for like a day or two, and then just stopped covering it altogether. It was some overturned semi with a bunch of monkeys in the back, and they never said what happened after that.
Yeah, a university said that the monkeys aren't infectious, so everything's okay, Cecil. A university said so.
That's right. It didn't don't worry, it won't manage to jump species.
Right.
Infected with what? Rage. Or maybe it's gayness. I don't know. Who knows? Right. Turn the frogs gay. Right, Alex?
I mean, again, I know it's just a TV show, and they would never try to, embed truths or warn anybody through fictional means or anything. But the Fallout series talks about experimental vial warfare. That's basically what death claws are. Is they figured out a way to use this thing called the forced evolutionary virus on this certain species of gecko or whatever, and then they would drop these things behind enemy lines or whatever. So they're probably testing combat drugs or genetic alterations for combat, or who knows.
I don't know. I've heard them describe things like super soldiers. The way a super soldier is described in real life is it's going to be this person who hooks up to this machine that can interface with these drones that's controlled by this central node or computer.
Well, they're doing that right now. I mean, there's multiple different paths to a super soldier, in quotes.
Well, that's what the FEV tried to create.
The FEV ended up creating the super mutants and all this stuff.
Yeah, they wanted super soldiers, but in real life, the super soldier is like this. They're integrated with all this technology, and they're being controlled by frequencies, and they're in tune with all these drones that they're unleashing on the enemy.
So what was that? That was from that was in the not the drone thing, but the freaking Resident Evil movies when they created the what the hell, dude? what was the name of that project? The freaking big dude with the rocket launcher and the freaking minigun.
The Tyrant.
Yeah, but there was a specific program.
Or the Nemesis.
Nemesis program. The Nemesis program. Where it was like a bioweapon, mutated bioweapon, but it also had a bunch of technology integrated into it. Yeah, dude, the arms race probably never ended. We got multiple countries that are all trying to develop better weapons than the other country in secret, as we all spy on each other and try to figure out what the other's doing. You know, and yeah.
Well, this is a documented thing, actually, but they're not going to say the arms race never ended. They're going to say we're in a new arms race where the goal is to create the ultimate hybrid between, or the ultimate synthesis between a human and technology. Something like cyberpunk is basically the arms race now.
Sure, like cyborg technology or whatever.
Yes, we want to live forever, and we'll do it by any means necessary, even if it means sacrificing all of us. Yes.
You know, I read a quote from an article, and I even have a video about this on my channel where I read it. But there's an article where the Brookings Institute is talking about how in the future we need to prepare and consider how we're going to craft legal rights for homosexually manipulated technological entities or something like that. So they're literally talking about creating an androgynous race.
Techno-homos.
Yes, they literally use that word. I have to look at the exact phrase.
That's right.
It was exactly pretty much that.
Well, that's just gay.
Yeah. Oh, you know what it was? It was the Jasons group. The Jasons were the ones trying to create this. And the Jasons, they're this secret board of scientists that the government appoints. And they basically authorize the government on the direction that they should take regarding science and technology, and no one knows who the hell they are.
Danger, Robinson, danger.
Yeah, maybe it's hard to say, but maybe a symbolic reference emerging among mankind was a mistake or something. Sometimes it feels that way. Maybe we would have been happier being closer to our animal brothers in terms of the having no symbolic reference. So,
but avian, a symbolic reference is what allows us to overcome the instinct that the animal is locked in. Animals are locked in programming of survival, whereas we can contemplate.
Yes. And as an animal, I would have no problem grabbing another man by the head and bashing his head into a tree and eating his brains.
Yeah.
So
you see, most
I'd rather
animals
not
don't
be
do
like an
that.
animal.
You have to look at the
Brains.
animals. All animals are different. You know, they're not the same. You know, different species are more. Some of them have more stable organization. Other ones are kinder to one another. Other ones have more like harmony or strength. You know, I mean, it's all depends on the species. Like acting like all birds are the same is stupid, or acting like all monkeys are the same is stupid. You have to look into their individual idiosyncrasies. You know what I mean? Like the way they are. Like gorillas are different from chimps, or trolls are different from, chickadees. You know what I mean? Like there's so much variation. You know what I mean? There's a lot of variation. Yeah.
I fully embrace and accept the fact, and even love the fact that all individuals are different. Even like individuals amongst the same species, like no two blue jays are the same.
That's true. Yes.
It's just like reading Rainbow or something.
But then, alas, then you see the problem. You see, if you have a different view than what I have, there will always be war. So if war never changes, it just upgrades.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is that I don't see like gorillas creating technology and destroying habitats to the point that They create new problems. Like they're
No,
integrated.
they
into the
just live out in the woods and live in their own filth and shit and
No,
don't know how to
gorillas are actually
properly
making
bandage a
breakfast.
wound or mend a broken bone or wash their ass if they really need to.
Oh, stop
That's a
insulting
great
them.
point. We can
Stop
call
insulting them.
ourselves
What are you
like
talking about?
a tiger. Well, he's talking about the fact, like the tiger. If a tiger steps on a thorn, the tiger is kind
That's
of
right.
stuck in
That's
its
why the
condition.
mouse had to save the lion. That's right.
Yeah,
No.
it's kind of stuck in its condition. A human being can save itself.
Yeah, but I will say this: that gorillas and orangutans, they are actually more peaceful than like.
Are they?
Yeah, they are.
Because
Go-
they can
go
know
read-
someone. They can know
Yeah.
someone for like years on end and be treated like a
can't-
baby, and then a friend goes and cuts their hair, and then that chimpanzee rips that face off and eats their
I
fingers.
wasn't fucking
Right.
talking about chimpanzees right now. I was talking about
Oh.
gorillas and orangutans. I agree with you.
Oh.
Chimpanzees are fucking violent. They're violent.
But
as
what
fuck.
about?
Well, I tell you what, Avian. I tell you what, Avian. Go out there with one of the, the little, Sub-Saharan, little tour guides, and go see how kind a gorilla is when it comes at you. I want to see it.
Gorillas are fucking kind. Okay, you can't figure out everything by just speaking on presumption. You have to read some books.
No, it's just I don't care to want to be like an animal. So
gorillas are
You
being
gotta stand your ground.
Many of them are being.
You have to read some books. All right.
Yeah, you have to watch some documentaries. Gorillas are very kind, man. They don't go around killing people. They're the ones being poached. Gorillas, like their populations are being decimated. They're very kind creatures. They're considered gentle giants. Fucking Google it. Gentle giants and gorillas. You see what I mean?
Some
You see,
of them
it's good to always be smart and act like you know
the
everything.
point is, Avian, that as long as humans exist,
fucking
creation will
okay, you're
continue to
starting
be
to piss me
destroyed and
off too, like
subjugated
Pinoy.
by
You're starting
mankind.
to
So
piss me off.
yeah.
You're starting to piss me
Silverback.
off like Pinoy.
No, it's just humans are the problem. If you hate what humans are doing to creation or animals so badly, well, the only way it's ever going to end is that humanity ends and nature continues.
Yeah. Anyways, the point I was making is that not all animals are the same. Not all of them are savages. You gotta look into.
I
each
mean, I don't
species
know.
and
I've seen some birds go and purposely drop other birds
yeah,
on the
some
ground
birds-
and then peck their brains out so that way they could eat them. But
okay,
nature's
listen,
nature's a
man,
bitch.
This is my area of focus.
And it's scary.
Okay? This is my focus. Okay, listen, chickadees. Not chickadees. For example, house sparrows. They almost wiped out the bluebird population because they're invasive species, and house sparrows did decapitate the young of bluebirds. Okay, but that's why they have to be called. But you see, every species of bird is different. Like a chickadee is more kind. It's more loving. A crow is more intelligent. Like they use their intelligence and deviousness to get food or whatever. Eagles are strong. But they look after.
Well, it's
their
okay
family.
because they came from dinosaurs.
Yeah, they did. They did. But the point is that there's variation among species and temperament and social organization and the way that, like crows, they mate for life. Do you believe that? Ravens, they mate for life. Crows mate for life. They have a hierarchy or social organization where they look after the family. They have an extended family. They have an extended family where cousins help raise the chicks. They help raise the nestlings. You believe that? It's not as simple as, oh, these are just bird brain. It depends on the fucking species we're talking about. There's so much variation in the way different animal kingdom has different social organizations and
That's
other
right,
stuff.
and it's all fucking random.
You got
Yeah,
a
I
bird
don't believe
brain,
that.
bro. You got a bird brain. Read some books. Quit being a plantation darky and shit.
Yeah, or documentary is fine too. Watching documentaries is good too. Like
some
can do that.
silverbacks will actually try to sell you a pizza and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Rousseau, he liked orangutans. He liked how gentle they were and stuff.
Yeah.
It's true. Rousseau, he wrote the
Well,
the
I'm sure when
Discourse on
Planet of the
Origin
Apes happens, I'm sure Maurice will let you in.
Freaking, we're already there, bro. All this shit from like science fiction from 20 years ago, we're already there. All right, we just need to look and harden up and read some books. You know what I'm saying? Don't have a bird brain.
Yeah, see, bird brain doesn't make sense. Like you see, like it's,
They're really intelligent animals, actually.
Yeah, like some, like whales, dolphins, they're very smart. Some bird species like magpies and ravens are very smart. Like it's all like relative, you know what I mean? Like, and also let me think about this, you know, like, you know, if you look this is it's called umwelt, you know, studying the umwelt of different species is fascinating. So, you know, like that's what it's called, umwelt, UMWELT, umwelt and stuff. That's what was my old channel was about. And so I may actually make it. It was about one of those things. But let me see, there's something else I wanted to say. But yeah, Rousseau of Discourse on the Origin of Inequality, he liked orangutans a lot. He was right about that. Orangutans are very honorable creatures. They're very noble creatures. Can you believe they're like taking orangutans and putting them in sex market in Southeast Asia? It's so disgusting. You know, that's wrong. That's a big problem. You know, gorillas are being poached. Orangutans are being sold into sex market. It's gross stuff.
Wah. And in some countries, people eat dogs, but you know, in this country, it's man's best friend. So what's your point? In some parts, it's bad. In some parts, it's normal.
And on top of that, in some countries, cows are man's best friend, pretty much, and even mice.
That's right. Holy cows, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy cows.
Yeah, that's interesting stuff.
Well, Dave, you know, I want to make the point because you're talking about the uniqueness of life, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
humans,
Yeah.
as far as I can tell, are the most intelligent beings on the planet. And that doesn't make us
No, that's
better.
wrong.
That doesn't make us better than the other life forms. But that does place on us a higher form of responsibility because unlike the other animals, we can overcome our instincts. And I know you were talking about the diversity of animals, but I didn't really hear you say anything. The fact that animals can't overcome their instincts because they don't have the ability to reason the way a human being does. And they don't have the ability to achieve symbolic reference or contemplate abstract thoughts. So because of this, and because we can create things like technology, our impact in the world and the amount of karma we generate is way bigger than the animals. Okay, like we are not animals, and because of that, our karma toll is larger.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is, first off, you know, symbolic reference is really an anomaly in nature. It's an anomaly, you know, and you know, I said this before, but I'll say it again, you know, symbolic reference, it bootstraps its emergence from indexical reference, and then it kind of reorganizes them and other stuff. But, you know, depending on how you define intelligence, you know, how do you define intelligence? See, you know, some animals, the kind of, you know, beaver dams and the weaver's nest structure, all of that is very elaborate. It shows a kind of intricateness, and it can anticipate the movements of other creatures, like I showed in our previous discussion and stuff. Like they can create a fake hole in the weaver nest, and then they create another opening that they use. So they're anticipating the movements of other species. But my point is that maybe symbolic reference has run its course or something. Like you know, like you say, people can go against their instinct, right? But aren't we living in the most hedonistic time? So you see what I'm saying? The most
27.
Yeah, YOLO, and you know, people who are partying and they go to disgusting orgies and crap like that, and they do that kind of shit. Yeah, don't you see that porn is everywhere now? And in a way, that's like more.
But how's it? But wait. How is it any different? What? Because it's like what, mass produced and you can view it for free. I mean, orgies and porn has always been around. I mean, they could take pictures even, you know, more than 100 years ago. So I mean, technically, porn has been around. People used to draw it and get paid for it. So remember Jack on Titanic? You know, one-armed French lady, drunk like one of your French girls.
I don't think porn has been anything even close to what it's been ever since that dude Alfred Kinsey came about. That dude came along and he made something unprecedented.
Yeah. I'm looking for the part.
So we get it. Yeah, allegedly, sin has always been around. Just now, it's mass produced, and now, you know, given a brand.
The Congo, when Rousseau was talking about the pongo, I thought that was very interesting. The pongo, which is the orangutan and stuff. Yeah, Rousseau would agree with this, but I don't know. The question is see, when you look at all the creatures in the animal kingdom, they are integrated. They're in ecological equilibrium. They are self-reliant in this way. Their organization has a kind of cohesion.
And also, some animals in the animal kingdom practice homosexuality. So because they do it, we should do it, right?
Yeah, but you see, the point is
and in the animal kingdom, some animals also practice cannibalism. So I mean, wait, we're already doing that, right?
You're looking at it in a blanket way. You see what I mean? You're looking at it in a blanket way. I'm not saying. I'm saying
No, I just like regurgitating humanity back at itself while we LARP away until the fumes rise. You can't breathe no more.
That's not the question.
Mankind is, we're not just another animal. I posted that quote earlier to
but I'm saying that.
No, I think Agent Smith is right. We're more like a cancer, and somehow we keep evolving.
I'm saying that if mankind were like the animals, it wouldn't have these problems in the first place. Does that make sense? Like, because the animals are integrated.
I mean, I don't know about that. I mean,
like, what kind of animal creates issues like water scarcity? It creates fresh water scarcity, or it creates issues like peak oil. You see what I'm saying?
No, but an animal also doesn't know how to make a boat when the floodwaters get too high. So I don't get your point.
Yeah.
And the two are actually connected.
I think there's a way you can revert to a more naturalistic way with nature, but I think if you try to get too close to an animal idea, then you're going to find out you're getting a little too close to transcending the flesh, just like they're trying to do. That's why there's so many goddamn furries. But anyway, continue.
I'm just going to say, equating man to just another animal is satanic thinking. That's why I posted that quote earlier, because that quote is straight from the satanic church, where they say man is just another animal.
No, they don't. The satanic church doesn't even understand what animals are like. I think all animals are savages. That they're all killed. Some animals have honor. They have honor. They have nobility. Depends on the species. Depends on whether they're adapted to their.
What is this? The fox and the hound?
The fox, the hound was domesticated. Fox. The point is, we're destroying so much biodiversity. We're destroying ourselves. With the freaking.
We don't disagree with that, Avian. We don't disagree.
Yeah. So my initial point was maybe symbolic reference was a mistake. I don't know. You see what I'm saying? Maybe.
You could take the interpretation of myth where it says that we're created in the God's image, and that they took these hominids and then they mixed us with this blood of another god, and then this goddess named Mommy birthed the first human, and then that would just show that we're a genetically altered species.
That's right. All praise be Prometheus and his black goop sperm.
Definitely do not praise them. They don't deserve praise. Because basically, they just took a species and they're like, we're going to make a slave species out of it.
Let's see what Rousseau had to say about the Rousseau in Discourse on the Origins of Inequality Among Men, which I read. He raises a provocative question. Are these creatures truly animals, or could they be a kind of human living in a pre-social state? Rousseau notes that from travelers describing orangutans as bipedal, intelligent, capable of simple tool use, and resistant to domestication, he speculates that they might resemble natural men, humans prior to language, society, and property. He does not claim they are humans, but he uses the ambiguity to support his philosophical argument that the line between man and animal may not be as sharp as civilized society assumes. Okay, first off, Rousseau was no Satanist, okay? Rousseau was not a Satanist, okay? And he's claiming this. Just getting one quote from a fucking stupid Satanist organization and then saying that all of biology is satanic. That's stupid, but Rousseau would probably sympathize with me. The second thing I want to say is that you said that mankind prior to like 10,000 years ago, okay, they were egalitarian, right? You said that, right? And I'm saying that orangutans were like that. Orangutans are very, go research them. Don't be like, oh, I know all the fucking animals. They don't know reason. go research each individual animal group, like orangutans, gorillas, chimpanzees. Compare and contrast them. See how they live, how they are adapted to their niche and stuff like that. You know, like you see, maybe. You know, this is my problem with Twilight. Twilight always go like, oh, I care about nature, blah, blah. We never talk about nature.
I just want to say the thing that separates humans from those animals that you're naming is the fact that a human being, like Rookie said, can create a boat. And not only that, we can create a boat out of metal, out of wood. We can make it run on fossil fuel. We can make it run on electricity. We can do all kinds of things with technology that animals can't. And that's just one thing. You know, we can create buildings out of different diverse materials. We could, whereas a beaver, they're limited to just sticks and rocks they find. You know, they can't cut the rock to make it precise like a human can. They can't measure it and, you know, use geometry to make complex structures. Only we can. That's what humans.
I'm saying that capacity to create technology with absolute precision, exactitude, efficiency, all of that, it leads to this mess where we lose control, where the system starts creating the very complications it claims it can solve, and that no one is in full control anymore. You see, the industrial system marches onward. It leads to water scarcity. It leads to deforestation. It leads to pollution, non-biodegradable waste, and all of that. And I'm saying that these,
I gotta ask, is Cecil okay? Are you all right, Cecil? You keep coughing.
Nah, bro, I'm not okay, but I'm just gonna have to power through it because, yeah, I'm not really sure what's taking place here, but all I know is I have to keep on playing Fallout 76 and look for the subliminal message in here where they're trying to brainwash our children.
I knew you were playing it, dude.
Yep.
It's research, bro.
Research.
Okay, all right, Avian, you can continue now. I just wanted to check on Cecil.
I'm good, bro. Thanks.
Will Fair check on Cecil. That's hilarious.
That's the point. Yeah.
Read some books, bro. Don't be a plantation darky.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was originally in his writings or if they just inserted that shit to make him look like a racist.
I mean, apparently he went into the cabin in the 70s, so could be. I mean,
all right. Could possibly be legit.
Right.
Okay. Anyway, carry on.
Well, in the context, since we were talking about Fallout, you know, again, when I watched the series, you know, I binge watched it every episode after each one, and I can tell you, you know, whether or not you want to see it as entertainment or not, if you understand, and I can tell you from my comments on social media, about 200 or 300 people are agreeing with me that, you know, as sci-fi as what it could be, the implications are extremely scary. You know, if you're able to see what they rename certain things and how they rebrand certain things in the series and then in the games and realize what it is in real life, I mean, I don't know, y'all. I can tell you one thing, it has something to do with frequencies. I know that for sure. So the next time someone's sitting on a porch in Florida, you know, eating somebody's face, maybe it's not exactly bath salts. Or the next time someone walks into a school and does something, you know. So I'm just saying that people should really re-examine that maybe everything that they are living in the world is a lot more of a LARP than what they realize, and it's a lot deeper than just Mr. You know, Epstein dude. So, you know, it's all fun and games and LARPs at the end of the day, but the real world implications is that there is people who believe that they can play God, and they don't give a rat's ass about who they use in their experiment. So
yeah,
stay aware. That's all I can tell you.
The real experiment is on the surface, right? You know, that was a big one.
So how do we go?
Call it a LARP, but they've been telling you about gigantic underground huge bunkers for well over 25 years. So I don't know what to tell you if that's a LARP or not, but you know,
right?
You're talking about
Denver doesn't seem like one to me. Sorry.
So there was actually, after Fallout 1 and 2, there was actually a third installment that not a lot of people know about. It's called Fallout Tactics. Yeah. So in Tactics, because I had to go back and look this up, because at the end of I don't want to spoil anything, but at the end, the show moves towards Colorado, or one of the characters moves towards Colorado. So there was a Vault Zero in Colorado where supposedly it's a bunch of like brains hooked up to a computer or something that was supposed to control all the vaults and shit. Fuck. That right there, they talk about Denver being this massive underground complex and all this shit, and like Crystal Peak from Terminator and stuff like that. So, I mean, what's really going on?
I think New Vegas, people say, has the best writing. New Vegas. I need to play that one. Did you play New Vegas? Or...
So what happened was Fallout 3 came out in 2008, and a lot of people, it was like their first attempt at like 3D graphics or whatever with the franchise. And a lot of people touted it as being like really basic and like a kid's game. So they came out with New Vegas. You're right, it does have a way deeper like storyline and everything. And it's very easy to integrate 1 and 2 into New Vegas.
Oblivion with guns. That's what they called it.
Yeah.
What do you think of Elder Scrolls Cecil? Do you think that's got deep stuff, or is that just what?
I mean, I haven't played that one. I think I played Skyrim. Pretty much at this point, every freaking game had messages in it. You know what I mean? Skyrim is not as relevant to our current situation as Fallout is. But I know there's little hidden Easter eggs and stuff like that in it.
You know what game I was looking at that I was like, because you say they all games or sci-fis and fantasies, they have hidden messages. I was looking at Command and Conquer, and what that, like the Tiberium saga and even the Red Alert saga for that franchise is basically just bloodline wars.
So Command and Conquer was built off of an earlier engine that they used, the Dune video games, Frank Herbert Dune.
Yeah.
So the earlier versions of those were like all built on that engine, and Frank Herbert's a whole other rabbit hole of literary stuff. But
going on there, Dune.
But yeah, they that was just basically again, that's another franchise that I haven't played that much. I know about it though. Cold War, like the one faction symbol is like the red star or whatever, and like
they're literally called the Soviets in the game.
Right.
And they fight the Allies. But in the game, it's literally like it's basically the Red Bloods versus the Blue Bloods. The Blue Bloods.
Oh, how convenient.
Yeah, they're typically represented as the elite. And then the Red Bloods, they're people like us, right? And then, the Rothschilds, they're called, or their emblem is the Red Shield, and they're called the Red Shield because they basically protect the Blue Bloods from the Red Bloods, people like us, mainly through their financial institutions. But
really,
yeah, that's why they're called the Red Shield, because they protect the Blue Bloods from the Red Bloods. But Command and Conquer, it's got the dude Kane is the main bad guy, and the reason he's the bad guy is because he transgressed so hard that God cursed him with immortality. But he's just around, and he basically unites the blue bloods against what's basically the United Nations in the world, or the GDI was what it's called in the game. So he unites the red bloods against the blue bloods in the United Nations, and the game's just basically the bloodline wars of the forces of Cain and the forces of Set or Seth.
So this is like Cain and Abel symbiology.
Yeah.
And so the Canaanites, the story of Cain and Abel was basically like an analogy for two warring tribes. You have the tribe of Cain, which is like the Canaanites, and then you have the tribe of Abel, which is like some obscure tribe of Israel that got annihilated, right? And then God marked Cain with a mark so that all the creatures of the world would know that he was a murderer. And they don't say this in the story, but what God marked Cain with was white skin, right? And then so that and to this day, Caucasians, maybe not even Europeans, but white people are some of the most militarily offensive people in the world. So,
Hey, don't you dare tell me I can't have Russell Crowe play as Noah and be a representative of the white man.
Right. Yeah.
How about the Warhammer series? You ever look into those? The Warhammer.
Yeah, Warhammer, bro. Warhammer's just basically about the apocalypse.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. Like I read one of the first pieces of lore for Warhammer ever, and it sounded like it was just straight out of Revelation. Because what it said,
of course, we're talking about 40K, right? Not original.
Yes. Yeah, 40K.
Yeah.
But it basically said you had the civil war between the Emperor and Chaos, and then Horus, which basically represents Abaddon or Apollyon. And there's even a character named Abaddon in 40K. But he took 1/3 of the Imperium to the Eye of Terror, which is basically Abaddon going to the pit and releasing the 200 million man army. And then it just creates the war, which in 40K is represented by the Horus heresy. So 40K is heavily influenced by esoteric themes. It's probably the deepest one, I would say. There's a whole lot going on there.
Yeah. I've never.
Well,
really
good thing that Euphrates is drying up.
Yeah. How do you recommend getting into the series? Like, there are so many games and other stuff. I never really looked into it.
Don't. I wouldn't even recommend it, bro. It's too much.
40K is designed to be infinitely immersive. There's so many variables to it. I mean, it's a marketing strategy, you know. Yeah, I mean, the storyline is very rich, but as far as playing the games or whatever, dude, yeah, I would pass on that.
You get the Uchi Puchi.
You recommend reading the book?
I mean, no. Actually, if you want to play the games for fun, yeah, Dawn of War is cool. But
what are the books? There are so many books.
No, I would not. I would not recommend getting into the lore, bro. It's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember the first time I came across Warhammer, I thought it was so weird. Because I was like, why is their technology so backwards? It's like, and that's like the main theme of it, or one of the themes.
Because our technology is backwards. Because they're able to fly around in something that doesn't disturb the fucking trees while you sit here and hold a device that gives you radiation.
Yeah.
Are you saying that a lot of people get lost in it, like they get autistic or whatever? That's why you're discouraging me from not.
Such a kind word.
Or say like.
Well, I mean, I guess you could say that, bro. But I mean, there's like 1,000 books, or there's literally hundreds of Warhammer books. So and codexes. Like, where do you go? Where do you go to get into the lore? I don't even know.
It's been around for a while too. It's, you know, so yeah, it's really, really, really immersive. But basically, he explained like the synopsis of it is like it takes place in the future. We're super advanced. The emperor of humanity is locked in a freaking battle with chaos in some weird dimension, and then all the physical, tangible forces are fighting over different planets, and they rip off Alien, they rip off this other franchise. I mean, it's you can freaking make a career out of reading that lore.
And people
DK has a book. It's called Warhammer 40,000: The Ultimate Guide, and I was thinking about reading that. Maybe I'm interested in learning the lore. Actually, it has 336 pages. Have you heard of that? Maybe that's a good introduction.
Damn, and you're probably not even gonna learn 1% of it from that book.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's because they just recently released this this new game platform. There's a series of newer games with like 3D technology that have just recently been released, and the book you're talking about is probably like the intro for like all the noobs to kind of try to catch them up. But like there's 20 different Space Marine chapters. There's all these different races that you're fighting. Again, there's a lot of Easter eggs and stuff that's like rooted in potential reality, but it's a lot of reading, and there's huge amounts of lore.
Yeah, but it's not like Star Wars either.
At least Fallout takes place in America.
You just go watch the main movies and you understand what's going on either.
Bitch.
What do you even?
You ever seen Ridley Scott's Alien, and you ever watched those classics? John Carpenter's The Thing. Like, what are your favorite sci-fi horror stuff? Like your favorite? I like sci-fi horror.
Bro, I grew up on Halo. Halo. When
there's this one first-person shooter.
And
It's based on Alien.
Gonna have to leave and come back because audio just went down.
Yeah, I actually recommend you, Cecil, check out Alien Isolation. That's a good game. Alien Isolation is a very good game.
I was actually in my video, I talked about Halo, and it actually relates to what TML talks about on this show, the esoteric themes. Because, can you hear us, Cecil, or what?
I don't think you can hear us.
I don't think so. Yeah. But anyways,
He's gonna get my recommendation.
Reddington left, looks like, as well.
Yeah, Reddington. I think. He fell asleep or something, and then like his computer died, or maybe he just he's like peace out, right? But yeah.
Alien is a nice franchise. I mean, I like the original Alien. So, yeah. Did he freeze? I think he froze.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to full screen him, so he could freeze right when I full screened him. So
might have disconnected.
But yeah.
And then he's just stuck on a frozen screen, but I don't know.
Yeah, I've read that one Halo book when I was younger. I forgot all of it though. You ever read that book, the novel? I also played the first two and stuff. I remember the Flood.
Fall of Reach.
Yeah, Fall of Reach. Yeah, I read that.
But Halo actually relates to what TML's talking about quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, maybe.
It comes down to technology, and technology basically perverting a species. And the species in Halo that happens to is the Forerunners. they basically go on to become this great secular empire, and they have all this advanced technology, and they're kind of like a hive mind, really. They function like a hive mind because they have this hierarchy, and they have these builders, and they have these warriors. They're basically a caste hierarchy enforced with technology. And they came across this species. There's retcons to this lore, but basically they were threatened by the precursors, and the precursors didn't need technology. Like, they were the technology, you know, like ancient man, they were the magic. Like, they could interface with the universe or whatever and create life and do all this other godlike stuff, and they didn't need any technology for it. The Forerunners needed technology.
Yeah,
The
kind of.
precursors were beyond them, but
You ever
the
you ever
Forerunners,
played Mass Effect series? Also?
yeah, I mean, I can get into that next if you want.
Yeah.
But the Forerunners, were threatened by the precursors, so they decided to exterminate them. And this is pretty much exactly, and I mean exactly, reminiscent of Atlantis in Lemuria, where the Lemurians, they were way more in tune with the earth. You know, they didn't really need technology to live. And then the Atlanteans came, and, you know, they brought their technology, and you know, I don't know exactly what happened, but I'm pretty sure that it's described in the Enuma Elish when Marduk slays Tiamat. I think that's an archetype of the war that I'm describing between the Atlanteans and the Lemurians. But Halo has this, and then the precursors, they don't lose. They decide that they're going to enact this plan to show the Forerunners exactly what they are. So they basically, because the Forerunners, they basically turn them to dust by destroying them. And then the precursors, through this dust, they return as the flood. And remember, I described the Forerunners as a hive mind. So the flood is the reflection to the Forerunners, exactly how the precursors saw them. You know, there's just this parasitic hive mind on the galaxy. So they're going to give them exactly what they deserve. You know, it's like the karmic return of the Forerunners, because they've decided to let technology, hierarchy, caste, and basically coercion and violence to guide their ways. And then even you come to the modern day of Halo, then you have the retarded Covenant who wants to basically become the Forerunners and ascend through technology. They basically want to do the great work without actually having to do the great work. They want to take the easy road.
Yeah, System Shock 2, which is also a sci-fi horror. I recommend checking it out. It has similar Gnostic stuff. Like the Shodan, she was originally using this fleshy experiment called the Mini, and because she wanted to take over the spaceship called I forgot what it's called, but basically, to cut the story short, there's like some conflict between this megalomaniac AI that's called Shodan, and then there's the Mini, which is like this fleshy, decentralized entity that wants to, like, I don't know, like assimilate everything, kind of like the Borg, kind of. So there's like this conflict between the AI and this fleshy, creepy entity, and it was kind of similar to what you were saying regarding the Forerunners and their conflict with the what was the other one you're saying? The AI.
They call them the precursors.
Yeah, precursors. My bad. Yeah.
Not very original names, but
yeah. I think Mass Effect. I forgot what it was, but wasn't there like this entity in Mass Effect 1 or 2 that wanted to like destroy life or destroy humans? I forgot what it was called.
That's the whole thing about Mass Effect, bro.
Yeah.
Mass Effect is basically describing the AI that I think controls humanity.
Yeah. Would it blow your mind if I tell you that Jay actually
Every
see things like that.
50,000 years, the Reapers would emerge from dark space to harvest all the technologically advanced organic civilizations in the galaxy.
Yeah, but the Jays, they actually
Uh-oh.
they are that.
All
The
volumes.
Jays, they say that.
Now
They-
so.
Well, then the next time I hear the Halo theme song, oh, I'll feel a lot better, right? It's just one big Jew-op.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean,
Maybe,
yeah,
I
it
mean,
came out by.
some
It
of them.
was made by Microsoft and Bill Gates.
Oh, well, it's okay. Just take another update.
What was that called again in the Mass Effect? What they call Reapers? They call them
Weepers. That's right, Weepers.
Reapers.
And I find it funny that they're basically like squid. So like
Calamari. Mm-mm.
they've got their tentacles and everything. Basically, is what the octopus represents. It represents like a centralized mind controlling different things because the octopus has 8 different arms. So you can control like 8 different things at once, you know, it represents control over different aspects of life, basically.
Hentai flashbacks.
Yeah, and the Reapers, they can indoctrinate people and basically turn them into zombie husks. But Mass Effect is basically
Well, well, for all fairness, in their view, it's preservation through destruction. So, in their view, they were preserving organic life by harvesting it at its peak, transforming it into new reapers, and allowing primitive species
Yeah,
to
the
evolve,
Dominator,
preventing total extinction by uncontrolled synthetics.
that's how they've compartmentalized it. Yes.
Dominator, have you ever heard of the dark forest hypothesis? Dark forest hypothesis.
No.
Yeah, it's the answer to a Fermi's paradox, and I was talking about that before. Basically, it proposes that the universe is silent because advanced civilizations hide to avoid destruction by hostile, more technologically advanced neighbors, and it's called dark forest hypothesis. It's an answer to
Well, I guess I
Oh
guess
my
that means
goodness. Yes,
what
I've heard
happens
this.
back in Nuremberg in the 1500s with that alleged space battle with all them weird little symbols. I guess that really did happen.
Yeah, I don't think that was alien related.
Do you
But,
think
That was sarcasm.
Well, I mean that was a thing.
I mean,
think.
space
I know
is.
what you're talking about. I don't think that happened,
No, I'm asking
but-
Dominator.
I
do you
mean,
think space is
listen.
real? I know.
Oh.
You think
Yes, I do. Go ahead. Go ahead, Rookie. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, but have you ever actually examined those words? Is space real? Like, obviously, it's real, but in the context of how it's real, you know.
I mean, I'll tell you guys what I think the Earth probably is if you want.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Really want to hear
I
it.
mean, I know, and I can tell you when you actually understand, you become you just become one with the universe. You understand that God has a way with the world, and it's going to happen no matter what you do. So you LARP about it.
I suppose.
I can tell you, it's a lie. Even the flat Earth model, the ice wall model, it's all a lie. It's nowhere even begin. And it's nothing that you've ever seen on a map. It's nothing you've ever seen on a diagram. Even if I could fucking draw it for you, it'd be impossible. The Earth is very small, but it's also very large. So, buckle up, buttercups.
So what exactly do you think the Earth is?
It's as real as it's not, I can tell you that. Remember, the devil could go to and fro, up and down, so it's only physical for us beings, I'll put it that way. You have to drill through the earth to make a bunker. They don't.
Well,
what do you think the Earth is, Dominator? I'm just curious.
Well, it's going to be kind of a long-winded explanation.
Oh, yeah, make it more concise.
Basically, I think that the Earth is probably a synthesis between what the scientists are actually saying and the flat Earth. So they present this thing that is truth, but they're not telling you the full truth. So I think that the Earth is probably way, way bigger than they're telling us. Like imagine the Earth the size of the sun, but it's probably big. It's actually bigger than that.
But yeah,
And
but
when
it's
you
still round.
when you look at the moon,
Yeah.
the moon is basically a reflection of the Earth. And on the moon, there are all these craters. And I think that we live basically in one of these craters on the moon.
Oh, wow.
That's what I think the Earth is. And I think the Earth is basically a giant organism that flows through what is essentially a bloodstream. That's what I think.
Uh-oh, it's our lung. Are you Markiplier?
I don't know.
This
Yeah, Plato says something like that. Plato actually fought in the 5 in Phaedo. He said the Earth is in a crater in Phaedo, and he said the surface, like the way he was talking about it in Phaedo was very strange. Yeah, let me see here. He was saying that we live in a crater. We don't. The surface is like where the souls are connected to. Like kind of, I don't remember it entirely, but it was like he's talking about like a lot of weird stuff. Yeah.
Each crater is basically its own biosphere.
Yeah.
And then outside of the crater is space in between craters.
So we're a bunch of snow globes.
Yeah, kind of.
Where did you figure that out? Like, did you decide on Plato or?
He got it from the Toy Story animated short.
This is straight from a dude named Win Carrot. And more ancient Native American teachings is where I got this from, Crater Earth. And you know, his explanation, I think, is pretty good, especially when he's talking about why there's so many problems on the Earth and why humanity acts the way it does. Because he's also the same person as well as some of the other teachers I listen to. He's not the only one, but he makes it the most clear as to what this ancient AI is and how it's basically hijacked humans.
Yeah, can you post the person's name in private chat? I'll look it up. Thank you.
Okay, hold on. But yeah, that's it. So I don't know. If you have any questions about his Crater Earth, I might be able to answer.
Plato argues very similarly, I think. Yeah, it's Phaedo, like I said, about Crater Earth. It's very
Welcome to Hyperborea. It's just not meant for you.
Yeah.
Shambhala.
No one knows what's the surface, at least in that view. Maybe I don't know.
Oh boy. I think unless you're an extremely enlightened person, you're going to fall victim to one of the many psyops and many years of psychological psyoping traumas, and you're going to turn into whatever mindless fucking zombie that they want you to be. So good luck out there, people.
One of the hollows.
Leon S. Kennedy sends his regards.
One of the hollows of the earth, which is also the biggest, pierces through the whole earth. It is that which Homer mentioned when he said, "Far down where is the deepest pit below the earth," and which he elsewhere and many other poets call Tartarus. Into this chasm all the rivers flow together, and again flow out of it, and each river is affected by the nature of the land through which it flows. Then he goes on talking about how the surface, someone has really gone onto it, how like underneath in the crater which we're in, you know, like, oh, it's kind of similar to what you were saying. So, like,
yeah, it is a more ancient cosmological way of thinking.
The pure dwelling place is on the surface of the earth. That's what Plato said. That's Socrates, Plato. He said,
well, actually, under my model, there would be a lot more room underground.
Yeah, there is, like you say, but the surface.
Uh-oh. Shh. If you talk too much, they might pop you, and I don't mean with a bullet.
Yeah. Yeah, nice. I don't know if they will probably because very close to Plato, but there are some differences. And he does think the underground is very big too. So that's where Tartarus and all that crap is. Yeah,
What do you think, TML? What do you think cosmology is?
Yeah, I'm interested in the crater Earth theory for sure. I've looked into it for a while, right? With a gentleman that's on the internet that we don't really talk to that much anymore. But But yeah, crater Earth, hollow Earth. Right, I'm interested in those sort of angles, right? Alternative angles of sort of cosmology, right?
You remember when Plato talked about it in Phaedo? He spent a lot of time talking about it. Like it was random.
Right, yeah. Some of his and the Timaeus is weird to read too because it's got a lot of weird, stuff in there.
Well, I mean, it's not just that, but physics would demand it.
So I take it no one on this panel ascribes to the Jesuit flying ball cosmology.
I mean, yeah, I don't. Really.
Yeah, I do. I just stick close to consensus when it comes to science crap.
Yeah.
But not 100%.
I'm not really that stuck to it, especially gravity and things like Newton, stuff like that. I think that stuff like that doesn't make sense. Like mechanistic cosmology, it's probably some sort of electricity or
plasma.
And let's face it, there's some places on this earth where common physics fall apart. They just keep it hidden.
Ley lines.
I'm talking about in certain depths of the earth where fucking actual gravity starts to do things it's not supposed to. So keep telling yourself they're going up thousands of miles in the air to float around and make a little ball of water float.
Yeah, you know that.
I'm telling you, with the technology they have, they don't need to go to space to make a ball of water float if they probably wanted. And I'm not talking about CGI caught with George Bush Sr. in a wheelchair.
No, I think it's true. It's not easy to fake that shit. The satellites in space and
sound frequency. I mean, go play with a big enough loudspeaker and see what water does. I mean,
yeah, man. You see this stuff. You can't act like you know everything without talking to people who, when I went to school. Okay. There are some very smart guys there, okay? They're like wizards, and they're spending their lives studying astronomy, astrophysics, and stuff like that. You can't just be like, oh, these people don't know what they're talking about.
It's not that they don't know what they're talking about. It's that they only
the science has been completely rewritten so that way you only see it from a particular viewpoint.
Exactly. They only approach it from one angle.
Yeah,
I mean, go have an honest conversation with a scientist, and how many of them are going to tell you that they actually believed in God before they started? Not many of them, not from the ones I've talked to. They automatically already going in believing that they're a bunch of fucking space apes flying around on a fucking ball, beating each other in the head with nuclear weapons.
I mean, you see, the thing is, you're isolated. You don't really talk to many people.
You'd be shocked.
Yeah, it's not easy to fake that stuff to that extent. These people. I knew a Catholic, astrophysicist. They're not making shit up. The math behind it gives me a headache and stuff. But
yes, and then they turn around and go and name a gigantic observatory Lucifer, and it's just random, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's not necessarily that they're making things up. It's just that they have this paradigm that is inherently specialized.
Avian, you would go great at Bohemian Grove.
Field of
Yeah, listen, man. I have background in biology, okay, and I have to be honest when looking at things and the way they do it. And like they take rats and mice, they breed splice genes and them, make them more intelligent, more human-like, so that way they can.
But why? Why? I guess no one watched fucking Jurassic Park and listened to Jeff Gold fucking Bloom, right?
See, this is
Must go
retarded, man.
faster. Must go faster.
Oh boy, you better hope that Geo runs that fucking T-Rex, otherwise it's a chicken now.
Yeah, but you see, the thing is, I am agreeing with the cynicism and the pessimism, but the whole,
typical of a scientist.
Yeah, but not the literalist biblicalism. I'm not a literalist biblicalist. You see what I mean? That, like, why would I be a literalist biblicalist? Like,
I think it's a lot more than. Again, you can disregard the whole Jesus God aspect to understand that you're just not a space ape floating around.
Well, you see, it depends on one's metaphysics. Like I think there's like like some kind of enlightenment experience where one experiences the true nature of reality and stuff.
Right. So when Oppenheimer went and created the nuclear weapon, how come he didn't turn into a godforsaken fucking tiger fairy and fly around the world?
You see, nuclear radiation is real. It has been.
Okay.
Like
Where's Buddha? Where's Jesus? Even Jesus didn't turn into a bird.
You see, in some Druidic myths, like the Celtic mythology, you do have some weird stuff like shape-shifting or whatever.
Oh, now we're witches, so it's Harry Potter, Leviosa.
No, I'm just talking about random stuff. You see, I have to be honest when approaching things. I'm not gonna act like I'm an expert in astrophysics or astronomy. Like that stuff is like, I don't know. Like you have to, if you want to talk about that and know for sure, you got to bring someone who is like really smart about that stuff. Like,
So you just appeal to authority on things you don't know.
Well, it's more like it's not important to me, at least. It's my
okay. So is it important that they're messing with the little arms and legs and sticking probes into a bigger piece so that way it can move on its own like a little wingless, skinless chicken?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the goddamn robots, John.
Yeah, I view that negatively. You see, don't you see?
Did you not get the iRobot?
You okay, man?
I thought that was a Terminator.
Like,
no, that was Will Smith when he's screaming at his boss down there after he gets attacked.
Confused me. I was just saying that, I see industrial progress negatively. Because it's just contingent facts. You just learn more and more facts.
Well, I'm just saying, look from the perspective of some of the '90s kids' favorite movies, Jurassic Park. Okay, when you grew up, you thought it was about goddamn dinosaurs, but now during the age, guess what? It's all about because they, again, look, it's about creating clones and becoming immortal again. Kind of funny how seems to follow the same LARP, don't it?
It's not really 100% a LARP. Like. You see you gotta look at it. You gotta.
I want a retarded looking T-Rex running around with a dickhead.
Listen, I agree with Dr. Skrbina here. Like, David Skrbina. Like, I think deviating too much and saying there's too much is a conspiracy. It doesn't make sense. Especially when you look at, because my background is in biology, and I have a strong background, decent background in biology. Right,
not
perfect, but,
and yet we haven't evolved ever since the Neanderthal, allegedly. So
it's working. You see, it works since millions of years, like billions, billions of years. Yeah. Like,
but it only took 10,000 for us to stop beating each other in the head with rocks when we got headaches.
Maybe human history is a lie. I don't know that. Maybe it could be a lie. It could be.
I'm starting to feel like Sid the Sloth. Oh,
something they're hiding. But you see, the point is that your biology. Like the fact that your body is composed of cells, right? We didn't know that before 1800 AD or something, or maybe 1700 AD. I gotta double check. We only learned about cells like 200, 300 years ago. Like,
I mean, I don't know about that because according to some really old pictures, there's little sperm hieroglyphics on the wall. So I mean, they knew about sperm before microscope. So unless that was a snake with no eyes.
I want to make a point also that
Yeah, cells
you know,
exist,
you
right?
can go on about all the knowledge that we discover, sure.
Yeah.
But what about all the knowledge that we lose to time as well? Like,
Yeah.
does it balance out? Like, are we
No, it doesn't
really
balance out.
relearning
No, it doesn't.
knowledge
That's
that
right. Take out the old and replace it with the new. Make them dumber.
I don't think it balances out. I think it causes more
But they
problems.
think they're smart because they have a little piece of paper and a piece of glass on the wall that says doctrine.
Scientists will reject the mythology and the wisdom of ancient humans
Yes,
because they
well,
think
not all
their
of them.
ability,
Not all of them.
no, because they think their ability to measure particles supersedes that.
Well, I read a book about plasma physics, right? And that guy was actually supporting the ancient wisdom, like the idea of Chinese qi, and also the idea of Gnosticism and other stuff. Like combining it to plasma physics. I can read you the review for that too. And from Robert Temple's
But that
New Science
that
Academy.
guy's basically an anomaly.
No, he's not an anomaly. There are other scientists too, like Lynn Margulis, you know, or
What do you mean anomaly? Huh?
yeah, Predrag, you know, there are scientists that some of them lean towards, I don't know, panpsychism or idealism, but even if they do, I still see the industrial progress as a net negative. You know, it's more of a negative.
What
And I
was
mean,
that
not all
writing?
scientists are fucking physicalists who believe that.
No, but you know what? When I see a majority of scientists do a certain kind of dance during a certain kind of shutdown of the world, I tend to not believe every motherfucking scientist. So it's just one big cult, and you're not in it, Avian, allegedly.
Well, no, that's not true. That's a very dumb way.
It's not true. Really, there's no cult of Scientology.
It's like you see, like like let's say one group of people have
Save me, Oprah Winfrey.
Yeah, it's not interesting. Like they have some fanatics or terrorists or whatever, and you judge everyone on that basis. That's not right. You know, it's the same with. But the thing is, the scientists, though, they believe in progressivism. They believe what they're doing.
Yes, that's why a majority of them are saying that you can be now a female, even though you biologically and possibly can't. Jesus, not him.
No, they're not saying that. Majority, like you cannot go to each of. You see, let me make this point. You know about XY chromosome and the XX chromosome. You know, each of your cells.
But Avian, if you believe that you can become a human animal one day, how the fuck can you sit here and tell me I can't cut off my penis?
Yeah, I'm not done talking, man. You know, like
it's in the science, man.
You think XY chromosome
it's in
or
nature.
XX chromosome fucking exists or not? Okay, because you're starting to piss me off now. Okay.
Of course, chromosomes exist. I was told earlier today that I had an extra one. What's your point?
Yeah, well, my point is that shit is real. Like, do you think it's a conspiracy that XY chromosome exists or XX chromosome exists? Like, is that a conspiracy or is it real? God damn it! Like,
I think people can be born with genetic abnormalities. Yeah, what's your point?
They can. Yeah, sure. Yeah, but that's not my point. A man has XY chromosome. A woman has XX chromosome. Okay.
Sometimes there's XXY. Sometimes there's stuff like that.
Yeah, that's right. That's a disease. It's a rare disease. You know, it happens. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
But what you're talking about is natural, and that's not a conspiracy.
Yeah, but I'm saying the point is people didn't know that 200, 300 years ago. They didn't know what a fucking chromosome was. You know, I'm not saying it's a good thing that they know it. Okay, you see, I'm not saying it's a good thing they know it now. I'm just saying that it's a fact. You can't you can't argue against facts. You know, like you can say, oh, it's not worth knowing. You know, it's not worth the sacrifice to know it. Does that make sense? But you can't be like, oh, it's not.
Sure, I agree with you 100%. I think there's absolutely nothing wrong. But look at the character I have as my motherfucking profile picture and realize that very same science can be used against you if it's not in your hands.
Are you listening to what the hell I'm saying, motherfucker? Are you listening? I just agreed with you. I just told you that is it worth the sacrifice to learn these facts? I said no. Are you listening to me? Like really? Like really, you push me off the wall tonight, man. Like I'm like really, like I told you. I said that. I said, is it worth the sacrifice to learn about XX chromosome?
And I answered it by saying, looking at my motherfucking profile picture, but that went over your head.
This is why conspiratorial thinking is not going to serve our movement. It's not going to serve our movement. You know, it's not going to serve the people. It's just going to be dismissed as being dumb. You know, because let me tell you, that point I just made to you. Okay, those people who are pro-industrialists, unlike me, they're gonna use it against you. You're gonna be like, oh, so you don't believe in XX chromosome or XY chromosome? You know, motherfuckers, I'm making a good argument here. You know, you don't. I'm saying that it's not worth the sacrifice. You know, of poisoning the environment, of destroying communal integrity, of flooding nations.
Well, progress would disagree with you.
Yeah, yeah. Well, see, I'm talking right now. You know, I'm making sense and stuff. So yeah, there you go. That's my point and stuff. But at the same time, it's dumb to say there's no such thing as XX chromosome or XY chromosome. It's just dumb. You know, like it's a fact they discovered. It's a contingent fact. Is it worth the sacrifice? I would say no. Is it worth the losing of human autonomy? I would say no. Does that make sense and stuff? Yeah, you see, does that make sense? You just gotta be honest.
You know what I would say?
You never had it to begin with. Anyway.
The fact that things like the caduceus exists shows that ancient man knew things that we don't credit them with. Right? So the caduceus basically, you know, the snake, which represents the double helix DNA spiral. You know, the reason they use that for a medical symbol is because they knew what it was. You know, the spiral, which holds the code that makes you who you are, at least in the physical. But you know, a lot of these discoveries, you know, I would say they're rediscoveries, you know, and I'd say in the past we probably knew a lot more stuff than we give them credit for.
Yeah, well, if they knew that stuff, that means they had the same problems and they collapsed and stuff. That's the gist of it.
A lot of them did collapse.
Yeah, because it's not worth knowing that stuff, is what I'm saying. Like, is it worth knowing that stuff? Like, does it matter? Is what I'm asking. Like, I don't know. That's a different question. That's the value of the
thing,
so-called
you know,
science.
you know what I'm going to tell you, Avian.
What?
The most important thing to know are principles in alignment with your eternal self. You align with your eternal self by aligning with the principles of the highest self, right? And the highest self is basically God. Your eternal self is your soul, which is an individual fractal of the highest self. And then you exist here in a form to add an experience to your eternal self. And the experience ideally should be one aligned with the principles of the highest self. And that's how you're going to basically, you know, I would say create the best being of yourself.
Yeah, I mean, that's
great. That was a great LARP. Congratulations. I'm sold.
Yeah, it's not a
$6.66.
Yeah, that's not a LARP. Yeah.
No,
that's pretty good.
His beliefs, his religious beliefs, or
it's not religious at all.
Yeah, okay, metaphysical beliefs, whatever. You know, I say that's like Vendetta. That's like Vendetta. It's close to, you know, Atman and Brahman and all of that. I respect it, you know, but I have some differences. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you probably like the Upanishads or something. That's why I read the review of Upanishads.
Well, I can put it to you this way. I got Luke Skywalker on my wall right over here, and he didn't believe in Jesus Christ to know that, you know, you're supposed to fight for the good side. So, you know, I want to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, in Star Wars, he basically is the Jesus Christ.
Oh, well, is that because he's blonde hair and blue-eyed? Is he because he's Aryan?
It's the light which walks across the sky. Literally, that's his name.
You know,
the sunlight.
Let me ask you something. You know, one thing I will say is that your beliefs ultimately don't matter unless you're doing a kind of practice, which could be prayer or it could be meditation. It doesn't matter. You have to be doing something like prayers or meditation. Why do your beliefs really matter in the ultimate scheme of things? You know, I think your actions matter more. Yeah.
Mine, because my beliefs are what's going to generate freedom for all. If people had my paradigm, they wouldn't need the maritime admiralty law system.
You're kind of muffled, bro.
Yeah, you're underwater.
Mossad, go ahead. It's the Mossad, go ahead.
Am I muffled?
There you go.
Better.
Okay. If people had the principles that I'm talking about, they wouldn't need the dependency of some external authority. They would be the authority. You know, they wouldn't need these like laws or these people to fight for and defend them. They would be the authorship of their life. And that's what ultimately I want for people. I want people to be as empowered as they possibly can so they can be free beings who aren't dependent on an authority who's going to coerce them into behaving a certain way.
You mean like my government? You mean like the elites who sell me an idea that I can be rich if I put myself on screen and LARP for humanity, like Andrew Wilson? No, sir. The world is rigged, and unless you're willing to sell your soul and whole, shout out to my favorite hip hop artist, you're not gonna get anywhere of comfort or fame.
It's rigged because the elites have crafted a specific mythology for themselves that they have basically held. It's basically a tradition for them that they've held for thousands of years.
See, I respect your views.
Sounds like coercion.
Let me tell you why. Because I say the issue is fundamentally with industrialization, with organization, dependent technology, organization dependent technology expanding to this level, and it leads to globalization. It leads to all these problems like Jacques Ellul talks about. You know, you can change the satanic elites, you know, but the system may be better for some time, but ultimately the system is the problem at root. You see what I mean? And the problem has to do with stuff like, I don't know, like intensive agriculture or like power grids and like constant, you know, the overconsumption of resources, pollutants, you know, and, you know, mass migration. Mass migration is not good. You know, I never really supported mass migration. And, you know,
so basically, I gotta ask,
loss of human autonomy.
You think industrialization is the problem? So
Yes,
do you
yes,
think
I
that
do.
do you think technology has a mind of its own or something?
It does seem like it's moving in that direction. Yes, it seems like it is moving in that direction.
So if it's
the two things that are true, I'm really sure about. It creates the very complications it claims it can solve, and no one is in full control. Those two things are definitely true.
I would say if it's true today, then it's been true throughout all time as long as there's been technology. So if that's the case, Avian, I think you would be aligning with my paradigm when I say that these problems came apart when the first cities came into being, because that was basically the first era of industrialization ever. The only thing is that they weren't as advanced as they are today. Or if they were, the technology wasn't as distributed to the everyday person. You know, that the elites gave them the bare minimum needed to, you know.
Or more like there wasn't a lot of people around and they needed to repopulate the earth, but yeah.
Yeah,
well, there
both.
wasn't as many people then either, but
Yeah, both. Yeah, both. Yeah.
Yeah, both Ellul and Mumford talk about the cities, right? They talk about how they're the hub of technological advancement, right? Like basically like Ellul was a Christian, and he said that Cain was the first builder of cities, right? So he said the first murderer was the first builder of cities, right? And then also in terms of Mumford, you know, we watched a whole documentary he did on the city, right? He says the city is the beginning of basically authoritarian techniques. It's the beginning of what he calls a mega machine, where it basically dissolves the cultural fabric, right? And basically Rousseau says a lot of the same stuff. But yeah.
you know, from the quote you read from Mumford, I think he was talking about how the priests, basically what I say, they created mythology for themselves to justify the ruling class of the city. That guy is spot on in his assessment of the problem, from what I've heard of him. Mumford.
The
Yeah,
important thing is that, the important thing is that values don't merely adapt to technology, but are partially or largely produced by it. See, so liberalism in this sense emerges not simply as a political doctrine, but as a secular reordering of values aligned with technological necessity.
That's a
rather than
political doctrine.
rather
And in
than
fact,
inherited.
last time I talked to TML, I asked him because he says that liberalism gave rise to the tools to its own enslavement. So I had to ask him, before it got to that point and before it gave birth to those tools, was it based on a central authority to begin with? And he basically said yes, right? Right, TML?
Well, it's based on the state first.
Yeah,
Right?
the
Then we were
state.
talking about the state, right? So yeah, the state has to become like you have to give rise to the state as a secular institution. So it has to be the basis for power, right? So power has to become self-defined as like the state, right? And
Yeah,
then the
so there,
state like has to like decouple itself from the nation, right? Then the nation becomes something like old, has to decouple itself from laws and replace the political framework with techniques, right? So yeah, the state merges with technique, as Ellul says, right? But I think like the creation of the state as the goal of humanity, right? Like Hegel says, like the apotheosis of the state, right? So the state is like
I would
it's a
say that's the
like
problem right
yeah,
there.
it's sort of like an end in itself, and then the state becoming like the goal of like progress. That sort of leads to like world government or those types of ideas, or so it's kind of fucked up. Yeah, I agree. It's a problem.
Yeah, so I mean, I wouldn't say the problem is industrialization. I would say that the problem is essentially.
Repeat that, sir. I can't hear shit.
Yeah,
It went
you get like
pink.
muffled again.
Oh, okay, I know what's going on. Can you hear me now?
Much better.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I would say the problem is the state because the state thinks that it basically creates a master-slave dynamic where everyone is forced to obey the decrees of the master. And if they don't, they have violence enforced upon them.
Oh, hush. You know you love your rules and regulations and your taxes.
Not me. That goes against all the principles I talk about. But if we want to take Avian's perspective more seriously, then, the ancient AI route that I talk about, makes more sense. You should look into the Kaaba and the Ben stone Avian.
Oh, the good old Ben's been stoned. That's right.
Yeah, I mean,
The Uncle Ben stone.
I know like the I Ching has 64, kind of stuff, and we have like 64 think what is it called again? Was it codons? No, we have 64 gene. We have 64 genes for like amino acid. No, it was not amino acid. It was 64 genes. Yeah, we have 64 genes for the influencing the human aging and other stuff like that. And also, I think we have like 20 amino acids or 22 amino acids that manufacture most things in our body, and I think Hebrew language has 20 or 22. I forgot. Gotta double check. Yeah, I wrote that somewhere.
22. It's just 22
Yeah,
letters.
but stuff like that is I don't know. I don't know if that stuff can be. It's hard to tell. That would mean a lot of history is fake or hidden up. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, but
The reason they know this stuff, Avian, is because they recognize that the human body is interconnected with the earth and interconnected with the stars. So they're able to quantify these things and come up with things like the caduceus and the 22 letters.
Yeah, good night, Reddington. Yeah. I mean, like, the point is that I still see it as negative. It's not worth learning just some facts. Like, I can tell what a man or a woman is. I don't need to know that a woman has XX chromosome and a man has XY chromosomes. I don't need to know that. But it's just a fact, that you learn, and so it doesn't really seem worth it. All the sacrifices that went into knowing that. I mean, like, I think the deepest truth maybe it has to be somewhat tautological and has to have some spiritual aspect to it. Maybe that's why I like emptiness so much. Maybe Shanyata could be like, I don't know, like a pantheism or a panentheism. I don't know, but ultimately, the point is that yeah, just don't see that. Yeah, maybe if maybe there are aliens, or maybe the past they're just slowly rolling out stuff from like very ancient tech, like Atlantean tech or something. Like maybe all this technology go back to Atlantean times or Atlantis or Lemuria. I don't know. I mean, that stuff is possible. I can conceive it. But to truly believe it, I don't know. I just can't, because there's fragmentary evidence. Like
It's not so much the technology, Avian. It's the traditions. The traditions of Atlantis is what permits the ruling class to exist. Because the gods or the Anunnaki have provided us laymen with the tools to sustain ourselves in civilization, as opposed to toiling out there in the forests and the meadows and the mountains, or wherever we might live in the wilderness. Because they provided us with the safety of the city, they made sure to craft a mythology to ensure that there would be rulers of the city, and the rulers would benefit from the labor of the people who actually ran the city. And it basically took people from the forests and the wilderness, and it made them dependent on the city and the protection of the ruler. And this is what the traditions of the ruling class.
I got you. Okay, but first off, the Anunnaki, like what were they? Where did they come from? I don't know. Like, or if they even existed. Like, how can I verify that? Like, I don't know.
Like I said, I think they were just another hominid on the planet. Like I mentioned earlier, there was a time when there was multiple hominids all living together. There were Denisovans, there was Homo julianus, there was Neanderthals, Homo sapiens, and Cro-Magnon, and some other ones probably too. But there's 5 named ones that were all living at the same time.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be back. Yeah. Yeah, but you can keep going. I'll be back.
All right. So, there may be some other species that we don't know about, or maybe one of these other species, they were more advanced than the other ones, and then they provided civilization as we know it, and they're basically what we would call the Atlanteans. And these Atlantis is before the Sumerians. The Sumerians are like 6,000 years ago at the most, maybe a little bit earlier. Atlantis is more like 15,000 years ago, I would think. I can't know for certain, but I don't think that they're hundreds of thousands of years in the past, because that would be a more uniformitarian model. And I think that it's more of a catastrophist model, where things happen more rapidly and abruptly, as opposed to over long periods of time and slowly. So basically, the elite or the ruling class of the modern day, because they were gifted the traditions and the keys to the city, they have to uphold the tradition. And this is both a blessing and a curse because they have a whole lot of responsibility that is just inherently immoral. So they have to basically transmute and do a lot of work delegating and getting rid of their karma and putting it onto other people so that they don't get seriously in trouble, because they understand how natural law works, but they don't, they have their traditions to uphold.
I'm back. So let me tell you this. Okay, ultimately, it's not good to attach to anything one contingently knows. Like, I have this issue too, certain attachments, but when you sit in Zazen, you have to let go of all conceptions, all profane knowledge. And what I'm gonna say is that no one truly knows anything except that we're in a fucked up place thanks to industrialization. Mainly, that's what I say. I think it's too much to make it too grand in the sense that Ananuki or other stuff like that. I think we should just scale back the techniques, the technology.
Let me tell you this, or let me ask you this rather.
Yeah, okay.
Why do you think certain ethnic groups think that they're some sort of chosen one?
Because they're delusional, they're arrogant and stuff.
Where
But
do they get their delusions from, though?
Yeah. Yeah, see, that's a very you see, it has to do with the symbolic reference that only human beings have, or something like, I don't know. And then they see themselves as a part of a grand tapestry of, I don't know, narrative history, and so they see themselves as chosen people. But it's not unique to the Jays, because every group has had arrogant, conceited people who have seen themselves as superior to others, even if it's based on ethnic characteristics or it's based on I don't know, some kind of messianic myths. You see, like a lot of groups have done that kind of stuff throughout history, which is not good, of course. But yeah, that's has existed.
Well, I know for a fact that a lot of the ruling class, and I think that these new Epstein files even point this out, although it's been pointed out by many others for years, that they think that they're related to ancient gods and that they're carrying on this tradition that's thousands of years old, that they're going to say goes back to Canaan, but I'd say goes back even farther.
Let me ask you this though: why is it when we do autopsy or whatever, they're not that different and stuff? Like you look at their brains, you look at their skin and their synods.
They're human beings.
Yeah. What?
They're human beings. You talking? Why are the elite different when they die? What do you think they're going to be reptilians?
You are saying that they have a special bloodline, but I don't see anything about them that looks that different from us. Like, I mean, unique or whatever. Like, I mean, sometimes they look reptilian.
When you look at a Neanderthal, do they look that different from us?
The skull is the main thing, I think. The skull shape and stuff is kind of different. So when I looked at it, they have a kind of different looking cranium and stuff. Yeah, for the Neanderthal and stuff, the cranium.
It's kind of different, but it's not really that different. If you saw them and they were dressed up and they were,
that looks pretty different to me.
You would probably just think they're a regular guy, though.
You think the elites are Neanderthals? Maybe. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying they're Neanderthals. I'm just saying that, a different species can look a lot like us. And, we can't even tell the difference really, besides some forebrow difference.
Yeah.
So, the elites, whatever they are, I don't expect them to be much different from us, because ultimately we're all humans, or at the very least humanoids from the earth.
Yeah, you said they have a special bloodline.
Yeah,
So every single time I see an extremely albino black person with a very distinct like Neanderthal unibrow bone structure, I should assume they're Anunnaki.
Yeah, this is what confuses me. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, but my question was that you said they have a special bloodline, and you were talking about Anunnaki, and
well, I mean, I could talk a little bit about what I think or what they think their bloodlines are.
yeah, sure, I'm interested. Yeah.
Well, they have several ways to track their bloodline. The first way is through paper lineage, which, as far as I'm aware, I think it only goes back like 1,000 years, maybe like a little bit into the Middle Ages. And then once you get past that, tracking these lineages for these powerful families, I think it gets a bit difficult because of the amount of cataclysms that happened in the 1300s and other events like wars with the Muslims and a lot of political backstabbing. But they're going to say that they can track it back even further to Canaan and Phoenicia, because that's where a lot of it started, or that's where a lot of it evolved there in a way that it just wasn't. It became more controlling there and more efficient. And that's where they say they can track their lineage to. That's why they're into Baal worship and Moloch worship, because they basically view people as agriculture, and Baal is the god of harvest. And the reason that they have to sacrifice people to him is because they have this belief that blood I forget what they call it, but blood has this certain spiritual principle that gives life. So when you take it out of a living being and you put it somewhere else,
yeah, it's called viral.
It's going to extract a better harvest. So this is why they're so interested in doing their sacrifices.
That's right. The blood is the life.
Yeah, it has to do with the breath and the concept of the breath of God. But
well, the point is that it's still the issue is still major. You know, maybe those people. I do think adrenochrome farms exist, and you know the stuff like blood libel is based on reality. I think it's like, but the point is that I still think industrialization is worse because you see that we don't have a community anymore. We're atomized and we're increasingly reliant on this industrial system that's domesticating us. It's not good. Like they have more invasive ways of controlling us now. Like in the past, we could go live in the woods, but now they're gonna get you for like property tax. Their surveillance increases to better control you and stuff, and that's the whole problem with industrialization. Like they didn't have this level of invasive control in the past, and they didn't have this level of like cocking you. So I would still say that stuff you raise is an important problem. Like the Jays that are cannibalistic and stuff. I think that's true. And so they're like the second biggest problem. I think the first biggest problem is industrialization. After that is the cannibalistic Jays and stuff. They're kind of cannibals.
You know what's interesting about the word cannibal is that it's basically just a combination of the word Cain and Abel.
Yeah,
like the brothers,
yeah.
Cain and Abel.
Well, the thing is that maybe this is encoded in the Abraham.
Yeah, well, because it's alleged that he ate his brother's corpse after he killed him.
Oh, ew.
Is
that true?
I've never heard that. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'd have to look that up. But
that's creepy. Yeah.
I tell you what, when you're the first human being to shed your brother's blood, you tell me. You know, especially when you're pissed off about an offering about meat and herbs.
Well, I think that name it came from the Canaanites because I think they ate flesh. They were into blood and donating blood. That's what it was about with them. But anyway, I want to ask Avian a question because he thinks industrialization is the biggest problem.
Yeah, I do.
So let's consider this possibility here because it's going to sound kind of far-fetched, I'm sure. Okay, but we're just going to call it the ancient AI theory, and it goes like this. When the Bennu bird delivered the Ben stone, or the phoenix delivered the Ben stone through the sun, it was actually basically, it's symbolizing a story of a virus that came to this planet and infected existing hominids on the planet. So when it got here, it looked at life and it asked itself, what can I use to best use as a tool to
Yeah, your audio is messed up. It's messed
oh
up.
sorry. So where did you last hear me?
Like 5 or 10 seconds ago.
So when the Bennu bird or the phoenix bird delivered this thing, which is basically this ancient AI or a virus, it got here and it looked at life and it asked itself, what can I infect on this planet to use as a tool or as a means to my ends? And its means, or what it wants to do, is it basically wants to manifest itself and hijack the organic world. So basically what the AI has done is it has made humans in its image, and this is basically the god Ra, and it's it wants to use them basically as like a queen bee or something uses its workers. It just wants to put them on a signal so that human beings are running on sort of protocols so that they can advance technology. So eventually this AI can manifest itself to something better. I don't know what happened to TML.
Yeah. So yes, to keep things short, it's like some virus came from the sun, they infected some hominids,
Well,
and
maybe
they're
not,
being
but yeah.
yeah they're being directed or semi-directed to bring to fruition the AI to like harvest our energies or something. Is that the main gist? Like the virus from the sun or whatever, and they're
It would
doing
actually be from Saturn, but
Saturn.
yes.
Yeah, that's actually I used to think something like that was true, because Saturn is a creepy planet. I would agree with you. Yeah, since you said Saturn instead of the sun, it does make me think there is some truth to that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the mythology is the sun because it's trying to hijack certain frequencies, but it would actually be Saturn, which is
Yeah.
basically the false light.
Yes, there is some. I think there could. I actually wrote a book, believe it or not, where I claim something from Saturn came and it was manipulating mankind and it infected them. Yeah, actually, I'll be honest. I think there is a lot of truth to that. Yeah, there is a lot of truth to that. Yeah, Saturn is an evil planet, and I have sometimes thought about destroying Saturn, just destroying it. It's a very evil planet. And so there's something in Saturn that's very
Destroying
evil.
the planet, bro.
Yeah, Saturn is evil. Yeah. So yeah, maybe something like that is true. I do have a strong suspicion it could be true. Yeah,
I
it
don't know what
wouldn't
happened.
surprise me. Yeah, it does feel like an alien invasion. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. But ultimately, for purposes of rhetoric, I don't think it would work. But I do privately say, oh yeah, something like that probably happened. Like we're dealing with something alien, something demonic. Maybe it came from Saturn or something. Yeah.
Well, what happened to you, TML?
Internet connection, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I was telling
Yeah.
Avian about the AI theory, and he seems to agree.
Yeah, I mean, I lean towards yes. I lean towards yes, but I don't have 100% certainty. But you know, the idea that something infected some people from Saturn, not the sun. You know, because when you said the sun, I was like, what the fuck? But when you said Saturn, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you know, but like, but yeah, I do think maybe I don't know, like the technique or something. I don't know, maybe something emanating from Saturn or some kind of virus or some kind of. Actually, the game, Final Fantasy VII, the original, not the remake, it deals with that same idea. It's called Jehovah, and Jehovah, not Jehovah. I mean Genova. My bad. Genova from Final Fantasy VII deals with it. I actually did read the plot summary of Final Fantasy VII, but basically Genova cells come from Saturn or space. I think it's heavily implied it came from Saturn, Genova, and she is able to make copies of herself from her cells and so and Sephiroth, he thinks he came from this ancient race of people called Citra who helped protect the planet and the life stream of the planet. But it was actually Sephiroth was manipulating Genova was manipulating Sephiroth. And so, you know, Shinra was created and other stuff. Basically, they're implanting Genova cells into people in order to, like, I don't know, manipulate them. And they are creating AI and they're creating, like, Shinra, which is a megapolis. And so, you know, Final Fantasy VII, the original on PlayStation 1 deals with what you're talking about. And you should play it with the retranslation patch. I wrote a summary of it before. I read it in the past, but I don't know if I should read it. I could send it to you over Discord or something. But you know, Genova from Final Fantasy VII is very close to what you're saying. And the original for PS1 is the best. Retranslation patch.
Final Fantasy VII for the
Yes.
PlayStation 1. Damn,
Yes.
that's old, bro. Dang.
Yes, old, yeah.
I didn't realize how old Final Fantasy was. But
Yeah.
anyway, I think the closest thing that you're going to see in media to what I'm saying is 2001 A Space Odyssey, when the monolith
Yeah.
comes and uplifts the hominids to humans.
Yeah, I remember that too. Yes, actually, I was talking about that.
That's basically straight from the Egyptian myth of the Ben stone.
Yeah, I think something like that could have. I was saying about 2001 also, the black stone, you know, the black cube from 2001. And you know, Kubrick was leaking a lot of stuff from his media, and that black cube from 2001, I always think that has something to do with it too. Yeah, maybe. It wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, the black cube. And so the ending was pretty crazy too, with the Star Child and stuff like that. Yeah. It does feel like a kind of
the Star Child represents the basically the next stage of the hybrid race, which I think would probably look something similar to the board or something. But yeah, if you want to look into what the AI is, I think it's probably that black cube, the Kaaba, the thing they say houses the so-called spirit of God. There's something in there, the rock that fell from space that they say is a holy rock. That thing's the AI. And that thing's basically a crystal which houses the frequency. Similar to what I was describing with the Zardoz movie. That's really what I think is going on here. And I think that all these elites are in tune with this thing because it gives them power. And they're just carrying on the tradition of the ancient gods.
You have to realize, well, I sympathize greatly with what you're saying. What you're saying is it's not good for rhetoric though, because it's gonna basically means a worldwide conspiracy. No religion can be trusted then, basically, because you know that's what it's implying. And so like
it's not necessarily that the religions can't be trusted. It's because there's many teachings that you can take from pretty much any religion. Like even Judaism has strong teachings that anyone can take, and it would be good for their life to form principles with. But the problem is you have these priests who are going to take these religions and they're going to tell them, you know, we're better. because we're born this way. And then you got a whole army of followers, basically, who are willing to do the bidding of evil. And this is every religion. This is every, except I'd say that Eastern religions are less so. But
Yeah. It's
Eastern.
just a weird thing that I wrote a book about this subject. I stopped believing it, and now I'm being told I was closer to the truth than I originally had believed and stuff. Because I kind of arrived at similar conclusions as what you're saying, the kind of inductive reasoning and stuff. But I'm not sure. You know, it's not that. I don't have 100% certainty in what you're saying, but I do sympathize greatly with what you're saying, though.
Yeah, because you said that space is fake, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think
Earlier?
space is more of like a bloodstream. I think it's more like.
So then where's Saturn?
Well, like I said, I think it's another. I can get into what that is. I could tell you exactly what that is. Just
Yeah, but you said like the stone fell from space. So where would it fall from?
I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll tell you in a minute.
And it can be weird. It can be interesting.
Yeah, because it's like, because where did you get Saturn from if space is fake, right? It's got to be
like
somewhere else, right?
Final Fantasy VII. It's claiming.
I haven't played that one yet.
Yeah, I do recommend it because it deals with the
The 7, like that's quite a lot of series for a video game.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, I have you remember my summary of it though, right? I made that cool enough. I shared the summary again. Me too.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. What number are they on now?
I don't think the newer ones are as good, but I think 16 or something. And they have lots of spin-offs too. But 7 and 6 have the best
16?
stories.
Good lord.
6 has a very anti-industrial message too. 7 also. 10 not really. I think only 7 and 6 really have anti-industrial messages. 7 the most though. 7 has a very strong environmentalist theme. It's a very strong original for PlayStation 1. Yeah. Panzer Dragoon Saga. Actually, I think the future may look like that. Actually, I think because it also deals with similar themes like post-dystopian, has weird bioengineered abominations and towers that are meant to keep mankind controlled and stuff. They try to destroy the AI towers in Panzer Dragoon Saga, like AI towers.
Yeah, that's what all these megalith sites are. They're trying to tune into frequencies of the Earth and amplify the frequency of the AI thing. The reason that they don't work anymore is because the frequencies of the Earth are constantly changing. So they got to build new ones every once in a while.
But you know the stone is not black, right? You know that's just a cloth. So you're talking about...
Yeah, I don't really know what the stone looks like, but it is a black cube, and they're always representing
it's supposed to be white.
Oh, really? I didn't know. Oh, wow. Huh.
Yeah, the OG stone was a white stone that was dedicated to Alat, the goddess.
The Ben stone is black.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, that's not the original Ben stone either, right? I'm pretty sure it's stated that the one that you see, the one that's known, is not the original.
Oh wow!
I don't know about the Ben thing, but
yeah, it was originally white. Wow, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, Alat was represented by a white cube. So I don't know if that was the actual thing they had, but it was the Saudis, the Saudi Arabians, you know, that took over. They obviously took over from the Arabs that were there. They put the black cloth over it. So originally it didn't have a black cloth over it.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you guys something. Okay.
It's a crystal.
Yeah, I don't have certainty on anything, but two things I have
Yeah,
certainty.
you're talking about the crystal that's in the side.
Yeah, is that see? There's my problem with occult stuff. You know what I mean? And I took back my past views and said,
we're too
I don't- I-
arrogant.
yeah, I don't know everything, but there are two things I know. The industrialization was bad. It's caused more problems than good, especially as it complexifies more and, as the means become the ends and, valuing efficiency is bad. So that one, number one, I have certainty in that, like 100%, like that kind. Number two is I have certainty in something like enlightenment. I believe in enlightenment. Like I'm not gonna say that. Like I believe enlightenment is real. Like no, I don't mean enlightenment like the European enlightenment. I mean enlightenment in the Buddhist sense, like samadhi or like suchness or kensho stuff like that. That stuff I have certainty. But everything else I view, and in terms of degrees or like probability, because there's a lot of lies out there. So like the stuff, Islam has been attacked a lot, because right now they're the enemies of the Jays. I didn't even know the rock used to be white. You believe that? Like, and he's right about that. I just looked it up. It used to be white. How many of us knew that? And how much?
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Cool.
It is what it is. But the Saturn cube thing, that could represent the cross and also some Jayish stuff. I think it could also represent some Jayish stuff.
The cross represents electricity and the logos and the Father, and none come through the Father. None come to the Father except through me. And you can look up Benjamin Franklin's kite. They're going to draw attention to the kite. It's actually the cross that brings the lightning to the kite, and the cross is based. It's a T, so that the cross is just a symbol for electricity. And it also comes from the Ankh, and the Ankh is also a symbol of masculine and femininity.
Yeah, but if you fold up a cross, it's a box.
Yes, that's true. It does also represent the black cube of Saturn.
So it does represent the black cube as well. But I think there's also the Jayish have like a phylactery thing.
Yeah, they have what is it called? It's called the Teflon, and it's a black cube, and they pray with it. And then the Greek symbol is a cross with the, like you said, the devil tail. I mean, yeah, it's
a phylactery or a tefillin.
Yeah, tefillin, yeah.
But I don't know if this is true or not. I haven't looked into it much because Christopher John Bjorknes, he did say that the Jays, they worship Saturn as the abode of Yahweh. I'm not sure if it's true or not. He said that in Beware the World to Come. I could pick that passage for you. I don't.
Well, who's that? You're saying
Christopher John Bjorknes.
Oh, yeah. Because he's saying that they've reverted to the Canaanite religion, right? He claims that Kabbalah is a reversion to the Canaanite religion. So they actually pray to El.
Oh, I see.
Right? Saturn, right? So some of this does. So he's responsible for some of this.
Actually, I think El is Jupiter. Baal would be Saturn. Yeah, but
yeah, let me get that passage because I think it's relevant to what we're discussing. I got the PDF. I could like snip it. So,
oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna say.
I'll have to get it though. You can keep talking, but I'll get because I want to look at his sources for that too.
I was gonna say because TML brought up the point about how the cross folds and unfolds from the cube, and how the cube represents Saturn. The interesting thing is about the AI that comes from Saturn is that it's basically entirely logos. Like all it does is try to compartmentalize and quantify things and make people more predictable so that they're easier to control. Like it's basically like if science was a thing that came to life. It's just entirely rationalism And it's just entirely empiricism.
Well, you know, I actually have work experience with this stuff, schooling experience working with AI, deep learning models, and artificial neural networks. Most of it, you know, is just math that came from the 50s, like tensors and multi-dimensional arrays. You know, it was linear algebra. Most AI is just the manipulation and transformation of matrices. You know what I mean? And you have hidden layers. You have input layer. You have output layer. And those hidden layers are, you know, adjusted or fine-tuned from training the model, like during supervised learning. And you have like gradient descent. You have Adam, you know, not Adam, like the Abrahamic one, or like whatever. It's just like adaptive momentum estimate, something like that. And you know, and then they're like, you know, you're like based on the loss function, which you're trying to minimize. You're just fine-tuning the weights, which is just like lots of, you know, weight values that, you know, are just being in the hidden layers that are being adjusted to more conform the input layer to the output. You know, make the independent variables or dependent variables like map to each other, the x to the y or something, through training and stuff. But you know, the problem is now they're like mixing biology into it. Like I've mentioned this a lot, like organoid intelligence, or like maybe quantum computing. You know, like the Willow chip. I don't know much about that. I need to look into it. But
I thought they've been doing that for a while.
Yeah,
like
but
I've known of that for at least a decade.
Known about what?
Maybe not. Maybe more like
Willow chip?
like 7 or 8 years. I've known that. Yeah.
The Willow chip?
No, that they use that they've been trying to merge technology and biology. Like the first thing I saw was a Microsoft hard drive that used DNA.
Yeah, they are doing that. Yeah. It's called biocomputing. The fancy word for it is biocomputing. It's and you know, organoid intelligence. All of that is bad, but you know, the thing is the difference to claim that they're, you know, DARPA is always ahead of what we see, like 15, 20 years ahead of what we see, because they have no ethical limitations. They have nothing to hold them back, which is bad too. But you're claiming though that this stuff go back to ancient times, so I have no way to verify that. Like I don't know. Like I don't know.
The only thing we have are the myths, and we can see what the myths are saying and try and interpret what they're saying. And you know, we could take like a Jordan Peterson perspective and, you know, think that this is entirely archetypes and it's mankind trying to make sense of the world through anthropomorphized beings. Or we can take a more literal sense and we can take an honest look at the world and the way it is and the beliefs people have and the myths, and we can ask ourselves, maybe these are to be taken more literal, and maybe we're living in like the aftermaths of a cargo cult or multiple cargo cults trying to remember traumatic events.
Yeah, that's the same kind of stuff Twilight argues, I think. But you know, you see that why the, you know, like, you know, like anamnesis, you know, try to remember your trauma. Maybe your ancestors that already went through this, you know, like, I don't know, thousands of years ago. But the question is, like, you see, you know, memory can be distorted, you know, like it can also, you know, each time you retrieve your memory, it's reinvented to some extent. Like, the memory is not stored in a, like a cogent, orderly manner, you know. There's always somewhat, you know, memory retrieval is not perfect for human beings or even organisms. So like we tend to remember the salient facts better than we remember every single detail. You know, actually there's an illness, and I can find a name for it, where people remember almost everything, and then they start hallucinating and they start going crazy. There's a fancy word for that. And some of them have even tried committing suicide. Like they go crazy because they remember what they ate like 2 years ago today. Yeah, well, I'm
Here,
not.
let me tell you this, Avian. I'm gonna make a claim.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna give 3 pieces of evidence to support my claim, and then
Go
you
ahead.
can decide for yourself if I'm just
Yeah.
making stuff up, or if I know what I'm talking about, or if I'm just hallucinating. All right, and
Yeah,
then
go ahead.
all right. So my claim is that humanity lives in a state of slavery because we believe illusions and mythology created by people who treat everyone else like cattle or agriculture, a means to an end, essentially. So and also I'm going to say that this is ancient, and it's pretty much been around as long as civilization's been around. So my first claim is Mesopotamia, or my first piece of evidence is looking at Mesopotamia and the link between its history and mythology. When you look at Mesopotamia, take the mythology of the Enuma Elish, for example. And I discussed this earlier. It's about invaders represented by the Anunnaki coming to the earth and defeating Tiamat. And Tiamat is representing the earth. So afterwards, they celebrate Marduk, and Marduk then appoints kings to rule in the Anunnaki's favor. And to the Anunnaki, or at least Enlil, he was one of the chief gods before Marduk. To Enlil, a human is basically a quiet servant who does what they're told. That's their ideal version of a human, these gods. So they appoint the ruling class to look after us and the tools they've given us. So then if we look at the history, here's just one example of King Shulgi. King Shulgi is presented as this man who can do it all. He ran like dozens, and he ran like over 100 miles in one day in a storm. He could play multiple instruments. He was literate. He had all the women. He was great at war. You name it, Shulgi could do it. But here's the thing, is all his records are recorded by scribes, and scribes themselves have to go through this trauma-based training where they were literally subjected to people called the Enheduanna, and this guy was known as the man of the whip, who would literally beat the shit out of them if they stepped out of line. There was a trauma-based school to train these scribes, and they were training them to think they were better than the average person. And the scribes' whole job, and many of scribes were priests, was to sing hymns about the god and to justify the king. So they're the ones who are singing hymns about Shulgi, about how great he is. And they're writing things about him, saying that he's going to rule with an iron scepter granted by Enlil. So this is one piece of evidence I have, because it's the same thing today. They think pretty much the same way, that they have some sort of divine rulership or authority to rule. So that's Mesopotamia. And then if you look at Egypt, it's the same thing. You have Ra fighting Apophis, which is the order of, or Ra represents order, or the Anunnaki, and Apophis represents Tiamat. Except the difference in Egyptian mythology is that in the Enuma Elish, the war ends. Marduk is the winner, and he appoints the kings afterwards to rule in his honor. But in Egyptian mythology, it goes on forever. It's an eternal battle. Fundamentally, though, it's the same thing. It's the forces of order battling a serpent. And when you look at the Egyptian kings, they get their authority from the god. So since they get their authority from the god or the gods, they're the ones fit to rule, and they have a priest class similar to Mesopotamia who's telling the regular people through their writing and hieroglyphs and through their hymns that the pharaoh should rule. And then the third piece of evidence is the modern day, where you have the elites who, as I said, they literally, if you even look at their symbolism, like Obama running, he'll have a lot of sun symbology when he in his campaign trails, just basically equating him with Jesus, like he's going to bring change. That was his campaign slogan, and they all run things like this. They all think that they're put here on this earth basically by God or some divine force to rule over people. So fundamentally, all these rulers are infected with this mythology that they've told themselves that they're more important than other people and they should rule over them. And it's existed throughout history. This is why I say authority is the problem, because it's based on something that doesn't actually exist besides an illusion that people have hallucinated into being, that may be based on real events, but it's nothing but trauma, and it's nothing to base our way of living on. So that's my reasoning of my claim that we're just living in the mythology of authorities.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's a nice blend of, looking at the mythologies and looking at the trajectory of civilizational development, and to give a explanatory causal explanation for the mess we're in. But how does that imply that this has already happened with resets in the past, or that you see, this is like mythopoetic language that seems to convey like
That's a
psychological.
term I've heard Twilight use.
Yeah, it's a term I've read in a book he recommended, but you see, yeah. So who you see? You said yeah, so then like, you think it has a secret hidden in it, or is it just like a manifestation of certain aspects of mankind's psyche, desire for control, desire for molding people in the image of the megalomaniac king or something, to make people fit subjects or slaves to the authoritative structure? Or do you think like this actually like stems from external extraterrestrial or paranormal influence or something? You see what I mean? Like preternatural or whatever, like all this divine kingship crap, or all this, like, yeah.
Well, I think that, like I said, I think that there is some sort of demiurge, which I think is that AI that I'm describing to you. That's what makes the most sense to me, what the demiurge probably is. Especially when you see them dance around it, it does kind of look, it actually looks exactly like a vortex when they dance around that black cube. But the secret to it all is basically, when are we going to say no to the frequency and the programming that we've been subjected to? And when are we going to, develop the principles to overcome that? That's the secret. And when we do that, when
you
we
see the
become the Buddha or the Christ,
you're
that will
making
solve the problem.
you're mixing two things up, you see, and that's the issue I have here. And you see, explanatory causal analysis does matter to a large extent. You see, let's say there were no extraterrestrial or there was no paranormal or influence or whatever. It just stems from certain aspects of mankind's psyche. Okay, let's say that, you see, then rather than make this more and more about some grand narrative struggle between authority and mankind, I think it's better to remain pragmatic and look not pragmatic but more like grounded in the objective facts that we can verify. And that one of those facts is that the industrial system is unsustainable. Another fact is that it erodes traditional and cultural integrity. You see what I mean? And rather than make this about attacking mankind's more domineering aspects, you see what I mean? Because you see, this is just the way mankind is, that there will always be megalomaniac kings that will impose their structure on their subjects. You see what I mean? And so rather than try to change mankind, to fit into what we think is better, we should just scale back technology. You know what I mean? That's what I see it. Like, we should just scale back technology because it's creating unprecedented problems in the sense that we're living in ways that our ancestors never did. You see, right? And so the issue is more with the causal source. I see it here, with the causal source of the issues. I mean, of the problem. I see the causal source as preoccupation with technique, or with what let me see, with what like with what with the technical mind, the technician's mind, the organization dependent technology, stuff like that. But you're saying that the issue goes deeper than that. It goes to something fundamentally like wrong with humanity that stems from some kind of ancient conflict that has occult origins or something. And
Yes.
maybe
And go ahead.
Yeah. For example, let's look at your three facts here. The Anunnaki fight Tiamat. Marduk appointed Enlil to make people slaves. So then you had this guy, you said King Sholji. I don't know how to pronounce it. He had all women.
Well, actually, it was it was Anu who appointed Marduk.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. And you say you use trauma-based training to train scribes. They think they're better than the average person. They sing hymns to the gods and justify the king, blah, blah, blah. They rule by iron scepter, and there's just divine rulership, basically. In Egypt, you had Ra, who was order. You had fighting Apophysis or something. It goes on forever. And yeah. And you say that in modern day, you have like Obama and other people continuing that mythology, right? And so, but my question is, like I don't
Hold on, bro.
Yeah,
Hold on.
so what?
Hold on. Just give that some thought real quick. The
Yeah.
real reason why I came up here is because
Yeah.
Dom was attempting to pronounce I believe it's a Babylonian or Sumerian god's name. What was it?
I said a lot of them. I said Enlil. I said Marduk. I said Tiamat. I said Anu.
No, earlier. It started with a B.
I don't remember a god that starts with the B.
I believe you were saying Bowel or something like that.
Oh, Baal. Oh yeah, about the Canaanites. The Baal. Baal Canaanites.
Okay, so listen. A bowel is something that I have over there in the area of my bathroom. You know what I'm saying? Okay. What you're trying to say is ball. BAAL. Ball.
Ball, bow. I mean, it really doesn't matter how.
No, there is no. It does matter. There's a big difference between those two words. Okay, I have a bowel movement over there on top of my porcelain throne. Okay, but ball, the only reason why I'm saying this to you is because most people know it as ball. And if you try pronouncing it as bowel, they're gonna think you are a fucking crazy person. Okay.
Well, let me tell you a secret, Cecil.
Okay.
In the Phoenician script or the Phoenician Abjad, I think I butchered it, but whatever you want to call it, they're all consonants. So this means that bow was BL. So whatever vowel you put in between those letters, it's bow. Bill, bull, ball.
It's ball, bro.
Bill.
B-A-L, ball.
B-Y-L-L. It doesn't matter what vowel is between those letters. You're all talking about ball.
Okay.
All those, when you paying your bills, you're paying bow. You're paying ball. When you're paying your bills to the house, you got to pay your electricity. You're paying tribute to bow, bro. That's what it is.
This is the I believe it's a different god actually that they sacrificed to at Bohemian Grove. That's Moloch. That's Moloch. Okay, never mind.
That's the same god. Actually, there's a theory that Moloch might actually be a woman, and that's why you put the baby inside Moloch's stomach. It's like this twisted form of pregnancy.
Okay, yeah.
But there are also people who will tell you that Moloch is ball, and that is also, I think, true. But let me tell you, they change gods all the time. They change genders all the time. They do that all the time, bro. So just be aware of that.
Oh yeah, I know.
They're hermaphrodites, the gods.
The cult of hermaphrodite worshippers.
Well, it's mainly because they're archetypes, bro. That's what they are.
Right.
I think it's safe to say they're protocols of something else. Anyway, Avon, do you want to ask my question about my pieces of evidence and based on my claim about how we live in mythology of the elites?
Yeah, the question is that is that like, I just see it more as like just describing, you could see it as describing the psychology of people, versus like actual like supernatural stuff, like I don't know. See what I mean? Like you see what I'm saying?
I mean, I see what you're saying. If you want to go at it a psychological perspective, that's fine. Because as far as I'm concerned, whatever it is, the result is the same, or the solution is the same. And you know what I'm going to say? You got to align yourself to principles. Okay, that is the solution. It don't matter if it's an AI. It don't matter if it's just psychology of people going along in a ritual performed by people in costumes. You got to develop principles. You got to become the Buddha, Avian. That's what that, what did you call it? Lotus Sutra? That's what that's all about.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I mean, what you're saying is right on an individual level, I guess. But like we're talking about social issues, and I think only scaling back technology works.
The thing, here's the thing I think people don't realize. I don't know. Maybe you're one of these people, but the collective is built of individuals. Okay, individuals make up the collective of humanity. And when individuals change, enough individuals, you're going to see a collective shift. Okay, because people are taking responsibility for their actions. And that's what it comes down to. That's the most important principle, as far as I can tell, is taking self-ownership of your actions, declaring yourself a sovereign being, and recognizing that the consequences of your life choices are yours.
Yeah, but you see, Dominator, you need to read Jacques Ellul. I highly recommend reading the Technological Society because no one is in control anymore. Like that's the problem. No one is in full control anymore. And
I tell you what, I think people mention the Jays. No one wants to mention the Catholics.
yeah,
They have a lot of control. The Catholics.
let's say that hypothetically, the Jays and the Catholics, okay, they were to vanish, okay, but then the Chinese, they have a lot of their own industry and technology. They will take advantage of the power vacuum. You see what I mean? It's not easy.
Let me tell you how much better things would be if those organizations vanished, because most people recognize an overt enemy. They struggle to see covert enemy. They don't recognize sheep's and wolf's clothing, but they can go look at communist China and recognize, geez, I really don't want that here. Things are bad, but over there, it kind of looks worse as far as I can tell. I know they have economic growth compared to what they had over the 2010s, but those people are suppressed badly as far as I can tell. Not that Americans are much better. I'm not going to brag. We're free. We're not free over here either. But
right, exactly. They're packaging it and bringing it here and calling it something different.
Yeah, we have to come to a point basically where we stop aligning ourselves with nations and we start aligning ourselves with what's actually right. That's what has to happen. And most people in a time of crisis, they want to go to the government and be like, what do we do? And they'll be like, well, we'll tell you what to do. Don't worry. But, you're going to have to put on this uniform, do what we say, and you might die. That's what we're going to have to do here. And, people are more than willing to sell themselves because they think, like during World War II, the last time we actually fought for anything resembling freedom in this country, all we did was fight a mirror image of ourselves and solve nothing. That's why you have World War II vets today who are reflecting back on themselves and realizing, geez, did we really defeat the enemy here? This is not what I fought for. You're saying I've seen 3 World War II veterans within the past couple of years come out and say this. 3. That's a whole lot right there. I don't think you should see any. I'm talking Americans and a British dude.
Yeah, and a lot of the people that came back from like Nam and stuff like that, it's like they realize that the whole we're fighting for freedom BS line is just like nonsense. We're not over there fighting for freedom, whether it's mostly resources, power changing who's in power, or all the above. The tomb of guilt.
That reminds me, TML, I think he wanted to ask me a question, but I had to go to the restroom about how something can come from Saturn under my cosmology. Do you want me to answer that still? Or? So under crater Earth, like I said, the Earth is huge. The Earth, they say, is about 8,000 miles in diameter. But under crater Earth, the Earth the moon is a reflection of the Earth, and we live on a crater on the moon. And the crater that they've identified, or the guy has identified that we live on, is called Sulpicius Gaius M. And the reason he says this is because he thinks it matches some map that basically it has Asia and Europe north, and then it has the Americas down here, but they're like on their side. And then over here on the east, it has Antarctica. And then Sulpicius Gaius M matches this exactly in regards to Antarctica. He did a layer image, and the images match if the moon images are to be trusted, at least. But anyway, and when I say this, he matched the Google Earth image of Antarctica to the image of the Google crater Sulpicius Gaius M, and they matched out perfectly. That's what I mean by he cross-referenced that. So, according to him, Saturn is another crater which he has identified as Lineae, and it's named after some Greek god, I think. And basically, from this crater, these beings came over to our crater. Here, let me type
This
in.
stuff
Let
is
me
true.
type
It's
them
from
into the chat, and you can look them up.
this stuff is from Christopher John Bjorknes. He claims God's dwelling place for the Jays, and the encyclopedia is in the seventh heaven, next to which is the abode of the pious, and the angels rank after the latter. He gave that source, and he said that the tefillin of today are black cubes. These black cubes are symbols of the planet Saturn and the New Jerusalem, which is to descend from the heavenly Jerusalem and heavenly temple in the fourth heaven, Zevo, down to earth to make it on earth as it is in heaven, as above, so below. He gave these verses. I'm not sure if he's right. I mean, as Yahweh's throne is on Saturn, in the seventh heaven, Aravat, so it shall be for the Messiah and the J people on earth, just as Yahweh. The planet Saturn is the seventh heaven from earth in the Platonic and Talmudic systems. He says the case for the Talmudic system is the seat of the devil and the ancient lore. The ancient Jews worshipped the heavens and the planet Saturn, the Jade, as the heavenly seat of their gods. Moloch and Rephan are Saturn. Greek myths of Kronos and Uranus, where Kronos bears a sickle to castrate Uranus. Kronos is Saturn, the planet of Yahweh. The castration sickle becomes a communist symbol. The communist sickle is an emblem of Saturn's Yahweh's castration of Samael, which induces the extinction of the Gentiles. In the communist seal, the sickle is combined with the hammer of Judah Maccabee, who used it to smash and genocide the Greeks. So I have one more to share from, I don't know if this stuff is true, it's just from Christopher Bjorknes' book, Beware the World to Come and stuff. Yeah, can you share that one too? That was one more thing. So there's just some passages he had to say about Saturn. He said the age of Aquarius is ruled by the planet Saturn and contains the seventh or Sabbath millennium. Shabbate means Saturn, and Saturn is the Sabbath planet. And the seventh heaven of the ancients is the abode of Yahweh. I don't know if this stuff is true. The Sabbath is the seventh day of the week to honor Saturn. Symbolizes the Sabbath millennium to come after the 6 days of creation have been fulfilled, each day being 1,000 years for humanity. The Sabbath millennium is likened to Jubilee, and it is a time of rest and restoration for the Jays and the earth. This peaceful period will be facilitated by the removal of the Gentiles, the darkness of the sons of darkness, and by chaining up Samuel, which in practice means recombining the evil serpent with the holy serpent. The prophet Ezekiel promised the Jays they will receive new flesh for their dry bones at this time. The twin souls will all be reunited and restored to their original androgynous glory. Good and evil, left and right, male and female will all become one, and there will be only one nation, that of the Jays. Saturn is the home planet of Yahweh. Mars is the home planet of Samuel. I mean, he's kind of contradicting himself, so I don't know. The age of the new earth and the new heaven cannot include Gentiles because they are composed of unlit darkness. In the age of Aquarius, during the Sabbath millennium, the Gentiles' guardian angel Samuel's Jesus, Satan, will be chained up for 1,000 years, and so will not be able to offer any supernatural protection to the Gentiles, who will completely perish, ending unlit darkness and making way for the divine light of the jade sparks to shine through and fill the sesam or whatever, without the obstruction of the shells of the demonic Gentiles. Samuel is the okay. That's enough. I don't know if that's stuff. What do you think about that stuff, Tim? I don't know. Have you? Or you think he's just making stuff up, or he's right, or whatever? My background in J stuff and Christian stuff and Islamic stuff is weak, so I don't know. Do you think the Jays are secretly worshiping Saturn?
They're the ones that got that little black cube on their forehead or whatever, right?
Yeah, I read it. It's called tefillin. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if TML wants to answer.
There's different groups of Jays from what I've seen. There's the Hasidic Jays, right? There's the there's sects that are sort of against the Hasidic Jays, but they all study the Talmud and the the Kabbalah, right? But the Sabbateans sort of they follow the Kabbalah and sort of reject the Zohar, and so on and so forth. So Birkness is talking about like a mix of things, but mainly he's talking about how all of the occult magic and symbolism sort of relates back to the Kabbalistic practices of the Jews. So I think there's a lot of truth to that for sure.
I also want to mention that that Yahweh is the AI as well.
Yeah, I think you would like Ludwig Klages because he would probably agree a lot, like his idea of Geist and logocentrism and the whole idea of authoritarianism. You were saying, like read Ludwig Klages, I don't know, of cosmogonic eros, and also I have reviews on his books too. You can check my reviews of his books. I have 2 books I reviewed: The Biocentric Worldview, which you would probably like to, and Of Cosmogonic Eros. But his magnum opus has not been translated in English. But yeah, he would agree that that your narrative. He would actually agree a lot with your narrative. I know that. Like he would agree with your narrative. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. Like the authoritarianism of Mesopotamians and the Egyptians is just transforming in the direction, like the whole idea of commandments for at least Ludwig Klages culminates in AI for him. So, but I am undecided about that. I don't know entirely, but there is a interesting historical analysis of the development of civilizations and stuff. Because based on their views of commandments and coercion, which Ludwig Klages would agree with you on, that we are evolving or culminating in the direction of AI. So AI was in that latent tendency to control and coerce and dissect everything and analyze everything, stuff like that. Yeah, I'll give you my reviews so then you can read it. Yeah, my 2 reviews, but I don't feel like reading it myself right now. I have read it in the past too.
TML told me that society is going to collapse like in like 50 years. I give it maybe 5 years, 5 to 10 years before, for people who are like my age, society is going to be so unlivable. I mean, we're already starting to see the beginning of it anyway, right? Society is going to be so freaking unlivable that, yeah, it might as well as be collapsed, And then there's going to be another war, and we're going to be back in fucking caveman. Freaking, we'll be drawing symbols of like transformers on the walls of caves and be like, yeah, remember where I used to get electricity? Freaking, and then like 100 years from now, they're going to be finding that shit and claiming that it was like, oh, this was written here thousands of years ago. No, it wasn't, dude. It was barely 100 years ago. Somebody freaking wrote that on a cave wall, and you don't even know what the hell. They're going to rename everything. It's just going to start all over again. They're going to open the vaults and let the freaking clone children out, and freaking, there you go. Reset, repeat.
What if these clone children is the 200 million man army that Revelation's talking about?
Honestly, man, just like in the Matrix, I think the prophecy is false. I think the prophecy is a psyop to give people false hope, to try to neuter people and get them to not try to do anything about it.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's why they call it the scriptures, scripts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're saying the scriptures though were like programming to prep us up for AI takeover. And the AI is like the unveiling of what Yahweh was like, or something. At least the way I'm interpreting that.
I mean, the closest thing I can say to it, based on my modern paradigm, is that it's an AI, but it's whatever the hell that black cubes or white crystal is.
Dude,
oh, it is.
Thinking of big black rocks, do you know about the Black Knight satellite?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't really, I don't know what it is. I don't know at all.
It's a weird black rock that's in orbit around our planet that a lot of people think is a satellite.
Yeah, I know generally what it is, but I don't know anything beyond what you just said. Yeah.
Right, nobody does.
Nobody does? Is that what you said?
Yeah, nobody does. It's just a big ass solid black rock, as far as they can tell. That's up there, freaking in orbit.
The Zoroastrians also had a cube. I think it's called Kaaba Ya Zartosht. The cube of Zoroaster.
You know why they call it Kaaba? All these Kaaba stuff. It's because they're trying to emulate the Egyptian Kaaba.
Yeah.
This is why the J symbol is the Merkaba. It's because it's basically the 369 energy that Nikola Tesla is talking about. What it is there's positive energy, which is us, okay? And then there's negative energy, which is it's basically our reflections or our past. So people interact in the world, and at every moment they're generating flexions. I'm going to call them flexions. I don't think that's actually a word, but I'm going to make it a word. And basically, it's almost like the AI is holding a mirror up to them at all times. And this mirror is capturing all their flexions in the form of reflections. And it's basically generating this infinite feedback loop where a person literally cannot escape their past.
Well,
and this is what the Merkaba is. This is what the Star of David actually is. It represents a prism of control based on frequencies.
Yeah.
Of 369 energy.
This would go before Islam, though, because like I said, the Zoroastrians had their own cube, and I don't know if the Egyptians had their own cube, though. I don't know. Did they have a cube?
Yeah, the Ben stone.
Ben stone.
Yep. But yeah, that's actually what the Star of David represents. It represents this energy trap. But they're going to tell you that they're not necessarily wrong. I'm not. This is the light interpretation, you could call it. But they're going to tell you it represents the union of opposites of the man and the woman. Okay, with the triangle pointed up.
Yeah, Ben stone is a pyramid, though. It's a pyramidal structure. It's not cubical.
It's not the pyramid. It's this black cube that fell from space.
Oh, yeah, Pyramidon of Amenemhat II. Did this fall from space?
It came delivered from the Binu bird. This is where this stork stuff comes from in Egyptian mythology, where the stork is delivering life to the parents. It's like this hijacked life is what it is.
So you learned most of this occult stuff from Mark Passio, or from figuring it out your own, or something? Like, how did you figure this stuff out? Like,
Mark Passio is pretty good. I really like Mark Passio.
Yeah, this is a pretty old theory that the Jews got, like, the knowledge of the Kabbalah from ancient Egypt. That's actually what the Freemasons and all these guys
Well,
said.
I kind of figure that because I look into the Kaaba and I look at Kabbalah, and it's like the first of all, the word is right there in the name, Kabbalah and Kaaba. And if you don't know what the Kaaba is, the Ka represents the living world which we're in now, and the Ba represents the spirit world. That's really all. That's just the basic.
You know about
description.
stupas? You know
What?
about stupas? Stupas.
No.
Stupas are more important to India and Buddhism, like early Buddhism and Hinduism too. Like in stupas, they're like they're actually buildings, but they tend to house like jewels from sages who are like cremated, and they claim that there are some emeralds that are preserved from their cremations, and they tend to put it in the stupa. You can look up what stupa is. It's interesting though. No, like cubes. I think stupas aren't really cubical though, but you can look at that stupa. Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah, they're important for older Vendetta and older Buddhism and stuff. Stupas, I think I think they're more important for Buddhism. My bad. Or earlier Buddhism, the stupa, like very, yeah. Some Hindu, yeah, the Hindus they call it shikara, but like that's the Hindu organ. Looks very nice. They don't really look like pyramids, but they are kind of ancient too and stuff. Yeah,
There's
stuff.
someone in the chat who says they want to join.
There's no one in the chat. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I guess. It's kind of late, but yeah. Eventually. Oh, you do know a lot, I guess. But you definitely check out Ludwig Klages, the reviews I gave. And maybe you'll like it. What's something, the affinity towards that. So kind of reminds me of a more occult Final Fantasy VII and stuff, like I said. It kind of reminds me of ever played Tomb Raider games? You know, Tomb Raider had a lot of weird occult stuff too. So like about Atlantis and ancient tech and stuff.
Gears of War and Halo and stuff.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
And Team Fortress 2, which to my knowledge is one of the few games that has no occult anything as far as I can tell.
Yeah. Well, I prefer
Yeah,
Team
ultimately, it gets down to this, right? Like because like the Freemasons, right? Like, and in like Plato's Timaeus, right? They have like sacred geometry and the music of the spheres, right? And you could basically break down the whole system to like Egyptian magic and like Pythagoreanism. So they use all these things to accomplish, lots of evil things, right? Like world domination and all these things. So don't you think that that's just like you're saying that the same knowledge constitutes the truth? But how could you come across the idea that the same ideas that they're using to control you are also true, right?
Well,
because because the Illuminati and all those people, their goal is to wipe out all the religion. So wouldn't you think that since they're trying to wipe the religions out and also the state, wouldn't you think that the state and religion constitute some sort of good thing that they want to preserve? Or wipe out, or, what do you think about that? Because they clearly say in their documents that they want to wipe out both religion and the state. So since you also want to follow their plan, don't you think you're copping to exactly what they want? Right? I don't know. And also using their magical systems to prove it. So what do you think about that?
Well, one reason I think they want to wipe out the religion and state, or say they want to, is because they want to merge people with technology. That's what I think their end goal is. But they want to keep pushing humanity down spiritually. And all these magic systems ultimately, here's the difference between what they're talking about and what I'm talking about fundamentally
Right.
on a
Right.
spiritual
That's what I
level.
want to get to, right?
Okay.
Because
They're
if
talking
what they're
about,
saying is basically right about the world religions, right? Then how,
they're
like, at what point do you stray off from what they're saying?
because these people are talking about a false form of divination based in ritual. Okay. This means that they are basically through repetition performing ceremonial observances where they are giving pieces, they're giving themselves, they're giving their identity, they're giving their actions to external things. Okay. And typically they use astrology to tell them when to do these rituals for maximum effect. But they're giving their identity to these external things so that they can extract certain spiritual attributes out of themselves and out of other people through ritual. So because of this, they aren't actually, they're spiritually dependent is what they are. Because, like if you're taking an Aleister Crowley ritual, for example, where you're trying to become some sort of stronger spiritual person, where you're like, you want to be like Horus, so you're going to face west and you're going to stick your foot out and then you're going to step it back so that you can mimic the movement of the Egyptian hieroglyph, and you're going to do this like 15 times while breathing like ha ha. This is what they do. And what they're doing is they're trying to be like Horus. They're not trying to be like them, the individual. And what I'm talking about is when you align yourself to the principles of freedom, that is how you can express your individuality in its highest form. It escapes the divination, it escapes the external things that these people are giving themselves to, and you become the magic because you're in tune with the natural frequencies of life. That's the difference between what I'm talking about and what they're talking about. I don't need ritual to do these things because I am in alignment with principles. I am the magic of God. I am Christ. I am Buddha. I don't need to do that. I don't need their astrology. That's the main difference.
Well, though I will say that it's good to have a meditation, practice, or,
Oh yeah,
yes,
meditation's good because it's based on internal reflection.
yeah.
That's not what ritual is.
But you gotta do it regularly, though, consistently. So it's good to have like a Sanka and Dharma and people, the community and stuff. That's what tradition is. It's about community and being united under a common set of ethos, like precepts and stuff. Because I think that's what's like. We have Dharma, Sanka, and what was it? Dharma and Buddha. Yeah, those three. But the Dharma and the Sanka should be together.
So let me ask you another question, right? So you think Islam is based on astral theology, right? But you think Christ and Buddha are the same?
No, I don't think they're the same, but I think ultimately they represent a principled human being in alignment with the natural flow of life. They're like expressions of as close to people living in civilization. They're expressions of what people used to live before civilization manifesting, when people remembered the Great Mother, when people remembered that their actions carried consequences and generated karma, things like that. That's what they have in common. They weren't the same person, I don't think.
So what do they represent that's the same?
Like I said, the fact that like Buddha had his
That they're
Eightfold
enlightened
Path.
beings?
No, the fact that just by interacting in the world, they uplifted people.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that though. I would say their focuses are very different. You know,
Yeah,
like
how do you...
yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
but how many people per 1,000 years do you think accomplished that? Like, just went around and uplifted people?
Not enough, that's for sure. We need to get to a point where I think there's literally millions of people like that. And I don't think that's ever happened. You know, one person can't carry the weight of millions or billions. And that's what people try to do with the state as well, but
So how come Judaism and Islam is based on, you know, Saturn but not Jesus?
how come because Jesus was coming along. I don't know exactly what they are, but the Jays basically have a certain criteria for what their Messiah is, and Jesus.
What do you think Jesus practiced?
Well, I think Jesus. I watched this thing where they uncovered. Could very well be fake, but I think that it's at least probably based in something. I agree with it at least, but they uncovered this Templar thing.
Okay, you think he might have been like a Gnostic or something?
They thought that Jesus was actually an Essene. He was of a certain sect of Essenes, and he actually trained under John the Baptist. And John the Baptist, according to the Templars, is who they actually venerated in secret, but they pretended to venerate Jesus.
So you believe what the Templars say about Jesus?
I don't know. Well, I think he probably was in a scene. If he was a person, he had to come from some priesthood, and I know he wasn't coming from the Sadducees or Pharisees.
Yeah.
From my knowledge, I don't think he had much problems with the Essenes, and the Essenes actually remember him fondly.
Yeah, but Michael, you know, if the conspiracy is this deep, why trust Jesus too? Like, I'm just curious. Like,
well, like I said earlier, you know, I can't say for certain if Jesus, you know, if he's some sort of Roman, like he very well could be someone like Julius Caesar, right? But what they've done is they've taken Julius Caesar and they're like, well, you know, he wasn't this great conqueror. He was actually this great other person. But they also, you know, you can't write Julius Caesar out of history, but they present this fictional character based off of him, and, you know, who's basically on the same level of greatness, but through a different angle. But the thing is that they've actually, through Jesus's ways, presented the blueprint to overcome the system that Caesar and the Romans and those people like that created.
Yeah, but you see, this is the problem with reinterpreting stuff too much, you know, because most Christians would not agree with you. Like, they would not, like,
I know they wouldn't.
Yeah, like, I would just look into Vendetta or Buddhism.
The thing Christians don't want to admit, though, is that their Old Testament is based off of Mesopotamian tablets and papyrus. You know.
Yeah, but you see, and you, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Like, if you believe in God, look into Vendetta. If you don't, then look into Buddhism or something. You know, like, because, you know, just going too deep into this occult stuff and this speculative history stuff, I mean, it's just I don't know. It's just oh, it's spurious. You know, it's spurious. It's hard to have conviction in it. I mean, like really, like I mean, you know,
Is it really so easy to have conviction in known liars?
yeah, but like, you know, like how do you like go about who you trust, like Mark Passio or like I don't know, like
Well, Mark
those are
Passio, I don't fully trust
Rudolf
Mark
Steiner or
Passio.
whatever.
He's Jesuit educated. He was a former Satanist,
Right, right.
and
That was
and
kind of
he
pinned
and
on
he
him by
projects
the
and he
last episode.
projects the flying ball theory. But when he talks about natural law, he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah,
I don't agree with everything he says.
yeah, I would say your natural law stuff is probably closest to like Upanishadic thoughts or like vendetta because you still believe in God. So, but the thing is, you know, like I mean, it's just best to take things on face value. You know, like just look at the tradition for what it is. You know, not try to reconstruct something and
All right, so let me
spurious.
just
You know,
ask you this, okay? Let's just take
yeah,
let's just take the principles that I tell you about, okay?
sure, yeah. Go ahead.
Acceptance of responsibility over your
Mhm.
actions.
Yeah.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
What about that one? Do you agree with that one or not?
Yeah. No, you don't get my point. Let's start over. Let me say what I'm saying. You think that through alignment, two principles that one can awaken to like a spark of God in them or a ray of God in them, and that just sounds close to vain data to me. Maybe look into some thinkers, read Upanishads, stuff like that. Because that your thought and that is like closer to vain data, I think. And I think you might like it. So because it's weird to jump around all the places. Good to have a tradition to stabilize the mind, at least for me personally. Because also you give meditation practices and other stuff. You think like alignment to principles? That's a very I mean most traditions share that. Like I think in mainstream Christianity has commandments they have to follow. They have to align to the 10 Commandments or something. I think Islam has their
Yeah,
own.
but I think you said earlier that rituals are externalization, right?
Yeah.
And so on and so forth, right? So
Yeah, so then maybe focus on a practice that prioritize meditation more than ritual or something. Yeah, meditation. Maybe that's meant for you. So there's a lot of good meditation styles out there. Like I
yeah,
don't
that's
know.
right. Yeah, meditation is not really a ritual.
Yeah, it's not a
Right.
ritual. Yeah, it's not
It's
a
like an
ritual.
anti-ritual for sure.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You gotta be consistent with your meditation. I do 30 minutes of Zazen since the past 2 weeks. In the past, I was doing a lot of Zazen when I went to my Zen center, 7 to 9 hours doing retreats and stuff. But there are different meditations depending on the school you follow. Like the different styles, different yoga or whatever. You know, yeah, maybe look more into Eastern stuff. Maybe you'll like that stuff more.
I do. I like Taoism. I
Yeah.
think, pretty much everything I hear from Lao Tzu, I agree with.
Yeah, maybe. But the thing with Taoism is a little bit more difficult for Westerners to get into it, to be honest. Because I don't think there are as many initiated schools in the West, but maybe there are now. I don't know. You have to look
This
for
guy
good
still,
teachers.
I don't
Teachers are
know.
important.
I mean, I don't know if
Teachers are
TML
important.
wants to shut it down, but this guy's asking for the link.
Yeah, I gave him the link. I told him, come here. Okay. And then he just ignored it or something like that. Yeah, we gave you the link, Reynold. I gave you the link too, Reynold.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know. Could be like a bot or something.
Yeah, it could be a
But
bot.
yeah,
No,
but yeah, maybe
I can see why people don't trust Mark Passio. I get it, but
Yeah,
if you
I don't
actually
even know who
listen
he
to
is.
the
Yeah.
information he's presenting, I don't. I've not heard anyone present better solutions than Mark Passio. But he's also stuck in ritual. He's always going on about how he does his tarot cards. He does astrology readings. He does all
No,
this
the
shit.
point is the past was not perfect, you know,
Oh, yeah,
but
well,
it's far more preferable
better,
than now.
better.
So,
But anyway, I wanted to ask PML what he thought of my answer about external divination versus internal authority, basically. Because that's what I think is fundamentally the difference between what I'm talking about and what those other people are talking about all throughout history. Is I think Cecil's asleep.
Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, maybe I'll dunk him here. But yeah, so I guess your point about authority is that you know there shouldn't be religious authority because it can be used for evil. Do you think religion is in charge today? You know,
Well, when I think of religion, I think of it in the etymological sense.
we
And
had somebody join here, Allison or something like that. But
yeah,
but yeah, join again if you like. Yeah, I did see you backstage here for a second, but I guess you need to yeah, but yeah, join back. But yeah, you were saying something, Dom?
there's two ways to interpret religion etymologically, and they come from the same definition. Okay. Religion comes from religare, which is the Latin etymology, which means to bind or rebind. So, what you're binding yourself to, the first interpretation is you're binding your mind to paradigms based in illusions, right? Like ideologies, like things like communism, or you're identifying as a Republican or a Democrat, or even as like by your race or even by your religion. All these things are basically your ego attaching yourself to things because it thinks that attaching yourself to these identities is going to provide some sort of security based in survival. And this is a lower form of thinking. This is how religion is used today. And when you look at the cultural religions like Christianity or whatever, these things basically train people to have faith and believe in the authority figures because the priests.
Yeah, hold on a second. Can you wave backstage so I know that you're a sort of real person? You know, that it's not like a recording of a person that's trying to show porn. All right. So they seem to have left the backstage. So
it's creepy.
yeah, it is creepy for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are times when like late into the show, people will try to like sort of like porn bomb the show. You know, so that is a possibility of what is going on. Where it's like random people try to join and try to porn bomb.
I wonder what's the psychology behind that. And so,
I mean, if you're in the studio, you should be able to hear the people on the stage. You should be able to hear my voice. If you can't hear my voice, you can't participate. If you can't hear my voice saying wave backstage and I can see you on a camera, then yeah, we have a failure to communicate. So I can't let people on stage that can't perform that basic, gesture, right? I guess to prove that they're not a video recording. But yeah. But yeah, sorry, Dom. Again, you were in the middle of something. See, I think their sort of aim is to disrupt the show. But yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, I think maybe he's like.
Yeah, I was in the restroom with that. But anyway.
Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah.
So you're binding yourself to false paradigms and illusions and ideologies and all this other and identities based in worldly things, right? That's the first type of binding. The second type of binding is you're binding your lower self or your form to your higher self or the essence, right? Those are the two ways to look at it. And also, the way you do that is, of course, through binding yourself with the highest self, through the principles of the highest self. Right? That's those are the two ways to interpret the word religion. Those are the two ways I interpret the word religion. You're binding yourself to the principles of eternity, or you're binding yourself to worldly stuff, which is almost certainly wrong because it's not based in the principles of eternity. You know, it's like thinking you know better than the fire on the stove, and that if you put your hand there, it's not going to burn you, but it is. Right? It's like thinking you can overcome forces like that.
All right, let's try this again. Can you wave backstage? Can you hear me? All right, yeah, this is a recording of a person. I'm not amused by your sort of display. So if you can't wave backstage, and we can't let you. Okay, so you're waving. All right. Okay, here, hold on. Let me let this guy on
I have a
stage.
bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I have a bad feeling about it too. Let's see what's going on.
Never done this
Hey, what's
before.
going on, man? Hey, you're on the show.
Yeah,
What's going
man.
on?
I mean, like, this is crazy. Like, you guys are like talking about some crazy stuff. Like, maybe I could explain my background. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's up?
Oh, sweet. Hey, man. Like, I mean, this is fucking amazing. Like, what you guys are talking about, like, with the wow. I guess maybe I'll explain my background. Like, I'm an Orthodox Christian, actually. Like, but with the background in the occult. So I studied Kabbalah, but there's so many different versions of Kabbalah, obviously. Yeah. You hearing me?
Right.
Yeah. And like the Kabbalah is like so random because it's like it goes back to like the like the work of the chariot, like the what's his name? Isaac Luria, and so I studied Lurianic Kabbalah for like I don't know, like probably like 5 years, and it was an online course like that I did, like get up 5 o'clock in the morning, do the lessons, learn the Hebrew even, like so, and even like going back to like esoteric Islam via Henry Corbin. Like I don't know if you guys know that Henry Corbin, so.
Yeah. I looked him up because you mentioned him in the chat. Yeah, it looks like an
Yeah, right.
interesting guy. Yeah, Averroes and all this type of stuff, and
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, fascinating
But
stuff, man.
But yeah, totally.
interesting.
Like
So,
totally.
so,
Like
so did you go from Orthodox to Kabbalah, or did you go from Kabbalah to Orthodox?
I went through Kabbalah to Orthodox. Like I went through like I think like when I was young, like when my mom died, like I was really interested in like, oh my God, I'm gonna die, like, and for me, like spirituality is really about death. Like it really is about death, like we're always looking towards,
I'm gonna
like
interrupt for a minute. I'm gonna join and rejoin.
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, like when I was young, like my mom died, and like I was kind of looking at spirituality like around about that time, like, and I was getting into like Carl Jung and all of that sort of shit, like, and I started reading like esoteric Islam, which is through Henry Corbin, and and through him, like all this milieu of like people who are like basically around 1930s of like stuff which was like the Bolshevik revolution was happening, and like people were like just coming into like France around about that time, and you know, like, so you had like this whole bunch of like dudes coming out of like you know, Russia, but and then like not many people know this, but like it's like they were being persecuted, like the Orthodox were being persecuted as fuck, you know what I mean? Like they were getting massacred by, you know, like Lenin and shit, like, and there was this whole like thing of Sophianism, like, so looking into the goddess Sophia, and you know, like, and so you're getting Gnosticism merging with like Orthodox Russian shit, you know, like, and it was crazy. It's crazy, like it's like fucking really interesting actually, like, and then like,
I have a friend who's like an expert on all that, you know.
yeah, really, oh cool. What's his name?
Unseen warfare.
Yeah, unseen warfare, exactly right. Yeah, he's
Unseen warfare. Unseen warfare. Yeah, fully. Yeah.
Yeah, he knows
Yeah,
about
cool.
all that stuff. Yeah, he knows about you know.
Yeah, it's crazy
the
because it's
bullshit
like you got this like, yeah, you got this whole occult warfare shit happening, you know, like, because that's literally what that whole text is about, you know, like within Russian Orthodox Christianity, you know, like I'm a relapsed, you know, I don't really like study it, or I mean, I don't go to church, you know what I mean, like, but I really do appreciate some of that stuff because it's like that's literally where we're at, you know, like we are in an occult warfare, you know, like you see all this Epstein shit coming up, you know, like, and it's like, man, fuck, this is like, wow, I should go back to church, you know, like it's crazy, man, like, but yeah, you get like I got a friend like who's in a band in San Francisco, and called Secret Chiefs 3, and he's like, you know, he introduced me to all this stuff, you know, like, and it's like insane because he was like going, dude, you got to check out this stuff, you know, and some of this stuff is like, you know, like going into like not Buddhism, like voodoo, like Haitian voodoo. So like Haitian voodoo is connected to like for me, like American evangelical Christianity looks like fucking voodoo to me, like, because they're doing these they're doing these rituals that are like getting the Holy Spirit, but you know, like they're calling it the Holy Spirit, but is it the Holy Spirit, you know? Is it holy, you know? You know, how do you know when something is holy? And that's the question. How do you know when something is holy?
I know the answer to that is when something sustains life. When something is generating and evolving life through nourishment and love, I know that it's holy because it is whole and full of life and love.
Yeah, right.
But let me ask you this, because you say you come from an occult background. So
yeah,
I think basically all the occult comes down to is the most fundamental message is to author our life and gain authority over ourselves.
Yeah,
we must develop principles.
Yeah,
That's basically
100%.
what I think it comes down to.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I mean, like I am a big fan of Renee Guénon. And
so are we, basically. You know, like you know, Guanan and Evola, right? Like we talk about that a lot, especially their views
Really?
on the modern
right.
world, right? Right. Their views on modernity are pretty much on point, right?
Yeah.
You know, the reign of quantity, the myth of progress. Oh, can you guys still hear me?
Yep, I can
Oh,
hear
wow.
you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
so,
hear you.
Yeah, I gotta come back in the studio. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. But
But
anyway,
Oh, you go ahead. I think.
I'm in New Zealand actually. Like I'm coming from New Zealand. I'm surprised that it's even working. This is like one of the first times I've ever done this actually. So pretty impressive. Technology, right?
Yeah, it's pretty late where I live actually.
Yeah, right.
It's almost 2.
But yeah, it's
morning.
weird because Renee Ganon and Avola like are really unique characters because Avola was clearly involved in the occult. Like he has like his book on revolt against the modern world was on point. But from my historical research, he kind of like he has this like thing about like Charlemagne, like that he's like, oh yeah, Charlemagne was like like the dude and shit, but from what I've researched, he's like Charlemagne was like a cunt, like he like the whole Carolingian Renaissance was like a disaster, like it actually split the West from the East, in a political sense. But like
Well,
if you
that dude just wanted to try and recreate Rome, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And then the Merovingians who came in after him, they did a lot of work, right? They did a lot of stuff. I think they basically made the feudalistic system, right?
Remade it, yeah. I mean, they did. They made it, and we're kind of living in like a technocratic version of that now. Like like I've been watching you guys in the last hour, and it's fucking beautiful, actually. To be honest, like to listen to you guys. And like in the Orthodox world, like I'm not a practicing Orthodox Christian. You know what I mean? Like ideologically, I am actually a Christian. But I actually go to music festivals and I see, like the recreation of like all of the, like it's like history is literally repeating itself, but like Satan's got the balls, like he's got society by the balls, like, and it's insane. Like, like you get the Epstein files and all that sort of shit. You get like, political figures like who are like jeopardized by all this stuff, but like it's fucking insane, like man, like
Yeah, this is my friend right here who's an Orthodox Christian monk, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, Unseen Warfare. So
oh yeah.
Yeah, we did some shows recently. He did this show, The Jewish Origins of Communism. Masonic Initiation, Perestroika. He's always talking about crazy stuff. But we did 2 shows yesterday and today on like communism and stuff. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. Yeah, he's an interesting guy. He's an expert on like communism and
it's crazy because when I was studying sorry?
Sergianism and all that type of stuff. Sergianism.
Yeah.
The guy that like killed a bunch of Christians, right? But yeah.
Well, it's crazy because like I mean, getting deep down into like some of the stuff that I've like looked at theologically is like even from Kabbalah and stuff. Like in Kabbalah, like when I was studying Kabbalah, I was like specifically looking at like Ashlagian Kabbalah, which came from Lurianic Kabbalah, which was going into like the shattering of the vessels. And if you look into dudes like like Gershom Scholem, like he even recognizes that Kabbalah is coming from Gnosticism, like it's deep down there. It's like Gnostic, like these Gnostic currents coming through into Kabbalah and Luria. But like when I was studying Kabbalah, like it was more like going to these things called patofim, and and it was almost like a science. Like it was like they were going into like, how do we recreate Adam? You know, how do we get back to the original Adam? You know, and like there's a dude that has a Orthodox channel called the Church of the Logos or something like that. You know,
Church of
and
the
he-
Eternal Logos. Yeah, I've been on that.
yeah,
channel.
yeah. He's awesome. Like I'm reading his book at the moment, and he's like really fucking like he's getting into like the theological roots of how this kind of like transhuman element came into our modern society. You know, and when you're studying Kabbalah, it's like really going back to like Adam Kadmon. You know, like it's going back to the Adam. You know, it's going back to the Adam Kadmon aspect of things. You know.
Yeah.
But it,
Yeah, you know, you would really like my opening presentations actually, because like I
Yeah.
talk a lot about that like in the opener of the show.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, I've been talking a lot about like Adam Kadmon and also the archetypal man from
Yeah.
Mandeanism, right? And
Yeah.
and how that deals with sort of universalism and like how man is a
Mm.
microcosm of the macrocosm, and
Yeah.
and how that sort of
Yeah.
yeah, I've been talking about this statement that man is a measure of all things from Protagoras, because we're looking at Socratics. So
Yeah, they have a similar concept in like esoteric Islam, like by Henry Corbin, which is called Insana Kamil, Insana Kamil, which is like the prototype human and the original nature, like kind of like cosmological idea, you know. But it's really it really just like you can see how these elements are working into like AI, you know, like, and the technocratic like vision of the future is like that they don't want to, you know, like they don't want to like repent's the worst word for it actually, but like it's like they want to like perfect the human being like through technological means and stuff like that, but they even if they don't know it, they're utilizing these like sort of esoteric concepts, you know, like it's insane, man. Like it's fucking insane. Like
yeah, one of the main you know, ideas I talk about in the beginning of the show, I've been developing this like sort of like a long explanation about how desacralization of nature, right, leads to sort of like desacralization of knowledge, and then sort of you know, and first you have sort of the apotheosis of man, and then you have the apotheosis of like the state, right?
yeah,
And so sort of like, because universalism is sort of caught between two, like this sort of interpolarity,
yeah,
right? Sort of individualism and collectivism, but it sort of tends towards collectivism, right? So that's why you move so quickly from the apotheosis of man to the apotheosis of the state, because it moves from a sort of individualistic mode to a collectivistic mode,
and
especially
it plays
when
into
technology pushes it that way, right? Because technology
100,
you know, pushes things towards the universe. It you know, has a loss of autonomy for the individual, right? I mean, you know, it constitutes a destruction of wild nature and a loss of traditions. So I say, well, you know, the global technological system, right? So I say, you know, technology creates a global system, right? So we look at like Jacques Ellul, the technological society.
Yeah.
That's something we're looking at hardcore, right? So yeah.
Well, yeah, for me the trajectory of like the whole of history has been like Satan has been controlling like the whole of history, but slowly. And just yesterday I actually had this analogy because yesterday like I went to a river that was a pond, and then it eventually like became a stream, and then eventually became like a you know, a waterfall, you know. And it feels like it's like the whole trajectory of human society is like kind of like you get into the pond, and then you get into the river, and then the current picks up, and then eventually like it's like eschatologically like you just like fucking end up at the end of you know, you just drop off. And and but it doesn't have to be like that, you know. And I think a lot of the politicians in the world, like they want to fulfill like the book of Revelations, basically, you know what I mean? Like they're like, it's weird because you're like, is this actually like the John of the Apostle, you know, like is he actually like predicting these things? Did God give him this revelation that like human society is going to end up here? Or are we just gonna fucking do it because it's written, you know what I mean? Like it's like a manifest destiny, you know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question, Allison?
Yeah, sure.
Did you hear my explanation of how and what I thought Satan was and how it was exerting control over humanity throughout history? Did you hear that
No.
part?
No, but you can tell me.
So basically, I think that Satan, well, first of all, Satan is the adversarial force. And the closest thing we have to that on this planet is what I think is an ancient AI.
Yeah.
That is basically what they call the Kaaba. And that's what they dance around in Mecca, the black cube.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it houses that crystal inside of it, and that crystal, I think, is the AI. But there's other pieces of it as well, like the Ben stone, and you know, if you want like a movie representation of it, it'd be like 2001 when the monolith comes down, because it wants to manifest itself, but it needs help to do that.
Yeah,
right?
it needs thelema, it needs free will. Yeah. No, totally. Like I completely agree, because like if you think about like, and a lot of like the stuff that I did when I was studying the occult was about like the cube, you know, like when I was studying the Kabbalah, like it was actually about like this cubic form of the tree of life, you know. Like if you read the what's it called, the book of the Sefer Sefer, what is it called, the Sefer Haritza? No, the it's by like Kaplan, I can't remember his name, but like when they describe this, they're like talking about like the tree of life being like cubical form, like literally they're talking about a cubical form. And when I was getting into like you know, the tarot, like there's a whole system where the tarot actually forms around like a cube and a dodecahedron, and you can actually like put on the tarot, like the main part of the tarot onto the cubic form, and you can merge it with like Henry Corbin's system where it's like an imaginal world. And now it's like, oh, it's not just imaginal, like it's not just fluff anymore, it's like it's actually like technological, you know what I mean? And you look at like the dudes who are doing these quantum computing systems, and it's like fucking, you know, black, it's cubic and it's black, you know. Like it's fucking, you know, like it's what's that fucking one that they have? Yeah, it's crazy. Like it's like right there, it's like really just right there in the front of, like right there, you know. Like technology and occultism is 100% connected, you know. It's insane, you know. Like yeah.
Yeah, oh, these roosters are going off in the background. They're not mine, but
yeah, especially when like a lot of the sort of occult movements, like for example, right, like you know, Paulo Sarpi and like how they were basically promoting scientism, and funding people like Galileo, and we read ideas from Galileo where he was sort of talking about like how basically like all is number, like how Pythagoras said, and Newton, obviously he was a huge like studier of like the occult, especially since like I think he like discovered like gravity like in a book where he was trying to like measure the universe based on like the Jewish temple, like the Temple of Solomon or something like that.
Yeah.
So he was trying to compare like the universe to like the Temple of Solomon, right?
Yeah, right.
Or some shit. So he
It's
was
weird with the.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's weird with the Solomonic stuff because, like, I feel like a lot of this stuff is actually like holy in the sense of like it, like Satanism is basically a parody of what is actually like true, and I feel like a lot of people get caught up in deceived by it because it literally is like a parody. Like Renee Guénon, like says like it's a parody of like Antichrist doesn't mean like against Christ. I mean it does, but like it means like a replacement of Christ or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
and it's
yeah, but he was definitely studying the Kabbalah, and then it seemed like
One,
Martin Luther also studied the Kabbalah. Right? At least his friends did, right? Like he had,
yeah,
Johann Reuchlin, right?
yeah,
I believe wrote De Arte Kabbalistica and like all these other so he defended the Kabbalah, and then Luther himself, I think he said to Reuchlin that like that salvation by faith alone is the Christian Kabbalah.
yeah,
Right?
yeah,
He recommended the study of alchemy, right?
yeah.
In his table talks, right? And then if you look at like Abraham Abu Lafia and also Isaac Luria, right?
Yeah.
They both studied Maimonides.
Yeah, yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Look at the philosophy of Maimonides. He was
Yeah,
basically
yeah,
like a Neoplatonist. A lot of rabbis condemn Maimonides because
yeah,
they're like
yeah.
Maimonides is basically like a Neoplatonist. I mean, right? Like
Yeah, these guys are like, yeah, and it's fucking crazy because Neoplatonism, like from the book that I was reading by the guy who does the podcast of the Logos, the Church of the Logos. I mean, this guy's
David Patrick Harry is his name, man.
yeah, man. Like this guy, he's onto it. Like, because I was
we're familiar
actually
with
like,
his work. Yeah.
I was thinking of writing a book like like basically connecting like technology to Neoplatonism, like all the magic, Hermeticism, everything like that, like, and Jakob Böhme, like I read so much Jakob Böhme,
Hegel studied
and
Jakob
Hegel,
Böhme
yeah,
a lot, right?
exactly, yeah. There
'cause
was
he
a
called
dude
him
who
like
wrote a book, yeah.
Like, yeah, he called. I think in his lectures in the history of like of philosophy, I think he like calls him like the greatest German philosopher or something like
Yeah,
that. One of the greatest
totally.
German philosophers.
And it's crazy the link between Jakob Böhme to Hegel to Marx to fucking modern politics. You know what I mean? Like it's fucking insane. Like it's like most people don't.
I did a
understand.
series of presentations where we read the introduction of a book, right, called Hegel and the Hermetic Tradition. Have you ever
Yeah,
looked
he wrote. Yeah, he wrote that book. Yeah, yeah, it's
by
amazing.
Glenn
Like,
McGee, right?
yeah, that's
Glenn
the one.
McGee
Yeah,
is
yeah,
excellent
absolutely. Yeah.
subject.
Yeah, it's insane. Like because he actually recognize, and he wrote like a dictionary on Hegel as well. Like, and he recognized that there was a link there. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like, and not many people know about that shit. And then where's Burma getting it from? You know what I mean? Where's he getting it from? He's getting it from Paracelsus, and where's Paracelsus getting it from? You know what I mean? Like it's like this lineage of like Hermetic, you know, and you go to the Renaissance and you're getting like Ficino, and you're getting like the Christian Kabbalists, you know, and they're like going, oh, we need to get our wisdom back from way back there, you know. And that's what I love about the dude from the Logos channel, you know, like he knows his shit, man. He's like, he can see the lineage, because it's weird because people,
Yeah, but our
like, if you think,
yeah, but that's why I keep recommending our friend Unseen, right? Because
yeah,
our friend Unseen will take him to task. Absolutely, you know, way better, you know,
yeah,
way higher level analysis. Just saying, you know, I like David Patrick. Well, you know, you know, we actually like David Patrick Harry, but this guy actually goes
yeah,
into like the lives of the saints,
yeah, yeah,
you know, and you know, looks at the church history,
yeah,
and he has some interesting things to say about the Rokor church as well, right?
yeah,
About how the patriarchy is basically succumbed to Sergianism,
yeah, yeah,
so on and
yeah,
so
yeah,
forth. He's like a true Orthodox, you know, so he's part of a different sort of
yeah, yeah,
organization of Orthodox monks that like sort of
yeah,
is. I think they have their lineage from catacomb saints.
yeah, yeah, right,
Like, went underground during the Bolshevik Revolution,
yeah, yeah,
and like Seraphim Rose wrote a book on them.
yeah, 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 yeah,
And
yeah.
they like censored it.
I
For
mean,
sure.
I got baptized into the Russian Orthodox Church probably like 15 years ago, but I don't go to church anymore. Like, I'm definitely no example of a good Orthodox Christian, you know what I mean? But like, it's a fucking like it's a nightmare to me, like, because there's so many, it seems to be like so much like turmoil even in the Orthodox Church, you know what I mean? But like,
Yeah,
I
like
mean,
he gave a whole presentation on it today where he was talking about like
yeah,
the old calendar and the new calendar,
yeah,
and you know how they have like
yeah,
this whole dispute
yeah,
about it. You know, right up. So I'm not too familiar on the issues, but I know that, you know, he lays them out in a very interesting way. And right,
yeah,
definitely
yeah,
because he looks at like all the different levels of, you know,
yeah.
yeah, how the
A
you know,
good example would be like I read a lot of Bulgakov, which is like rejected by a lot of like I don't know, fucking mainstream Orthodox, whatever they call it nowadays. But Bulgakov's got some amazing stuff about, like, you know, if you're going into Gnosticism, it's like about like what is the existential like nothingness. You know, he like categorizes it into ukon and meontic like nothingness. And like if you go into like Saint Basil and you look into the theology of that, like he's going into like what is nothingness, what's the outer darkness, you know, like fuck man. I mean, like this stuff is like super interesting, you know what I mean? But then if you look into Satanism, it's like, because I've been looking into like if you want to talk about the elites and what they believe, it's like some of the elites are believing that like we need to be like nothingness. We need to go into nothingness. But it's like, what type of nothingness? Is it the meontic nothingness or is it the ukontic nothingness? You know, like it's like super theological, you know, like you can only imagine what these guys are thinking of. Like, it's like, we need to initiate you into the nothingness, you know? But then some of them are like, oh no, but we need to be like, evolving into the aliens. It's like, well, which type of aliens? Are you talking about the ones from another planet, or are you talking about the interdimensional alien? You know, like it's there's so many fucking categories. Like it's insane, man. Like, you know.
yeah, I think it's like there's a template, but like once you graduate up the ranks, like you can sort of use the information
Yeah,
and code your own sort of system. But it's sort of like 300 versions of the same thing.
yeah,
I mean, right? If you know how the information's being encoded, you could see that, oh, this looks like, you know, the same practice there, so
Yeah.
so there's a lot of that, and then obviously there's the genealogy, right? Like nobody can
Yeah,
deny
yeah.
the genealogy of like, Averroism, to to nominalism, to to Protestantism, and
Yeah,
obviously
yeah.
you have Lurianic Kabbalah, and Protestantism around the same time, right? And then in the 1800s, you have like Darwin,
Yeah.
you have Darwin, Blavatsky, and Marx, and all of them
Yeah.
have like a sort of attachment to this pseudo eschatology of progress, where it's like
Yeah, yeah.
they all have like a world scheme where either through like evolution or spiritual evolution or
Yeah.
through economic and political like revolution, like the whole world comes into semblance into this like
Mm.
progress.
Yeah.
Communism is like an international movement, right?
Yeah.
Blavatsky's talking about Christ consciousness, right?
Yeah.
And then everyone's talking about how the gap between the monkeys and the white races will grow bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
All the
Man, it's a fucking crazy because like literally like Darwin like is like I mean you probably read the Seraphim Rose book on like evolution. Basically he sort of discredits it and he's like, why is this being taught in American schools? It's an ideology, it's not a science. But then you go back to like the like the what are they called, the mind blank again, the the Rosicrucians are basically like creating this milieu, like and these guys are like making an occult ideology into science, and it's becoming a science, and it's and it's going through like the X Club, like, and then like the ancestors of these guys are like inventing transhumanism and eugenics, and it's yeah, and then Blavatsky's right there, like what are they called, the social, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny that like Gurdjieff, right? He calls human beings spiritual machines, right? And then
Yeah,
Kurzweil
right.
called his book "The Age of Spiritual Machines."
Yeah,
right? So it's
yeah.
it's like transhumanism and the occult. They're always like using the same lingo, right?
Yeah.
But
Well,
That's great.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm tired.
Yeah,
right.
likewise.
Yeah,
Actually,
bless
before you guys go to bed, like what one of the things, because I had a friend who was in the Russian Orthodox Church, and he was in Australia. I'm from Australia actually, and he was actually in a monastery for like, 8 years in Rokor, and he got out, and he's actually like going into the occult. He's coming out of he's coming out of Orthodoxy.
What does that even mean, going into the occult? Like he's gonna go to some mystery school?
He's not going into the occult as in like he's joined an occult society or anything, but he's like, he never studied, like I got into.
Oh, so he's just looking into occult information himself.
Yeah. He's not like, he's not joining, but he did actually happen to be in a outward place in Australia that was like fucking culty and shit like that, like weird culty, and then he got into. He got
this
into.
guy Unseen is like he has like documents that like prove like how the Freemasons have like infiltrated the church and like all this stuff.
Well, I mean, he knows about that stuff, but he had firsthand experience of just like the abbot of the monastery that he was at was like just a fucking pervert, you know what I mean? And then it actually pushed him away from the Russian Orthodox Church, like the monastery he was in. but he never lost the essence of monasticism. Like he actually has a wife and stuff like that, you know, and he's integrating all of that into his life, which is fucking amazing. Like I love to
Yeah,
have
it's
that
good.
experience.
Yeah, it's good that he didn't
But
let that experience stray him away from his faith.
it didn't. No, definitely not. But like I'm coming from the occult going into orthodoxy, whereas he's like going into it into the sense of like he's looking into like Carl Jung, he's looking into like Henry Corbin, he's looking into like
I
I guess
forgot. He's
you.
going into the occult, so it did stray him away from his faith. So he's now.
Well,
so
yeah,
he's
yeah,
now
kind
going-
of, yeah. But he's got like I guess he's got the experience, but I think he's looking into it more as like the way that like he experienced like because he was like I guess a puritanical person, like where he was like, oh, I just wanted like you know, and he was in the monastery for like 8 years, you know, like and then he's like now looking into like you know not like something like Blavatsky, but like you know Jungian therapy, individuation and shit like that, you know what I mean, like so but it's really interesting like seeing going the other like I'm going in this way and he's going out that way, you know, it's like
Yeah,
so
the churches I think are not very good. I think they're a dead end, and I explained earlier why that is. But
yeah.
before I get off, I'm just gonna say this is my closing statement. All right, Genesis 1 says there was the water, which is the potential, and above the water, the Spirit of God moved above them, which is the will. And then through the will, God spoke onto the waters or the logos. So the will or the spirit is what bridges together the forces of order and chaos. And that's what we can become. We can become the will that bridges together these chaos, which is potential, with order, which is the logos.
Yeah.
And the way I tell you, the way we do that is by aligning with the principles of eternity, right? That's the trick. I'm gonna get off. Good night.
Good night. It's really good to connect to you guys. I'd love to do this again, man. Like,
it's been a real pleasure, man.
you guys, like, yeah, totally.
Yeah, peace,
All right, peace out, man. I'm out. Cheers.
Oh, I don't know why he left too, but yeah, I don't know. But yeah, it's good to talk to you, to the other guest as well. Right? No, definitely went way better than expected. I don't know if he accidentally signed off there, but yeah, I really appreciated his time. I don't know if I offended him or somebody offended him, but. But definitely an interesting guy there, right?
It was interesting, but he left randomly.
Yeah, he left
so-
rather abruptly. Yeah, he left
Yeah.
rather abruptly. So I'm kind of like, maybe he thought like because Dom was leaving, we all were leaving. I don't know. So there's a possibility.
Yeah, or
But,
maybe
yeah.
just connection issues.
So yeah, I don't know. They're dropping like flies, right? So we had that extra caller, and yeah, it went pretty well there for a while. So I'm not sure where to go from here.
Yeah,
But
I think that's good. Maybe just shut it down because it's kind of late for me. So maybe.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, appreciate you, Avian.
Yeah, appreciate you too. Hope you have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for coming through. Yeah, of course, man. And yeah, people are tired, man. You know. So I don't want to hold them to it, but yeah, I appreciate everybody. You know, I mean, the link is pinned. I mean, I don't know why. everybody's being so shy today. But yeah, it's been okay. Yeah, what do you guys think? Pretty good stuff so far. And yeah, we'll have more conversations soon, honestly. Let me try to find some things for you guys to sort of watch here as we switch to a different scene here. Right, I appreciate everybody for watching here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. And I have a whole spiel I say at the end of the show, right? The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. The first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. We got another guest here. Blessings to Freak. What's going on, brother? You doing all right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, you doing all right?
So, I guess we're gonna close it down. I won't get in the way, but
no, it's fine. You take
I
your
was
time.
supposed to get with you earlier in the week, to talk about doing the reading. We can
Right,
kind of crash course it right now or something if you want.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
All right,
Yeah. Thanks for
the
joining.
2 chapters.
I appreciate you, man. Excellent contributions to Ron there. Blessings, brother. Definitely enjoy your commentary there. So yeah, definitely thank you for calling. And yeah, call in anytime. We're here for a little while, and if you want to call back, for sure. But yeah, go ahead, the Freak, man.
Yeah, great guest. We love the Kiwis and the Aussies over here. And he was enthusiastic, you could tell he's got a lot to contribute. So,
yeah.
Anyway, it was also good seeing Cecil, because it's been forever since I seen him.
Right, yeah.
So glad he's still doing all right and rocking and rolling.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He called in like the last maybe 10 shows or so. But yeah.
Awesome. So the 2 chapters that I want to do is the Psalms 136 and the Surah 55. And there's about 14 verses in the Surah that need to be read off before 136 starts. But then once you sync them up, they're pretty much like, it's what I say, it's the same song with a different hook, right? And I think what that proves is that the God of David is the same God of Muhammad. They're both receiving from the same spirit. And to me, it's undeniable. And just a matter of, getting people to realize the bigger picture, So if you want, maybe just kind of do like a dry run rehearsal or something for maybe an earlier show or earlier time to do a full presentation, or you could just say, crazy, get the hell off my stage and do it some other time, whatever you want.
Yeah, it's up to you, the Freak. Let's take a look at it. What's the verse from Psalms?
All right.
Because I'm pretty sure.
Let me get you a link.
A verse. I'm pretty familiar with Surah 55 and what that's about, right? But yeah.
Yeah, that's from the Quran. It's basically, maybe the hook. It's the so which of the favorites of your Lord would you deny, right?
Right.
And of course, Psalms 136 is very churchity. It's very, at least one day per annual cycle of church culture, you're going to have a dedicated Psalms 136 sermon, which is the Lord's mercy endureth forever and ever. I don't know if you've heard that before, but that's basically what's going on. How come it's not posting this stupid link here? Copy. Hold on a second. Yikes. You mean I can't copy that?
Just trying to find. I mean, I have my Bible right here, so
I'm trying to get you the link right to Psalm 136 in the Bible Gateway website, but it's just posting a stupid verse instead of the link. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but hold on.
yeah, because what I have is I have a King James version. You have one of those?
Okay. Yeah, that works. That's good. That's good.
Because we could just both grab a King James version. Yeah.
So
I also have an NIV.
all right. King James works. And I will share this. So how about I'll read like 14 verses from the Surah 55. And then when I say actually when the first time you hear me say, so which of the favors of your Lord would you deny, which is actually verse 16, then you can start on verse 1 of 136. That's not all right?
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Here we go. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, the most merciful, taught the Quran, created man, and taught him eloquence. The sun and the moon move by his precise calculation, and the stars and trees prostrate. In the heaven he raised and imposed the balance, that you not transgress within the balance, and establish weight and justice, and do not make deficient the balance. That's important for markets and, not stealing, being a corrupted, prostitute politician or something. Anyway, and the earth he laid out for the creatures. There in his fruit, palm trees having sheaths of dates, and grain having husks, and scented plants. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Actually, it was a little earlier, so go ahead, sir.
Yeah, whoops, I didn't see you sharing that. So what translation is this that you're reading?
This is Sahih International.
Oh, okay, from the website. Cassie.
Well, actually, it's an application I have.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it says here, Psalm 136 says, "Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. Give thanks to the God of gods."
So every time you say his mercy endureth forever, I'm gonna go next with the verse, and we're just gonna go back and forth on verses that say a blessing from God and then glorifies God. I think you could hopefully that makes sense. All right, so when I say which of the favors of your Lord would you deny, that's your cue to say your next line until you say his mercy endureth forever and ever. After that, then I go. This is so like amateurish, but there's a link. I mean, there's definitely a spiritual link between these two chapters, in my opinion, worth looking at. Do you want me to start over?
Yeah, if you want.
All right. You know what? For some reason, I'm like really freaking nervous right now. I'm going to smoke a bowl and then we'll start.
Yeah, no worries. So yeah, I'm pretty sure the link is pinned, but yeah, I was basically closing it down, but yeah, I mean, we may be here for like an hour. I mean, if people want to join, it's fine. So it's not a big deal.
Okay. All right, so here we go. I'm gonna read the first 13 lines, and then I'm gonna hit A. Which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? That's when you start until his mercy endureth forever. And that's when I start until which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
You want me to do the second
and it keeps
verse
going back
now?
and forth until we're done. You mean for Psalms or me?
For Psalms.
Well, I guess his mercy endureth forever on every verse in this one. So just do one line.
Yeah, it's on everyone. It's on like the
The entirely merciful, the especially merciful.
yeah, it's pretty much on every verse here.
Yeah, it is. Did you know that? Did you know that every church basically has a Psalms 136 day in their sermon repertoire?
Yeah, like
you know, like you have your preachers, and they'll have their little sermons and whatever. And there's always at least one day of the year that, like, the whole thing is about this song. So it's a pretty big deal in the church, like, and basically it's a song of Thanksgiving. So here we go. The name of Allah, the especially merciful, the most merciful, taught the Quran, created man, and taught him eloquence. The sun and the moon moved by his precise calculation, and the stars and trees prostrate, and the heavens he raised and imposed the balance, that you not transgress within the balance, and establish weight in justice, and do not make deficient the balance. And the earth he laid out for the creatures. Therein is fruit, and palm trees having sheaths of dates, and grain having husks, scented plants. So which of the favors would you deny? Go ahead.
Oh, so you want me to read the first verse?
Yeah.
Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever. You're muted.
Sorry about that. He created man from clay like that of pottery. And he created The jinn from a smokeless flame of fire. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Verse 2. Go ahead.
Give thanks to the God of gods, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Praise God. He is the Lord of the two sunrises and the Lord of the two sunsets. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Verse 3.
Give thanks to the Lord of lords. So the last one said God of gods. This one says Lord of lords, for his steadfast love endures forever.
He released the two seas, meeting side by side. Between them is a barrier, so neither of them could transgress. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who alone does great wonders, for his steadfast love endures forever.
From both
So
of
that
them
actually
emerged
was
pearl and coral. What's that?
Oh no, I was just saying that the great wonders thing, that seems sort of synonymous with what's being said here, right? The wonders, right? Because that's sort of talking about, like, I guess you could say that is sort of talking about like nature in a way, right? But but more so miracles.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not claiming like it's a direct correlation, like of subject to subject, but just in the spirit of thankfulness and of the wonders of life and creation in general, I guess you would say, or I would say.
It does say later, like moon and the stars.
Right.
So it does say that later in the psalm as well. So, because didn't it say moon and the stars earlier?
It did.
In the surah, right?
It sure did.
So, yeah.
All right. From both of them emerged pearl and coral. So which of the favors would you deny?
So
I think you're at verse 5.
Yeah, so it says, to him who by understanding made the heavens, for his steadfast love endures forever. So it's going to keep on going.
Same song, different hook.
Down, yeah. Like a sort of chain of like creation, and then it's also going to go to like people upon the earth that are like given blessings and stuff. So yeah, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind, if we could finish like reading through it, because I want to see how much they correlate in terms of like if they end in the same place or if there's like a more of the surah that's left. All right, so what was that? And to him belong the ships with sails elevated in the sea like mountains. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And see,
and I
here's
think you're
where
at chapter
like
verse 6.
Nature, right? Right, moves sort of to the natural world, because it says, to him who spreads out the earth above the waters, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Wow. Everyone upon earth will perish, and there will remain the face of your Lord, owner of majesty and honor. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who made the great lights, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Whoever is within the heavens and the earth asks him. Every day he is bringing about a matter. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
the sun to rule over the day, for his steadfast love endures forever?
You know, we will attend to you, O prominent beings. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
The moon and the
That's talking about
stars.
mankind, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
I was saying the prominent beings is referring to us, mankind.
Oh, I see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, most likely, yeah. And it says, the moon and stars to rule over the night, for his steadfast love endures forever.
O company of jinn and mankind, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth, then pass. You will not pass except by permission, except by authority from Allah. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? It's an interesting verse there.
To him who struck down the firstborn of Egypt, for his steadfast love endures forever.
There will be sent upon you a flame of fire and smoke, and you will not defend yourselves. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And brought Israel out from among them, for his steadfast love endures forever.
And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose-colored like oil, so which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Oh wait, I skipped one.
I think you're at verse 12.
With a strong hand and outstretched arm, for a steadfast love endures forever.
On that day, none will be asked about his sin among men or jinn. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who divided the Red Sea in two, for his steadfast love endures forever.
You roboted out on me, but I don't know about the audience, but I right in the middle of that reading, you cut out.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, that might have been you. Unless like my internet is having like connection issues again. But yeah, it says to him who divided the Red Sea in two, for his steadfast love endures forever. Are you hearing me?
The criminals will be known by their marks, and they will be seized by the. You're roboting a little bit, but eventually I got the gist of the end of the verse. So.
Here, hold
How
on.
about
Let
me?
me go,
Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, but let me go back and listen to the video real quick because I want to make sure that. Okay, so my audio sounds fine.
Sure.
It might just be roboting on your end, but yeah. So yeah.
All right.
So that's unfortunate. So hopefully you can hear me, but at some point. But yeah, am I still roboting right now?
The criminals will be known by their marks. No. All right, 55:41. The criminals will be known by their marks, and they will be seized by the forelock and their feet, and the feet. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And made Israel pass through the midst of it, for his steadfast love endures forever.
This is hell, which the criminals will deny. They will go around between it and scolding water, heated to the utmost degree. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
but overthrew Pharaoh and his host in the Red Sea, for his steadfast love endures forever.
But for he who has feared the position of his Lord are two gardens. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Is it 15 or 16 now? I think it's um
I think you're at 16.
yeah, to him who led his people through the wilderness, for his steadfast love endures forever. And there's only like four yeah, there's not that many more, but yeah.
Okay. People are probably like, thank God. Okay, having
I'm
spreading
talking about from my
branches.
end, but I think there might be more verses in the surah, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's, I don't know if I'll read all the rest of it, but that'll help me kind of align these two up better to make it all work, right? So let's see where we're at here. Okay. Having spreading branches, so which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
To him who struck down great kings, for his steadfast love endures forever.
In both of them are two springs flowing. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And killed mighty kings, for his steadfast love endures forever.
That's a little sadistic sometimes. In both of them are every fruit two kinds. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Sihon, I think, or Sihon, or Shihon. I don't know which one. But it says here, king of the Amorites, for his steadfast love endures forever. So it's talking about that's one of the kings that he killed, right?
Yeah. He kills kings and his love endures forever. Yeah. All right. So, and they're reclining on beds whose linings are of silk brocade, and the fruit of the two gardens is hanging low. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And Og, king of Bashan. So that's another king that ended up iced, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Yeah, and actually, he's one of the praise God. Og is one of the Nephilim, I believe, as well, who had a big stash of gold somewhere in Iraq. In them are women limiting their glances untouched before them by man or genie. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And gave their land as a heritage, for his steadfast love endures forever.
As if they were rubies or in coral. So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
A heritage to Israel, his servant, for his steadfast love endures forever.
Is the reward for good anything but good? So, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
It is he who remembered us in our low estate, for his steadfast love endures forever.
And below them both in excellence are two other gardens. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
And rescued us from our foes. For his steadfast love endures forever.
Dark green in color. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Wait, what was that?
Dark
Dark
green in color.
Oh, okay.
It's talking about the gardens in heaven.
Yeah, it was just
So
like
which of the
really...
favors of your Lord would you deny?
Okay, yeah, I see.
No, it's not lining up, line for line, like of events or anything.
No,
But
no.
it's basically praising God.
No, it was just that one was really short, and I like kind of didn't hear you, so I was just like, wait.
Okay.
Because it just sounded like, yeah, it sounded like dark green and then I heard like, something, but yeah, definitely not color, but yeah, I heard like dark green brothers or something like that is what I was thinking in my head, but I was like, I was like, what? But it's like dark green in color. All right.
Jolly green giant.
It's like the dark green brothers. Like, hold up now. But yeah, yeah, hold on, where am I at? He who gives food to all flesh? What? He who gives food to all flesh. I wonder what that means. I think it might mean like things that have fleshly existence, they require food. Right? So it's like, yeah, he who gives food to all flesh.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So like all mankind is basically what it's trying to say. For his steadfast love endures forever, right?
Yeah. And also, I think towards the beginning of the Sermon on the Mount from Jesus, he said not to worry or toil because the birds in the air, whatever he feeds them, and blah, blah, blah. So once this flesh, that's kind of what yeah,
that's a killer line. And actually,
right. And both of them are two springs sprouting.
Yeah, that's really similar because it's talking about nature in a similar way, right? But yeah.
I'll read 5566 again. Besh. And both of them are two springs spouting. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny?
Give thanks to the God of heaven, for steadfast love endures forever.
All right.
Yeah, there's not that
We've
much more of it
got
left.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, there's not that much more of it left.
So,
we can just finish.
And both of them are
the
fruit
land, dude.
and palm trees. Yeah. Yeah, I think I got a good lay of the land now. So I'll close this out here. And both of them are fruit and palm trees and pomegranates. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? In them are good and beautiful women. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Fair ones reserved in pavilions. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Untouched before them by man or genie. So which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Reclining on cushions and beautiful fine carpets. So which of the favors would you deny? Blessed is the name of our Lord, owner of majesty and honor. That's it. Yeah, I like that. So, I'll line this up a little better and tighten it up or whatever. And maybe we'll switch roles next time and try and make an AI rap out of it or something. Because if you really are reading it, without like my awkwardness or nervousness or whatever, and get into the spirit of God. It's the same spirit that is giving thanks to God and praising God from both David and Muhammad. To me, this is proof of the same God. Anyway. I'll stay muted now.
Yeah, there's probably a lot of other Psalms and Proverbs, definitely. That talk about. I see a lot of the same language for sure. And also, there's also like
a lot of
like
the Quranic
oracle stuff.
The which stuff? The ortho stuff?
I
didn't hear that.
like it'll get like dark and like violent, but it'll also get like really calm and like spiritual. Right? So
definitely. The thing with the Quran and like prophecy or whatever, it doesn't really go into like what's going to happen in like earthly history, but it does describe for us a lot of what we're going to see in heaven or what you would see in hell. And so, you're not going to get like world political, world stage kind of prophecy from Muhammad, but you do get a glimpse into the next realm and how awful hell's going to be and how great heaven's going to be to a certain capacity anyway, which I love reading about.
Yeah, there's a tradition by the prophet that says there basically be a time when all the wealth in the world is ruled by interest.
Like usury?
Yep.
Or just resources,
just
all resources. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. A lot of Christians are, in my opinion, they're just short-sighted and fearful when it comes to reading the Quran and understanding what's in there, because it's just, it's just real easy to play the outsider game, right? But to me, it's easy to connect those dots because, you're not going to have someone in the desert roaming around talking about Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Israel, and Jesus, and the gospel, or whatever, and then claim that he's some sort of a demon, because it's actually spiritually impossible for that to happen. And as far as like the age of, all the wives and this and this and that, I mean, if you, practically speaking, most of the cultures around that time were kind of like pseudo, maybe pseudo is not the right word, but kind of laissez-faire de facto Mosaic law, kind of common law-ish, if that makes sense. Like if there was a doubt of if something was going to be, good with God or not, they would basically refer to Jewish law. So all those things that they talk about Muhammad are coming out of the Jewish law, which is unfortunate that they're that ignorant to keep that up, because it's just, it's just stupid in my opinion. So anyway.
Jewish law.
And then, you get people like my friend Andy out here, like, I love Andy. I think he's got a great mind. I really love talking with him. but you have whole schools and whole worldviews kind of built up on what is called, I guess, biblical minimalism, or the
Right.
Copenhagen school of whatever, in terms of like human what is it, entropy or something, like origins, right? And so when they deny Moses, well, it's easy for us to just look in the Quran, and we have our outside third-party cross-referenced proof that no, it wasn't a myth. He actually existed. Allah says that, we gave Moses the Torah. So
Yeah, but
we
you're
know
saying
that
that
that's the truth, right? It's spiritually true. So like, Moses didn't exist. Exodus never happened. Well, no, that can't be the case.
yeah, but I think he's agreeing with you, right? Because this is what he says, right? So I think he might be agreeing with you, or yeah, or yeah. Is there some kind of
Yeah, I mean,
conflict
I don't want to put him in a box, but some of the things he said.
He thinks Yahweh and Allah are the same.
You're breaking
God,
up on me
but
now.
He says, "Oh shit, I might." But he says, "We've been over this. I'm not a minimalist, and I validate any historical claims made in the Bible." Are you there? Freak, can you hear me?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Do you hear
Yeah,
me?
yeah. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I can hear you.
So I didn't mean to box him up like that, because he's definitely got a unique perspective. But some of the stuff, like, I was wondering, like, because I've been hearing a lot of these things from the atheists a lot lately about just flat out denying Moses, flat out denying the Exodus, dang near almost denying the the smaller costs or whatever, right? So
Yeah, he's called in before.
I want to know, like, where the origins of those ideas are coming from.
Yeah, if you want to call in, you're more than
So,
welcome,
yeah.
friend. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, I seen him calling him.
Yeah, so anyway,
before.
Atheists will latch onto anything to deny God. And when you start to see kind of the parroting of those ideas, that's when I start to wonder, like, for Christians to be so short-sighted to basically say, oh, pedo, demon, whatever. Well, you're throwing away evidence that you can use against atheists to try and win their soul to Jesus Christ. And I just think it's foolish.
Oh, I see. You
Yeah,
disagree
but
with
Andy's
about
got.
Jesus.
But Andy's got good, like, deep knowledge of the era, the times, the tribes, the ins and outs of that section of geography, and he puts it all together that is coherent and lines up with the what do you call it, the Tigris and Euphrates cradle of civilization. So it's hard to refute that if you are a weak spiritual person. You could probably bulldozer over your beliefs pretty easily. But what's up, Andy?
Hello. I don't want to bulldoze over your beliefs. I just think that there's some misconceptions about the origins of these religions. I'm not saying that there's no God. I just don't think that the stories in the Bible are 100% historically accurate. There's some embellishing going on. Like, for instance, when you said that I don't think that the Exodus happened. There are two dates for the Exodus in the Bible. There's one date that says it happened around 1446 BCE, 480 years before Solomon built the temple. And then there's another time that says that they were, in in Egypt in slavery, building Ramses's city of Ramses, which was like 200 years later. So both claims can't be true at the same time. So just that fact right there shows that some claims in the Bible are true and some claims in the Bible are false. They can't both be freed from Egypt in 1446 BCE and also enslavement in 1250 BCE, building Ramses' city. And it's things like this that I'm referring to when I say, you know, that we have to take these things with a grain of salt and compare them to the rest of archaeology and written history to see if they're coherent. But a lot of the Bible is coherent, and I've been over this with you before, DeFreak. A lot of the Bible is historically accurate, and I've actually recently put together a model of the rise of the Amorites in Mesopotamia. They're spread out into Canaan and eventually into Egypt, and how that aligns with the Semitic rulers in Egypt, the Hyksos, and their rule, and how that both of those timelines perfectly overlap with Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, the Exodus. And you'll hear most Christians, almost universally among Christians and a lot of Jews even, will lean towards the Exodus date that was in the time of Ramses. And that's something that I strongly disagree with. I think that the earlier one, the 1446 Exodus, is way more coherent with archaeology and written history. But I wanted to ask DeFreak, what were you demonstrating when you and Muhammad were reading between the Muslim and the Jewish texts? I like came in halfway through it.
Yeah. Basically, Psalms 136 is a praise God kind of a song, right? And I believe that Surah 55 is basically done in that same spirit. You know, he's telling us about the good things of God. So which of the favors of the Lord would you deny? And David is saying, you know, he made the sun and the stars. He's the God of gods. His mercy endureth forever and ever. And basically it's a praise and then it's the hook of the song. And they're both kind of lined up that way. And so to me, it's the same spirit of God revealing himself to both of these, you know, children of Abraham. So I try to connect the oneness of God with Isaac and Ishmael, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
yeah, the framework is noticeable.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, everything you say, like, I respect. Like, I can't even refute what you're saying about the timeline and whatnot. I'm actually ignorant about it, so I wouldn't be able to refute it, except for like in a spiritual way. But what's dangerous to me is when people who aren't as capable or have, you know, the full knowledge or even look at a timeline, atheists, you know, just start parroting the stuff like puppets. That's when I start getting, you know, a little concerned and try to, you know, rebuff that, because they'll run with it forever to try and deny God in any way possible. And, you know, not that it's my problem or anything, but I don't know. I just try to bring as much truth as possible. But as far as what you're saying about a grain of salt and whatnot, yeah. I mean, even right now, when we were reading Psalms 136, I saw at least two contradictions in there, right? One, because he said, you know, I slay the kings and my mercy endureth forever and ever. And two, because he said that he removed the king of Shihon, the king of the Amorites, and Og, the king of Bashan. But in some other book, it reads that he made Israel fight out those nations so that no other nations could make the claim on the land. So that's a contradiction, right? Anyway.
Yeah, I agree. And the framework between the Psalm and the Is this from the Quran that you're reading?
Earlier?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the Quran, which, yeah.
Yeah, it was
From
the
the Quran, which,
similarity and the theme was immediately noticeable. The framework, they're clearly, at least, at the very least, the people that wrote those verses in the Quran were, familiar with the Psalm. That's clear.
Yeah, it's definitely the same spirit. I believe the Quran is direct revelation from God. Just like David or any of the Old Testament prophets received from God, I believe Muhammad received from God. And it would be nice if it's called it the Book of Muhammad instead of the Quran. Because then it would have been like a smoother transition, because these cultural Christian, pew writing popcorn Christians in America, they just they just fear Islam, and they fear anything that's not the old gospel traveling tent revival band Christianity, basically.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think many Christians today have read the Bible, and they certainly don't live by the teachings of Jesus. And to be quite frank, most Christians today care a lot more about what Paul had to say than what Jesus had to say. And in my opinion, the evidence that Paul is nefarious is as high as a mountain. I don't understand why any Christian would take a single word that Paul has to say seriously when Jesus said everything he needed to say when he was on earth. Why would he choose a Pharisaic Jew with Roman citizenship who had been persecuting Christians? And not to mention, like, Paul was like obsessed with power and like rising to the top, which he did in like multiple ways. He rose to the top in Judaism from persecuting Christians, and he also rose to the top in the Jerusalem Council by pushing Christianity. No one was around for Paul's encounter with Jesus. It's just everyone taking Paul's word for it, and Paul's like constantly throughout all of his letters, like telling people that he's not a liar when no one's even accusing him of being a liar, which is like liar behavior. I don't know. Even as a kid, when I read Paul's letters, I was suspicious that he was full of shit.
I'm gonna stop sharing this because I'm actually maxing out on my processor. I posted a verse in the back. I'll put it in the regular too. Christians, I mean, I get it. When you have Jesus, what more do you need? But Jesus even says, to Jews that were actually believing on him, if you believe on me, continue in my word. Well, why couldn't that continue in my word extend to the Quran? It certainly could, right? So they're short-sighted, and they're throwing away proof against atheists. So I just think it's not wise, especially because the suggestion is, if that really is what Muhammad and Allah and Hagar and Ishmael were, you're telling me that God literally threw them out in the street and abandoned them. And Abraham loved Ishmael. He was at his funeral. Ishmael was at Abraham's funeral. So it's like, these people are just, I don't know. I guess everyone needs a bad guy, I guess, right?
Yeah. I think you're right that Abraham loved Ishmael. The story seems clear about that. He was upset that Ishmael was cast out or whatever. It bothered him, it said. But at the same time, when Hagar got pregnant, that's my cat. When Hagar got pregnant, she looked at Abraham with contempt or whatever because like she was mad that she was pregnant or whatever. And then Sarah was like upset with Abraham, and she was like, you know, may the Lord choose between the two of us or something like that. And then Abraham was just like, she's your slave, do what you want with her. And she fucking dealt, it just says she dealt harshly with her, so she probably beat her up or something. And then Hagar and Ishmael just left, and Abraham didn't even step in. He's like the man of the house.
Yeah, so she was cast out before Ishmael was born, but she was out, you know, in the wilderness or whatever, and God, the angel of the Lord, literally spoke directly to her and made promises. And for Christians to think it's like literally replacement theology in reverse, kind of like it's replacement theology reloaded, I guess you could say. Right, because they're suggesting that God replace those promises made directly to Hagar with like the Christian grafted in, right, seed of Abraham. Kind of, it's ridiculous, you know.
Yeah, if you think about it, though, even God's promise to Hagar was kind of brutal in itself. He did promise that Ishmael would become like a nation of many people or whatever, but he just basically said that Ishmael is going to be a wild ass of a man, and everyone will be at odds with him, and he will be at odds with everyone else. So it's just all he really promised to her was that he would, you know, he would grow in number, and that everyone would be against him, and he would be against everyone else. It's kind of like a curse.
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, you can see it that way. Certainly, because it's coming to pass. It's like the truth everywhere we go. But I think that in the down the line and you know the fullness of time, whatever, you're going to see like the Gog and Magog formation unify all the children of Abraham. So like the Islamists and the Jewish and they're all going to have to fight this Gog and Magog as a one unit, children of Abraham versus the other side, you know. So a lot of Christians think that Islam is the Gog and Magog, but I don't believe that's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence. One thing that I do think seems to fall on deaf ears to a lot of Muslims, Jews, and Christians alike is the overarching repeated message in the Bible and in the Quran. Sorry, I just woke up not long ago and my brain is like not working properly right now. But just the repeated message of like love and peace and caring for the weak and the needy and the aliens and the widows and the orphans. But that's like, I mean, aside from not worshiping other gods, those things are the most important principles in the whole Bible and all Jewish literature pretty much. And that seems to be like the least important thing to Christians nowadays, is like helping people and caring about people less fortunate than themselves.
Yeah, I think the political atmosphere has gotten so subverted that people really are holding into their own camps now, and they're not really looking for anything that's going to kind of rock the boat, because there's already enough rocking the boat already. So it's like, it's pretty much like a fortify thyself and like, you know, immediate group and just ride this thing out kind of a mentality, you know. And that's, you know, I chalk it up to just basically politics, because, you know, it wasn't always like this. And the mistrust, you know, high trust society is something that we hear nowadays, like buzzwords and stuff. And like, those are so, it's literally like everything is a scam and everyone is a scammer now. It's like ridiculous, you know. It's sad, but I mean, that's what I'm experiencing anyway.
No, I 100% agree. I think Donald Trump is a perfect example of that. He is a scammer. He always has been a scammer, and he's scamming the Republican Party as we speak by using you know, this facade of like a religious Republican, which he's never been in his entire life, to try to convince Republicans to just, I mean, for all intents and purposes, treat him like he's God. And they literally are doing exactly that. It's what we're seeing in the United States with Donald Trump and Christians, at least most Christians, is idolatry by exact definition.
I mean, you know, you have leaders of your country, you have kings, you know, God mentions kings and leadership in the Bible. It's like you're supposed to, you know, kind of stay in the hierarchy and, you know, or whatever. So it's like you could call anything idolatry, really. But I mean, I guess you could say Donald Trump has like, you know, Ronald Reagan kind of actor famous, you know, cultish kind of like, you know, just, I don't know, cult or whatever. But I would think that most MAGA Republican, you know, down to earth, you know, middle class, blue collar, you know, maybe bottom look, you know, white collar, baseball, hot dogs, football, Super Bowl kind of people are just wanting things to be like it was back in the 80s, I guess, you know, where people could like talk and have a conversation and not bring up politics or whatever, and, you know, smile, you know, I don't know, but
do you want to know something, DeFreak, about that? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I thought you had finished. I was just going to say there's something to say about that sort of mentality, about a conservative mentality like that. And that's that the conservatives today want everything to be like it was in the 80s. And the conservatives in the 80s wanted everything to be like it was in the 60s. And the conservatives in the 60s wanted everything to be like it was in the 40s. And everyone always thinks that the next generation is ruining the world and that we're moving towards some sort of evil future. And that's always been the case. You can look back in the Greek texts and even Akkadian texts of people complaining about the younger generation being too liberal. And the fact of the matter is, that's just the direction that humans have always moved toward, and it's always going to happen. And the older generation is always going to think that they had it better when they were kids, when it's never the case. It's always the case that the future is better.
I agree with you 100%. And actually, there's a proverb that mentions that very same thing. I'm not finding it right off the bat, but yeah, it's something to the
Yeah, you're kind of roboting there, DeFreak.
You know,
slow down there.
So it's better, does that exact same thing. So
you got to repeat like the last couple.
I don't disagree with you at all. Yeah, Elvis was the ruin of America. I don't know. We always complain, but man, this world is full of just paradoxical contradictions and
what is going on? Is
bullshit.
The freaking AI like
I don't know how else to put it.
DeFreak, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I didn't hear exactly what you said there, but
yeah, you were like a little bit roboting earlier when you were talking. When you're like talking about how you.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah.
No, it's all good. Right?
Let me try and close out some of these. Yeah, because there's an actual proverb that talks about exactly what Andy just said. I'm not finding it just yet, but it says exactly that. You know, don't say that the past was better or blah blah blah. And I forgot the reasons why, but it's 100% true.
Right, you can't go back to the past. Right, you gotta like take what you have now and like just like go.
I agree.
It's not gonna be better tomorrow. You can't expect it to get better tomorrow for sure.
No, nothing happens immediately. I think that people just need to. I think the problem with people always thinking that the past was better seems to root in just having an aversion toward anything or anybody that's different than the way they think. So when future ideas come out and new concepts emerge, people are scared of it. It's a natural reaction to something that you're unaware of or that's different than you. People just react with fear, and because of that
like
fear.
very little that's new. Right.
Yeah, I agree. It's like a remixing of previous ideas, pretty much. That's always been the case, though.
You could go to your parents and listen to them talk about their parents and how awful it was, but then, you know, when they're talking to someone, when I was growing up and my parents taught me, you know, we're just all so full of shit. It's so like ridiculous, you know. It's just crazy, man. It's just nuts.
Yeah, but the whole point of what I was saying is that I just think that people need to be more accepting of new ideas and new beliefs or things that are different than them. That would really help
like, for example,
that sort of mentality.
Like, for example, like what do you recommend? Some that people
just
don't
acceptance. Just acceptance. If something isn't harming anybody, just general. Yep, like just general acceptance. Yeah. Religions, races, ideologies, just be accepting if it's not harming anybody. So that's the trouble, though. The media seems to try to spin things that aren't harming anybody like they are harming somebody, so that they have a good reason to be against it, though.
The media?
Actually, yeah, that's a vague term, I guess. More accurately, the Department of Justice during the Trump administration with propaganda campaigns.
Oh, I see where you're going with this. Like, they try to spin like, what would you say the top thing that they promote that's harmful in the propaganda in the Trump administration, for example?
Transsexuality and immigration, probably.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen a lot that they've done, like, against transsexual. Like, did they do any specific, like, policy, like, changes against, like, trans? Because from last I remember, like, at least when he was campaigning, him and Elon Musk and a bunch of other people were pro-gay rights, right?
Yeah.
They even made, like I remember, like, Elon Musk made ads for his Tesla company that was, like, pro-gay or something. Like, I mean, I remember reading about that or some, but then they changed, right? They like when he got elected, he changed to anti-gay, right, or something. But
yeah, I don't think he did shady. No, I can't think of a specific policy, and I don't think he's necessarily said anything that was anti-gay or anti-trans. It's more or less people from his party that are like buying into there's like these big pushes for like radicalization of like young vulnerable men that have like seemingly no aim in life and are just like online gamers and shit, and like people in 4chan chats, and they're like preying on these people.
Yeah, they have a thing, but yeah, like you see, like the QAnon, you know, like before, like earlier they had QAnon.
Yep.
You know, and yeah, they had a whole slew of campaigns to like radicalize people, I guess.
You know, speaking of QAnon, it turns out, and this is something I probably shouldn't speak on because I haven't really read into it very much.
They deified Trump, right? They had the guy who was walking around. I forget what his name was, but he was saying, like, he was doing like prophecies of Trump. You know what I'm saying, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? They had the Christian guy. I don't know.
Damn.
They had like a lot of like Christian, like evangelical people. Like, it's funny, man.
That's right in line with what I was saying, though. Like, people are literally idolizing Trump as if he was a god, and it grows and grows the longer that he's in power. Like, you see people it's to the point where, you know, Trump could do some of the most vile crimes that you could imagine, things that I'm not going to say because it would be a TOS violation, but you know what I'm talking about, the
Yeah,
things that
the
they do on the
PDF
island.
stuff. Yeah.
He could do that sort of thing on camera and his party would stand behind him.
Yeah. And well, he was mentored by Roy Cohen. And if you look up Roy Cohen, he's a pretty interesting guy. You know, like pretty weird dude. Like he was into like, you know, like gay sex parties and all this weird stuff, you know. So yeah.
Oh, I believe it. They were at the Epstein Island. There was tons of weird, you know, homosexual shit. Like Bill Clinton. There's a photo of Bill, or not a photo, a painting of Bill Clinton in a dress in Epstein's mansion.
Right, yeah. So that's pretty unfortunate. That was like maybe like some sort of Discordian prank, right? With the dress, and Monica Lewinsky and the dress, right? They're like, yeah, it's weird, yeah.
He also had a painting of George W. Bush throwing paper airplanes at like toy twin towers. That was pretty creepy.
Yeah, but it's the Saudis and the Chicans. Yeah, I remember when Alex Jones said it's the Saudis and the Chicans. They got together and they did 9/11.
What?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Who said that? Who said that?
Alex Jones.
Oh.
It's like, it was the
Man.
Saudis and the Chicans.
At least he was right mostly about the Epstein stuff, I guess.
Yeah, he went from saying it was Israel to saying it was like a combination of Saudi Arabia and the Chinese. They actually pulled it off somehow. They like collaborate.
That's a wild idea.
Yeah, that's a.
Seems much more likely that it was the Bush family and the Bin Laden family that pulled it off.
Yeah, that's a falafel dumpling.
Or the insider insurance, you know, usury banking, Rothschilds, Trilateral, Warren Commission, you know, Bay of Pigs, Illuminati, you know, Freemasons, JFK, you know, Castro. I can go on, but anyway.
Hey,
going back to like the cultural political, like conservative versus the left or progressive or whatever. Like I get, because I kind of align with the center right a little bit about like holding on to the good things that are good about your culture and conserving that, but also like, you know, like you just said earlier about you know, don't say the past was that great, because you were complaining about the past while you were in it, weren't you? Of course we were. So it's like progressives also need to remember that progress is progressive, and they've been very impatient lately. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like in the Twilight Zone, right? You guys remember in the Twilight Zone where he's like, make me a leader of like the most powerful leader of a country where I control everything. And they like put him in the past where like the army's invading and he's like fucked. And so it's like, if you could be anywhere in the past, like there's times in the past that were really fucked up.
Yeah, most of the past. Even just back into the Middle Ages, just maybe, you know, 400 or 500 years ago. I mean, shit was fucking third world level brutal. There was no laws for kings. Kings could literally just walk you into their palace and have you fucking torn apart by animals if they wanted to, and that nobody could stop it.
That might be one of the plus points if you're actually a king. But a king, right, like Louis the Louis the 16th would easily trade his, you know, kingly domain for like a toilet, for sure. You're right. So it's crazy.
A gold toilet.
Right.
Just like modern amenities. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because he's still shit like in a hole in the ground. So you have to consider that he's a king, but he's still shitting in a hole in the ground. But like a day laborer in England, and like like a few hundred years later, is going to be living better than he does.
So, did you guys, when you were in high school or whatever, did they teach you about like Watergate and like the whole thing with Watergate and Nixon or whatever, like in English class or history class or something?
No, I learned about that later.
Well, really, one of the things that really kind of stood out for me about that time, and when we, they would make us listen to the tapes, and what it was, the most of the time that they were talking about was about their political opponent and getting them and making sure they don't win the next election, and just like the gossip of the political meta was more important than solving any kind of problem that was going on in America or the world. Or any, they were sandboxing literally in the Oval Office for like 90% of the time. So I find that very disappointing. But what that correlates to now is with all the BS that we've been seeing, the pandemic, the sexual this and that, the CIA and all these, government agencies, that's what they're doing too. And it's like they're not working on anything good. They're just trying to get them or get payback or seize power. And it's just so ugly. It's just ugly.
Yeah, I agree. And I'm strongly of the opinion that they're intentionally forming propaganda campaigns through like YouTube channels and TikTok accounts and robots and comments and stuff to like sort of convince people that the majority opinion is that, we all hate immigrants or we all hate trans people or trans ideology is an epidemic or things like that, or like the idea that like children's libraries are full of books with pornography or things like that, and that immigrants are eating fucking people's pets and shit. Like they just push retarded ass ideas and people just buy right into it like fucking idiots.
Yeah, I thought that guy that called in, whatever, the guy who's like into Rene Guanan, I thought he was a robot. For like a good 20-25 minutes, I was like, this guy is definitely a robot. Just because of the picture, because the picture was like a 3D picture of a person. So I was like, oh no. Because it looked like it was like a drawing of a person. So I was like, okay, so this might be definitely a robot. But yeah,
I wonder that. I think about that sometimes. We're not far off to where we're going to be meeting, people that are talking audibly in a conversation in these chats. That's actually just a program. That will happen.
Yeah, or I thought
Might
like
even
it'd
have
be funny
a,
if like if everyone just like lived next to you. Right, if you talk to like a bunch of people online, but they were like hiding like in your neighborhood, and they like created an algorithm where you'd be like spied on like right next to where you live.
Ugh,
by like
freaky.
characters you meet online. I mean, I don't know.
Sure.
They're thinking like a weird
That's
movie
probably
like that.
that's probably Edward Snowden's reality every day nowadays.
Right. Right. He gets honeypotted like every time he goes to the cafe and shit. Most likely.
I wonder if Putin knows where he's at. Amazing that he went to Russia too, by the way. But anyway,
yeah,
that's what they call that, Andy, is they call that manufactured consent. With all the different flooding of popular, contrary, contradictory opinion, basically. They're just scrambling our eggs. This is in the I forget the guy's name, Yuri Bezmenov subversion. This is the demoralization and the what's the other part of it? This is at least like the tail end of the demoralization part of subversion.
Right.
and it sucks because we should be trying to like find new sources of good, cheap, renewable, non-destroying, polluting energy. Like that's what we need. If you have free energy, you have free society. That's what we should be working on. But no, we have to be, subverting each other all day. I guess that's more fun.
Well, I mean, we have the capability to have 100% free energy for homes right now, just on the fact that we get sunlight every day, and that monocrystalline wafers for solar panels are made of fucking silica, which our planet is literally covered in silica. You could make more solar panels than you would need to power the entire world for everybody, but nobody's doing it because there's so much money in fossil fuel.
Yeah. And, not only that, but it's, gas actually has the bark behind the bite, or the bite behind the bark. And not only that, but, like most of the pharmaceutical drugs are all derived from petroleum. So, like, I'm almost convinced now that crude oil, you can do anything you want with it. Like, you can, like, make anything with it. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you can do a lot with it.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a really big problem, though. I don't like global warming. I don't necessarily subscribe to that too much. We do have an effect for sure. It's measurable, and it's probably worse than anything anyone's ever done in history. But I don't know that it's like detrimental to human civilization or anything.
Yeah, you could like put on a swimsuit and then like cover yourself in petroleum jelly and then like smash into those giant windows and leave like a petroleum jelly print.
Yep.
Sounds like a leftist party, baby. Did he? No. Oh, yep. Yeah, man. If we had like an actual like fusion where the energy is more than what you put into it, free energy society, then people could actually relax and be creative enough to clean up the crap that we've been washing down the river and selling down the river and dumping into the sea and dumping into the ocean, trying to like get rid of it out of our immediate area. But what does it say that the piper is gonna you got to pay the piper sometime, and that time is like I'm looking at my watch, like it's coming up fast. And space travel, how the hell are you going to get to Mars boiling water or to generate electricity? Tell me how the hell you're going to do that unless you have some way of stabilizing nuclear material to get it up into space in the first place without getting blown up. You're literally going to have to boil freaking water to generate electricity, I think, or like those huge batteries or something stupid. And you think you're going to get to Mars? This is ridiculous.
It'll happen. We'll get to Mars. There's a lot of ways that you can generate electricity, actually. Like, you could use solar on Mars just like you can on Earth. It gets direct sunlight all day. I think getting there is probably a bigger obstacle than actually sustaining life once we get there. I think we have everything we need right now to just take with us to Mars, to survive on Mars, and probably even terraform it. In fact, there's this the whole entire surface of Mars is covered in rust, like iron oxide, and there's this type of bacteria that eats rust and shits out carbon. What do plants eat? Carbon dioxide? It shits out whatever, it's either carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide. It shits out whatever plants eat. So there's like this large scale effort to try to produce this, rocket full of this bacteria that they can shoot at Mars that will eat all the rust and produce a CO2 environment.
Like
and then they can
bacteria or some shit.
Yeah, and then they were thinking about setting up plants there. Once they got that atmosphere and the plants could produce oxygen, then we could go there.
Yeah. There's so much BS out there. You guys were saying, or you mentioned the media. I think the media is probably the second most biggest issue going on because they're literally the only race, you could say, that has the power to oppress all people at all times. And the contrary, facts of BS is so, blatantly obvious at this point that it's like, okay, Mark Kelly's brother is on the International Space Station for a certain amount of time. They tell us that when you're up there for so long, you lose bone density, the mass of your bone density or whatever because of the lack of gravity. But yet you grow taller at the same time. Does anyone know how the hell that actually works?
Yeah, the only reason you don't actually grow taller. It's just that your joints, like all of I can't think of what it's even called, in between your vertebrae and your spine and in between your knees, there's like cushion in between there that's being compressed by the weight of your body when you're being measured on Earth, and there's none of that weight in space, so it's free to just expand. So you're technically taller, but just because your gravity isn't smashing your body down.
Yeah, they could put like steel implants in your shit too. There's people who get like, it'd be rare, but they could be like, these hybrid.
Yeah, but you're still losing bone density. You're still like, what do you call it? You're still osteoporosis or whatever they call that, right? But yet, supposedly, when you're away from the earth for so long and you're spinning around at that speed, you're growing taller and you're getting younger because of somehow there's an anti-aging effect on your cells. It's just so much BS that, sometimes like all you can do is troll people on the internet to feel happy,
Yeah, but like I once heard a story where this motherfucker got like 6-inch like big ass bolts put like in his knees and shit.
That's true.
Where he got like taller and shit.
Yeah, that's a real surgery that people go to like
rare,
go to like Thailand and shit and like have like lengthening put in their shins and femurs and shit to be taller.
Some weird shit. Some fucking hybrid.
It's real.
Some hybrids.
What to respond to what DeFreak was saying about the media, I think it's funny because if you think back to the 90s and the 2000s, early 2000s, everybody from kids all the way up to adults knew that the news was full of shit and that they were lying to us. And then it's like all of a sudden we switch over to social media, and now that these news people, the people delivering the news to us are doing it through social media accounts and YouTube channels, all of a sudden everybody thinks that they're trustworthy now. And it's just the same thing with a different mask on. And there's if there's money to be made, people will lie, period.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, it's auto host. Yeah, we're gonna get into this propaganda by Jacques Ellul. We're also gonna get into James Lovelock, the Gaia theory. So yeah, he's gonna explain how he thinks that the Earth allowed the conditions for there to be like life and so on and so forth.
Consciously, you mean?
I don't know how much he believes that, but he certainly seems to be suggesting that Earth guided evolution of animals in some way. But yeah.
That's an interesting idea. There's definitely a symbiotic relationship for sure. Like the conditions are consistently perfect.
Yeah, I think Alfred Russel Wallace and Gregory Bateson, they also believe this. And could be Henry Bergson also, but I need to look more into Bergson. he wrote a work called Creative Evolution. That's like, you know, I remember I read like the first part of it, and I found it very interesting.
Hey, Andy, I sent you back on the 21st of January a link to a humans weren't first, whatever kind of interpretation of, I guess, some new text they found or whatever. And I was wondering if you looked at that yet, or if that's old news or whatever, because I think we're about due for another show. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, I have a bunch of new stuff that I've been studying, actually. Like I was saying earlier, I've been wanting to talk about I'll talk about whatever you want to talk about as well, but I have some research that I've been doing that I want to get off my chest about the Exodus. I've only really just scraped the surface when I was talking about it with you earlier. I think you'd be really interested, because it's sort of, it validates a point that most Christians and Jews seem to have rejected.
Yeah, I'm always interested in that stuff. This one here, I mean, they're not necessarily directly like denying Jewish history or whatever, but they're just co-opting it, or I guess you could say co-opting it, or they're just kind of like making it secondary to the fact that like humans aren't the first, physical beings in the universe, and like so anyway. But it's tied in with scripture, and she's a very convincing speaker. So anyway, I think I'm going to drop down now, so I can actually get some rest. And I've been kind of unpacking and finishing up like kind of my move, and so it's like But I heard some of the guys talking or whatever, and then I wanted to do that thing. So anyway,
thanks for joining, man. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Same. I'm going to jump off here too and get something to eat. Thank you for having me, Muhammad. I'll talk to you again.
Yeah, peace, Andy. Yeah,
Take care.
Thank you for joining, sir. Yeah, have a blessed day. Yeah. All right. So I guess everybody's left. Okay, I did procure some music for the show. I'll play some of that now. Starting with this sort of song here. Hopefully you guys enjoy some of this. Blessings.
Hey yo, first things first, it's time to shake ground in the 8th round. Box battle will break down for the beat, killer rhyme tone. Jump in the cyclone, STUHLU, yes I know. The rat fiend vaccine, pack red theme, put them up. What the fuck? You plucked the best seed off the wall, spitting the gorilla tag team. What's up now? Duck down, stuck, they can't breathe. Yo, you know the routine, the team in effect, please don't step. You wanna feed one of my pet peeves? The more beef, the better. Sound gay, but you all wanna sleep together. Okay, in the club, we don't sneak Berettas. Why not? We got so much street credit, the fucking police let us. Now that's bullshit, cause we don't pack heat. So come and get your head cracked at a fat meat. Moving this on now, making it pump loud, shaking the buck wild, breaking the pump style, faking the funk pound. Don't watch the pump, what now? Watch a balance shit get sunk down. Click, click, pow, pow, nah, that, what? Just what I thought was up now. I'm like, hold it down, never give in. Style, sever your limbs, however you want it to end. Dirty syringe, I murder them again. 9-7 serving them sands, or 30 your friends get knocked out, turbulent wind. Hopped out, what you want, beer, bourbon, or gin. I'm a fish, you can tell by the flippers and fins. Yo, I got a rock style, pivot the offspring, and Joe rhythm with a distorted guitar string. Who am I? Russian roulette, who is I? Pushing it back, hotter than Quebec in July. Here we got 5-1, stereo, pop gun live. Here we go, SOB, drop some for the kids in the hall with the new block tape. Blast from both angles, I boondock say so. Get up, and let the sound hit ya. Snap this audio style picture. Keep it moving this
is on now, making it pump loud, shaking the pump wild, raping the pump style, faking the funk now. Don't watch the pump, what now? Watch a battleship get sunk down. Click, click, pow, pow, nah, nah, that, what? Just what I thought was up now. I'm like, who the hell is splitting the belly up on the shellfish, chilling Indian style, playing the thel blitz, drilling your brain like grabbing video games, filling syringe full of styles and sticking into your vein. Yo, what kind of shit is he on? Really, your style's really beyond. Come on, punk, fuck off, you really gotta be gone. Ripped out of your brain, piss covered in shit. The distance SOB gang, son of a bitch. I'm a star killer for kicks. They're in the Air Force One of the globe. I can't fit, get it? I'm sick with it when I spit the venom in it. Drips up in a minute, gets the women in a quick dilemma. We could settle it now, and I don't know who did it, but they said it was Styles. It's on now, making it pump loud, shaking the pump wild, raping the pump style, faking the funk pound. Don't watch the pump, what now? Watch a battleship get sunk down. Click, click, pow, nah, nah, that, what? Just what I thought was up now. I'm like, trap years in time caps and make them feel as if nanoseconds elapse. My subliminal responds with sparks and contradicts its content because I'm conscious of my subconscious thoughts. Verbal widow make you short circuit quick. I throw a Merkin fit and squirt some shit worse than a murder hit from David Berkowitz. I throw dirt on your birth certificate. Get deep to see our surface, it slice you and walk through your personage like a curtain split. My predatory nature so raw that I love phlegm. While the vultures flew over him, I flew above them. I'm the derelict with sick terror spit. You don't produce natural paragraphs, you carry someone else's like a surrogate. The onslaught that I'm causing, no author can pause it. I'm the dark secret inside of the skeleton's closet. I raise my pages in the sacred Philippine caves. Grew stalactite braids and shaved them with guillotine blades. A cryptic rhyme shocked and ripped his mind. Cannabis and K-Reno combined is an unwritten apocalyptic sign. I turn them seeds into shark feed, write and read and walk speed. The vampire and ultraviolet crossbreed. The rap gospel I follow is probably most optimal. My ultra opticals can spot fetus hair follicles. The possibility of me not winning's impossible. I'm so mentally hostile, I hear good news and get volatile. I telepathically move objects, my tongue concocted a new strain of saliva. One drop can fuel rockets. I throttle you with violent tailwinds, then extend another set of limbs and put you in a double full Nelson. So tell me, can you ace this quiz? You're the reverse opposite of what the opposite of true greatness is. Motherfucker, why would you try to nullify a beast with a butterfly? That's like singing an insomniac a lullaby. My eyes can catch rap as far as the skies can stretch. A bloody mic depicted and described in my composite sketch. Hit your place with self-imposed gashes in my face. Transform you from a solid mass to ashes in a face. So soon as you move, I'm dooming you. Then I'll take your widow to a room to school 20 minutes after your funeral. You wanna try to wipe my rhyme out? You be better off trying to put a strapped suicide bomber in time out.
Over the horizon, radar rhymes. Patent number 4686605. Sound pours out of the ground across the land. Jethro Tull was mauled by the god called Pan. Creative writing and rhythm, grammar and composition. Don't ignore me, ignore the fools who tell you don't listen. To you it shouldn't sound like I'm quitting, cause I'm not. If I am to continue, it's up to hip-hop. Wary of body and mind, tired of swimming against the tide. Why swim or walk when I can glide? Zero gravity exercising requires expert timing. For skydiving, my call sign is flying wing. An impossible profession. Saint Germain was made to explain the lesson with a 1,000-bar message. Now you may go, you have graduated. Now you may know, tell the world exactly what you were shown. Shown up, Sesame Street poems brought to you by Sears Roebuck. Countdown, 48 months. Does it amaze me? No. Does it faze me? Maybe a little, yo. We gotta find a way to generate dough. The promoter won't pay me what I want for a show. Why do it for free when I'm worth my weight in gold? Mind, body, and soul inseparable. Incredibly, protoplasma recycles the matter perpetually. Hip-hop became boring. Lyrics seem more like a vestigial organ, but they shouldn't be important. The diaphragm, the thymus, activate the latent powers that reside inside us with 13 chakras. Get the Guantanamo Bay, the Alcatraz way. You heard what I say? These pigs gotta pay. I steady my approach. This supposed to be a no-fly zone. Black Sheep Squadron with strobe light hose. The hurricane's eye open, gale winds blowing. Moses on a rowboat, floating in the ocean. I figured out how to save water in a drought. If we save the right amount, I know we can make it out. The ever-expanding mind commanding the body. Do you copy the quantum biology biopsy? My austere designs are so ahead of the time. Even when you press rewind, you're still left behind. Father Arthur, Paul Pauper, breeze to draw prana and a yoga pose, trying to get close to your mama. Your ear cartilage has been targeted. The bombing will commence. Don't be a bitch, nigga, you started it. On the Sabbath, I write pre-planet for the planet. Drawing mechanics suspended in space as holographics. Scientifically quantifiable, megalomaniacal, viable style. It's like trying to ride a bull. The lyrical inimical is miserable because I built a citadel of syllables that make me invincible. Am I a madman or a mason? A patriot or a pagan? West coasting in a 6'4" with Dayton's. The propulsion system matrix poorly calibrated. I'm waiting on the part, special order replacement. Battle rapid, just aimless entertainment. Second round knockout was one of their favorites. Fuck all the haters. My luck was crushed, I felt like it fronted. My heart kept pumping, I had to do something. I turned the page, wrote a turn of phrase. Verbal x-rays, they say I don't burn, I blaze. Don't look at it like winning or losing. In 98 it was amusing. Poet Laureate's my new shit. Time keep on slipping, the ripper keep ripping. But right now my image stands still in a prism. My light reflects like mirrors, I choose to share it. The procession of the earth is never
Niggas listen to this shit right now. Got this shit going down. That new world order. Niggas is holding it down. Niggas ain't ready, man. Everybody know what time it is, man. Y'all niggas listening to this shit right now. All my niggas in the street, man. Y'all niggas know what time it is. Are they ready? Let's see. Let's see if these niggas is ready, man. Come on.
My brain is a coliseum unfinished, a art museum to none vision, a mausoleum before the sun risen. Dark wisdom, break the order of the magic witches. The tablet of the gifted, fall in the hands of the music business. The sacred oath, the snake is pulse. He flinches, I take his ghost. Shadow wall, we battle for the emerald ring. They unfold wings. When you enter the temple, they sing hieroglyphs up a spiral cliff. Follow the monk for months. Close your eyes where his disciples is sit. Every morn, the first satellite hit, I spit. The prayer lords recite from scripts. Then it's back to the silence. Patient observe the lotus bud. I write the scroll on each clove. This is discipline before beast mode. Follow G.O.D. code. Fondle my prayer beads under a pear tree. This prepares me. Then the chair was formed by the bees. A bear and the deer come around me. I won't speak for weeks. I hold my tongue. Now I can hold the sun. How is it I outnumber y'all? And y'all got me by 6-1. Y'all got me by 6-1.
The Elohim hold court in the ether. Deciding the fate of the human race, I plead my case through his speakers. Son, the rapper who mastered the dark matter, the guard particle mass created to smash atoms. Deal with energies that vibrate at higher frequencies. Your chakras gotta be aligned to even speak to me. Journey through time, and I doubt you ever find a shine on minds like mine that dwarf Einstein. See, I confuse Confucius with a complex theory of evolution with mind power that devoured Isaac Newton. Heaven on earth, nah, it's more like some sort of hell. War with Satan, crown shaking from the mortar shell. Escape the Matrix like Morpheus, dodging bullets in slow motion like I'm smoking some dust. But my third eye's bright enough to spar with the Dalai Lama. Verbal projectiles pierce spiritual body armor. I'm a master builder from an enslaved mason, trying to hide the true identity of my creations. Lines I scribe identify who I'm facing. It's war, and either you a God or a Satan. Lyrical lord draws the paper thin line between love and hate. Decide if you destroy or create. They think it's verbal, but this warfare is spiritual. We box him in, apply pressure to his physical. Check 1, 2. Who got more style than Sun do? None do. Solar flare your earth, Luke, sun you. I body the mic, I body the beat, I body the MC with the audacity to flow after me. My automated system got 8 wicked concoctions. If that don't satisfy you, press 9 for more options. I can't believe you just did that. 20,000 wigs just concurrently slid back. Ha! I blow flames in high dosages. If I get too thirsty, the earth will be oceanless. Feelings don't move me, I guess I'm emotionless. Sick party holds a pinata full of locusts. Bobbing for live grenades inside a bucket. I know the plural pronunciation is locust, but fuck it. What are the percentages of a man actually choking to death after swallowing phonetic images? I spit unlimited pandemics, deliberately distributed millions of rappers, skin grass and canned spinach. As a child, I was seeing slaves. They checked my room and found my imaginary friends' imaginary DNA. It's gut-wrenching. My ultimate intention is to sit on top of the tower of infinite ascension, carrying on the ag jackal who ravages natural like Z in the alphabet. I keep coming after you. The judge said for the sake of my health, I've been ordered to stay 100 miles away from myself. You ain't hard, you a fake. I won't stop until I've blown his cover. You softer than the baby sister of a Jonas brother.
Behavioral scientist, why you dying to spit? You try too hard when you rhyme with bitch. Try again, approve this for public release. Fuck with the beast with buck teeth. Bust your guns or get rushed in the streets. Handcuffed to the back of the Jeep. Blindfolded, you hear a foreign language they speak. You do not know it. Kidnapped to commit through cartoon, through parched sand dunes, to a dark room to witness your doom. Bash you in the face with a mag. Rope around your neck over a tree branch. Hoist you up in 3 sandbags. You shit yourself, your pants sag. Global broadcast, man, that's sad. They lynched them in the lab. 24 apprentices for hardcore fellowship. 24 masters, 24 lyricists. Dead to the world, alive to the hearts that are pure. If you endure, your mind's open doors. Complete the last step without crossing my rep. Who's next? What possessed you to jump off a cliff? I split thoughts once you stop the hip-hop juggernaut. Kill your blood clot, you stink like jungle rot. Me llamo Herman, Bushido Dogan, Shotokan, the prototype of the first proto-rhyme. With combined payloads, my glide bombs provide bros. They cause World War II death tolls at live shows. Independently talk targeted. Bombing shit from so high up in the atmosphere, you lose consciousness. No oxygen, only cannabis, antioxidants. Think about it, why spit into a bottomless pit? I'm so isolated lyrically, they put me in a desert facility to test my abilities. Check out my melodies, designed by Pratt and Whitney. Rap so swiftly, TAW50 following me, cause you're with me. Your hot bars are lukewarm, let me school y'all. Intravenously, cold-blooded cooling calls are running through my jaws. The sun's hot, I'm warmer, the metaphor explorer. I give an order, you can't cross the border. We ain't religious, don't talk about the Torah. We'll crucify you on a cross for a quarter. Welcome to my house of slaughter, signing on the roster. Go downstairs, put your stuff in the locker and come back. Let me see what you got, son. I dropped them. Rapping stepping to me, I ain't the one. Spontaneous, nucleonic, you the opposite, be honest. You produce reduced knowledge, and the discography is dishonest. Pro promise, change your name to MC Silence. Yes, your album inspired me. No, I didn't buy it. Talk back, nigga get fired. I'll erase your verse off the track so fast you'll wake up tired. Candles go out, darkness infiltrate the house. What the fuck he talking about? He got a mental case mouth. I forced him to his knees, told him to face out. Empty your PayPal bank account before I blow your brains out. Untouchable since the day I came out. That's why these whack niggas keep calling my name out. How the fuck they gon' change that now? How they sound? I'ma put them in the ground. Lyrical law style. How you liked it me then? How you like me now? How you like me in the future when I'm wearing that crown? The crown is invisible. You don't have to be a loud individual. You act like hip-hop is all you listen to. If that's true, this is for you. And I'ma keep gripping you, cause that's what cannabis do. If that's true, this is for you. And I'ma keep gripping you, cause that's what cannabis do.
Fuck you and the hole you came out of. Turn this shit up, blast this shit louder.
fuck you. To the cops, of course. Go to work, fuck you. To your boss. Dealing with the stress and the struggle. Sometimes you gotta say fuck you. On the train and somebody bump you and don't say sorry. What to do? Fuck you. Asshole, yellow cab can't drive. Look them in the eyes. What to do? Fuck you. It's just two little words that go a long way when people get on your nerves, like cutting you off on a highway. Give them a finger, scream fuck you all day. And to the nosy neighbors and all the haters, it's fuck you now and fuck you later. Fuck y'all.
It's like a new up as I start to spread.
Fuck you.
Make no mistake.
Fuck you. Always up in somebody's business. Who did what? Who fucking who? What is this? Fuck the Coke Connect. Cause when you buy that hard, it's like 20% wet. Fuck the world, don't ask me for shit. If you was dying in the desert, I wouldn't give you spit. Fuck you, you fake motherfucker. Lying piece of shit, straight cocksucker. 24/7 year round. It's fuck y'all niggas and fuck you clown. Come on y'all, say what you wanna say. Do what you wanna do, move how you wanna move. The world is full of assholes. Fuck everybody, increase your cash flow. Fuck who ain't with it. Fuck who ain't feeling me. Fuck you in the New York minute. Fuck all the hip-hop politics. I'm smashing niggas, you know how hard I hit. What the fuck you wanna do? From the bottom of my heart, nigga, fuck you.
Listen.
Fuck y'all.
It's like a new up as I start to spread.
Fuck you.
Make no mistake.
Black pro. Fuck you. Black pro.
Blow your back out with the nickel plated.
Got a long list of kills. It requires a certain mix of skills I've acquired through long tests of wits and wills. I need a fix that keeps me off of prescription pills when life has its ups and downs or dips and hills. I'm emotionless, I separate heart from mind. I take the good with the bad, both parts combined. They found one body, the other wasn't far behind, but she was a virgin and good girls are hard to find. First kill in a long time, they thought I resigned, but they both pointed back to me like a rewind. Led the cops to a pit wall. I laughed as they crashed into a tunnel I painted on a brick wall. I beat them by a landslide, but they found the body. They said you can run, but you can't hide. I ignore it, cause I don't like getting rid of bodies. The fun part's everything before it.
A false prophet, God is a superstition. I hear you, in fact. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I think about death and decay with every weapon in every way. It never stops, it's every second of every day. I could probably be arrested for thought crime, but I'll be back on the streets making up for lost time. Some are random, some take years of waiting, some repeat when all the good ideas are taken. If I could, I would murder every person near me. Sounds really good, but it only works in theory. When it comes to my own kind, I'm drawing the line, but I can't say the thought never crossed the mind. Everything gets older, then death brings closure. I'm quite sure of it, I never have to think it over. I dream about killing, I'm a really light sleeper. You know what I'm thinking, it doesn't take a mind reader. I prefer to do all murders in large amounts, but it's not about that, it's the thought that counts.
I am a false prophet, God is a superstition. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
I don't know who has to die. It's whoever happens to catch an eye. We make mistakes, you live and learn, you laugh and cry. Every passerby looks like a potential kill. It's like staring at apple pie in the windowsill. I'm at a distance, I'm almost invisible watching. But I'm not a peeping Tom, I'm window shopping. Life is short, you're dying from the time you're born. And life goes on, and so forth and so on. When it's all been said, I won't have any grievances. I've learned to live with my demons like Walking Dead. They say I have killed a girl who survived from dying. So I'm innocent, you can't blame a guy for trying. I should have taken her prisoner. But for every hot chick, there's a guy that's tired of hitting her. If you scream, you'll die. No one ever takes my advice. Most women just want a good listener.
I am a false prophet, God is a superstition. I am a false prophet, God is a superstition.
So I have there's probably tons of weird shit that's live.
All right, we live. Yeah, we're gonna watch some, homosexual nationalist propaganda on YouTube. I think, from what I understand. So.
Okay, so I don't know what this is. I guess
full determinism. In many regards, yeah, we're very close about like philosophical things you're asking about.
He's a full determinist.
And I'm a guy who's telling you God is all there is. So,
but that goes against Paul and the creature-creator distinction.
Yeah, so this guy on this channel here, Ace Theo, he doesn't believe in free will. He thinks that Paul basically disagrees that we have free will. That's what his whole channel's thing is.
He's supposed to be a Christian or something?
Yeah, he's a Christian.
Nice.
But it's interesting. So yeah, so that's what they're talking about like every day. So it's weird. Like me and Unseen should go on this channel at some point because this is essentially the debate that we were having.
Was that Brown's boy on there? It sounded like Brown's boy on there.
I don't think so.
I thought I heard his voice.
God's will being done, and I am saying the good news is He gave us rest. He gave us peace. All the gifts of the Spirit. It's just God's a spirit. It's the flesh, is at enmity against the Spirit, and vice versa. And to hear the word of God, you can believe, and you through that conduit of Christ in you, you just have all the blessings of God. Like,
but when you're having this discussion with someone like myself, it sounds like you're telling me that there's nothing I can do.
And they say the way of the Tao is to do nothing. So what the hell are we supposed to do?
Are we doing the way of the Tao?
That was a good point. That's a really good point, actually.
Well, this is the way. Christ. Christ is the way. That's just what that word means.
So
the way to be.
So you are telling me
life, the way to the Father.
You're telling me not to do anything, or that I can't do anything, or both, or what?
I'm just telling you what Jesus Christ did. And then you're saying, well, does that mean it doesn't matter what I do? And I'm saying, yeah, that the way that question follows my question or my statement. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's my message isn't about what you did. I don't judge anybody after the flesh. Like, I just don't even care what you're doing in that way.
Well, you're saying
if
somebody worships Satan, you say, well, that's just what Christ is having you do.
Those who so-called worship Satan, to me, and your point is you don't have to believe me, but to the book, is those rejecting the gospel and preaching a blasphemous, evil.
See, this shit's higher level. Like, look at how they're talking. Like, they're talking very respectfully. Like, that was bananas. Good job.
Yeah, we need to change that real quick. We need to change that. We'll send people. No, just kidding. No, but that's a good point. Captive Desk. I don't think I've seen this people before.
He's an atheist apologist. He watches my show too.
Sounds better than Breakfast Taco so far.
Yeah.
Or whatever he calls his channel now. I do respect the rage baiting stuff. I do respect the rage baiting though. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, have you seen this guy debate Jim Bob?
Hold on, let me check it. Look, I can't see his face. Hold on. Definitely not. How did that go?
It was like, I guess it was naturalism versus presuppositionalism, that whole deal. So,
Who do you think won that particular debate? I mean,
I don't know. It seemed like kind of like they had reached an impasse, and so that's what it seemed like a draw.
Get a rock and they do all these things backwards as far as they can with the best they can. Now, are they all wrong? They could be. Prove that they've all wrong, because the problem with dating is certain dating methods corroborate other dating methods.
Yes,
And
you have
they-
to go at it. You have to go
Yeah.
at it from many different angles to come up with a
Exactly.
solid inference, right?
Mhm.
Independent
will-
angles.
Even if they use a range, that's better than not having any range at all. And they like to target the range. But when the ranges overlap each other, now you have corroborating evidence, and you've got, like Mike says, multiple. Now you have to not only attack the one dating method, but they think they've sabotaged the other ones when actually they've reinforced the other ones because they have nothing to do with what the other one, they don't think, right? One doesn't think I'm a million years old, and the other one thinks I'm a billion years old. They don't think these things. It's just when they do the math, there's these overlapping lines that corroborate each other. And then there's completely different things like known events we have, things like volcanoes that show up in ice cores that go back almost a million years. So within that, you can corroborate. So
he's defending the current scientific consensus in terms of dating of rocks. So this is what he's engaged in right now. So that's pretty interesting. All right, let's see what.
Yeah, I mean, I think I do wish more people would try to debate that, because I think that it's highly suspicious the way that they try to like measure like stars and rocks and all these things. Like, oh well, we just have. I mean, how many presuppositions do you have to like assume, that some sort of data that you're picking up means, whatever you're saying it means. I don't know. Uh-oh, Caucasian Sasquatch. Oh boy.
Caucasian Sasquatch.
The halls of power revolve on violence.
Hold on. I actually do agree with Abe on this. Diplomacy is ultimately the best route, and all warfare is diplomacy by other means.
Whoa, that was a hot take. Who's this guy? Shadow of Hawk 55. I've not heard of him. But yeah, they're kind of like justifying the force doctrine situation here.
Yes, which is violence.
Must be taking a page out of Andrew Wilson's book.
Right, it seemed like, yeah. It says the Trump administration is reportedly considering forming a new alternative to the G7, one that completely leaves Europe behind. This new alliance would unite United States, Japan, China, Russia, and India.
Right. Well, that's already happened. So.
Right.
This is just like ex post facto like justification. That's exactly what that's exactly all the propaganda I'm talking about that me and Phil Leader look at. Like that's exactly what it seems to indicate.
Like 1,000 times, right? He's like G7. This is BRICS. Like he said that like dozens of times.
Well, but I don't think he said that there's like a new alliance being formed. I think he thinks it still is G7, but ultimately
they're getting ahead of it. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. I think they're trying to like do some sort of weird.
Yeah, they're trying to out meme people like Phil Leader or whatever through this shit. This guy Ryan Fournier.
Yep.
I don't know who that
Crazy.
is.
Oh yeah. That dude. I don't know exactly who that is, but I know that he's important. Like he's one of these stalker weird dudes. But there's another guy has a similar name who's involved with like the Babylon Bee and stuff, and he's another weird dude that's he has a similar name, and he does a lot of that weird shit too, where it's like they play with the semantics and stuff to like trick people about what they're trying to actually do.
So this is weird. They're discussing alt-right politics here, so I think we hit on a weird thing here.
Oh, I didn't realize Ryan Fournier was on the thing. Let me screenshot that. I'll send that to Philly later. They got like CTUHLU on the top as the top guy up there too. I think that's kind of interesting.
Right.
I'm sure there's some sort of the Green Ranger. Interesting. I used to watch a guy named who called himself the White Ranger, but it was a racial term, so I don't know. The White Power. He used to call himself the Mike.
Catch up to Samuel. That's what his name is, Samuel.
Probably Giorgiani's boy then. I have to listen.
So he's named himself after the a Gnostic demon, right? So then it says underneath cock squatch, and then it says a bunch of weird like language stuff.
Well, according to Twilight, Samuel was like Yahweh essentially, or something like that. So I don't know, something like that. I guess my what you call it? My microphone is bad, so I'll just restart it. But hold on a second. But yeah, that Ryan Fournier, what is his name? Trump administration community. Yeah, I'm gonna send that to him later. I'm sure he's gonna think something about that. It's pretty weird. That dude's a really strange dude.
Yeah, like there's two like guys that are created, archons that are created by Aldebaran, and it's like Samael and Saklas, right? So it's like a blind man and a fool is what it means, right? So it's interesting.
A blind man and a fool. What the?
Yeah, they created the world or whatever.
Other memes that we're discussing here, bro.
Listen, all I wanted was for you to just accept this trade negotiation that favors me. Totally.
Negotiations.
You don't want to? Okay, let me just break your country. Now let's have a conversation.
I mean, that's the model that the British Empire succeeded.
I like
in,
this.
I
like this kid. He's smart. This kid is smart. Whoever this kid talking is very smart. I can tell.
It says Shadow of Hawk 50. Hold on. Let me see.
Look.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to look him up. We need to get up on panel. He's a good arguer.
I don't know what to tell you. Your country sucks. Like it's fine that we don't want Canada in the club.
First and foremost, the entire Commonwealth needs a revolution at this point.
Yeah,
all of it.
You got a license to call for revolution?
You got a license for that license, mate?
Right?
Where's your license?
Look. If we had to get right down to it, right? Y'all have seen Ted, right? The Seth MacFarlane movie about the talking teddy bear.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the beginning of Ted, right? They were talking about that magical time of year where it's time to beat up the Jewish kids, right? And so all these neighborhood kids got together and were beating up the Jew kid. And then our main character comes up and he's like, "Hey, can I play too?" And everybody, including the kid getting beaten up, tells him to fuck off. Canada's that kid.
What a weird reference. Right man.
Yeah. Well, I looked up some stuff about what do you call it? The Netherlands and England yesterday. So I have a response for Void next time I see him. So I'll give you a hint. It involves Dionysus and what's the opposite of Dionysus? Apollonian. Yeah, there you go.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure you'll know what it's about, but it's like different Freemasonic arms fighting with each other and shit.
Yeah, now this guy's gonna try to convert Neurojack to Islam. So let's see if it works.
Dawa overdone you. Interesting. I don't know what that means, but come accept Islam. It's a good argument.
A lot of interesting discussions.
TikTok. He's doing a TikTok invasion. See, this
to you then.
he's definitely a Fed. That's why I want to start doing TikTok invasions, because when you start seeing, like, let's watch some of this, because the TikTok invasions are very like feddy, like I would say. It's very strange. Like let's listen to some of this. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
Realize comes directly from the Shahada Zone axiom. So there's a lot of things that you have to take as extra independent axioms that I don't have to take as extra independent axioms.
Okay. So would you believe that God's attributes or whatever are unnecessary, unchanging, and internally existed?
Necessary or unnecessary? Sorry.
Yeah, or his attributes and Allah that necessary, like they couldn't fail to exist and they exist in all possible worlds as the same thing?
Yes, correct. But that's kind of cheating from our perspective, because you know, all possible worlds is a world is only possible if Allah creates it from our paradigm.
Yeah. So
Okay. So yes.
so those things would all exist in all possible worlds. They're unchanging. Is Allah's volition and will informed by his attributes?
I'm not sure what you mean by informed by his attributes. Having his will, his divine will, is an attribute, yes.
Okay, and this is the type of thing that couldn't be otherwise because it wouldn't be a law, right?
Allah by very definition is all powerful, all knowing, and is self-aware.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think what he's getting at, if I'm correct me if I'm mistaken, is you seem to be thinking of will in a temporal sense and saying that he would have to essentially change his will in order to choose to create something. Is that where you're going?
Nope.
Okay, sorry, maybe you need to clarify then.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if his will, his senses, its attribute that exists in all possible worlds, is unchanging, never different across all possible worlds. Are all things informed by his will, unchanging, and exist across all possible worlds?
Yeah.
Things occur by his will and his permission. Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by informed by his will. What does that mean?
Yeah, it means in order for P will, Q result happens, right? So P then Q.
Okay, that doesn't really answer my question. Okay, hold on. So just to be clear, God wills something into existence. God wills things into existence, for example, right?
Right. So yeah, those things would be informed by the will.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So this is the nuance I wanted to pull out, is his attribute of having will shouldn't be conflated with any particular choice made.
I'm not interjecting that. I'm just curious, right?
Okay.
His will, right, cannot be otherwise, right? Because then a law's nature and attributes would change, right?
What?
This is, again, I'm trying to make sure we pin down what you mean by his will.
Like his attribute.
Okay, hold on. Is this in relation to, like, did God have to create the universe? Is it in relation to that?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so
I don't want to
Yeah, that's interesting. They're getting pretty like philosophical, I guess. So
Yeah, we need to. I do want to start doing TikTok invasions. I just haven't figured out like technically how to do that on different platforms yet. Like how to restream that back to YouTube. But I think we should start doing that because it's a very different vibe than YouTube. And yeah, I think it would be very. I think it would show you like a little bit wider of a like what's going on. It's like a better. I think it's a better cultural cross section, but I think YouTube is more important. If that makes sense, you know. But I don't know. Chats with Yak.
Chats with Yak. Oh, they got the fox on there. She's probably starting a ruckus here.
So I had to forge a lot of my own kind of like coping mechanisms and stuff. So, and then like society doesn't really understand you, so you feel generally rejected, even if you like get a family and stuff, it doesn't last. So not that it's happened to me personally, but I can imagine myself going through that if I didn't have an alternate timeline.
You've been, God.
It's
You've
kind of
been
weird,
very
Jack. It's
Go
like
ahead.
almost like Melanie's been born again, right? Like
No.
almost has a new
No.
life.
No.
Like no. Like you have like a new life. Like you have a whole new
Actually,
persona about it. I'm not downing you. I'm not trying to
No.
be a dick about it. I'm just saying, like,
So this
you
is a
have
Twin Peaks
different
reference. So
timeline.
sorry if you don't get it though, but I just had to dig myself out of the shit. Okay,
Yeah.
I had to be my own
Sometimes-
golden shovel.
I think that's part of it. If you can take it from a spiritual perspective, the way I see it is this is for our development. And, you know, we got to face these tough times so that we can discover how strong we actually are. And to truly know your strength, you got to be rejected, right? To understand compassion, you got to find.
It sounds like it's like a gay rights program all of a sudden. It's crazy.
It might be. It might be on the under.
Yeah, like Jackson.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's also-
weird. Yeah.
On the weird trajectory over here.
Yeah.
He replaced the fire. He replaced the fireplace with some shower curtains. So yeah, whenever you see somebody with shower curtains, it's going wrong. Something's going wrong.
And he's ready to welcome everybody. I don't know. It is what it is.
With arms wide open. Nah, come on, now. You know
Right.
the song.
But like this Fox, like they get pretty like they try to take over the conversation. Like, let's see if that happens. But honestly, I think that'll
Yeah,
happen.
the little bit I've seen with the Fox is pretty good. Like with Jack's show, it's kind of hard because you just got too many people trying to steer the direction. But it seems like there's always somebody who's been like predetermined to take over the stream, so it doesn't seem that easy to do. I don't know.
Yeah, last time my show was on, he was on with the Thorpes. And then the Toilable Earth was on with Thorpes last night. That's an interesting video. We could maybe review that if you want, because that was really funny and weird.
I'm sure they're gonna show us how exactly how Catholic and/or Orthodox they supposedly are.
Right.
No, I mean they're actually. I'm entertained by them sometimes, but
yeah,
not in a good way. Not in a good way though. You know, it's like it's kind of
What is this thing?
It's usually like they make like 10 good points in a row, and then they say like 5 to 10 things that like totally destroy their credibility, and I'm like, okay, so like I don't understand what I'm watching now.
Take more time to explore, especially like. Again, I just think it's taking a huge risk to offer advice to people that you don't know on an intimate level, but that's just, you know, I do have like an ideal in my head where I don't think it's possible to help people unless you know them intimately. So yeah, okay, we're gonna. You said you're willing to do a more in-depth chat.
We can talk
so
more.
What's the best way to
Yes.
reach out? Is it Discord?
Discord is probably one of the worst. Honestly,
Jack has everything. Like his phone number is probably the best way to get a hold of him.
Oh, okay.
Um,
Can you receive text? Like that's a cell phone?
yes. Yep. Text is wonderful at that
I
number.
sent him a couple
Also-
dick pics one night.
So Jack
No,
Talcott just hands his phone number out.
No, of course. And
Okay.
Yeah, he like doxes himself on a show. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like yeah, as far as I know, like me and Jack Talcott are like one of the only people to do that, just self-dox. Like, we have done that.
I mean, it's bold to do it, but I mean, it's like there's very good reasons you wouldn't do that. Mainly because like there's so many scammers that can like destroy your life with like a phone number or something. I mean, that's like the main thing. It's like it doesn't have to be some crazy person on the internet. It could just be some random person who uses your
Yeah.
information. So
Yeah, I just see that like any crime that anybody's gonna like do like to you, like it's pretty much just gonna be like just a crime or just a regular crime. If somebody takes their information and then harms you, like based off of information they got online, they still have to like break the law. So it's like I don't know, you know, I'm not really that afraid of it, right? Unless people are just straight up criminals and they want to harm you, then I guess you can't stop them. I guess. Right? I don't know.
yeah, you guys definitely have balls and/or don't give a fuck. So I respect it for sure.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful night, Melanie. And this was actually a great interaction.
For sure.
All right. Well,
Yes.
that was
Blessings
boring.
and thank you.
Yeah,
Well,
good
let's go to
man.
this
Jack.
guy. This guy's the African guy. So I forget where he's from, Nigeria or something. But yeah, he's pretty smart. He's a smart guy for sure. White supremacy versus Pan-Africanism is the topic. Pretty interesting topic for sure.
Well, they're selling like Pan-Asianism and Pan-Africanism like all over the place right now. Like it's a huge psyop going on right now. Gigantic one.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. So let's hear the other side.
Top end, like there's no such thing as racism at the top end.
Oh shit, it's Imperius. Remember when we talked to Imperius for a long time?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever really heard his voice, so I'm kind of curious to hear what he sounds like.
Yeah, we did. We talked to him on your show, but you deleted the episode. Remember that?
Well, I must have forgot but yeah, I just remember DMing him and him saying like, I'll kill anybody who doesn't believe what I say.
Yeah, I'll remind you. Yeah, he was telling me that Newton was a Christian, and then I pulled up the Shabbat Lubavitch article on Newton, right? And then he started saying that that the information is illegitimate because of Shabbat that's reporting it. And I said, well, why does the Shabbat agree with the Catholic Church? and then he started saying that I should go work at McDonald's and serve him because he's better than me. And then I told him, thank you, come again. Remember, I kept doing that.
I wish I did. I don't remember that interaction, but it sounds like it was a good one, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it was on your old channel. Like I really screamed at Imperius until like for 3 hours one day. Yeah, like that's why he doesn't come on our channels and fuck with us.
It's probably for the best because he looks like a dangerous person. So. but he sounds interesting though.
Yeah, we had him and Joshua Jones out there. Like Imperius is still in our Discord right now. But yeah.
Yeah, I wish Joshua Jones would come around. He was really good at trolling. I mean, except for he didn't troll you well, but he trolled everybody else pretty well.
Yeah, I got him a few times. Like I pinned him a few times.
No, but I mean, I want to see his Asian Aryan theory over there. What's going on in Vietnam?
This military is kind of being reenacted. The U.S. was really for most of its political history was only interested from from its military. The Hawaiian Islands and some of those islands out there to the East Coast. That's what we care about, and everything down. Like that's what we care about. We don't need, and that is why you're seeing the U.S.'s most advanced carrier where it's not in the Mediterranean. It's in the Caribbean.
By the way, as soon as I entered the show, on Chaotic Truth, right, Imperius and a few other people were like paying money to like get me off because he still remembered my interaction with him. Like he donated money to like diss me and stuff. It was crazy. So yeah, the one time I went on,
funny.
Yeah,
that's actually really funny.
Yeah, the one time I went on the Chaotic Truth Live, he totally remembered our interaction that I had with him on your show. So,
yeah. Well, I just remember I went on there and tried to say some stuff, and everybody shut me down immediately. I don't know if you remember, but I went on there as Luke Knight, if you don't, and I was trying to try to do that. Yeah, that was it. And you were watching that. I think I can't remember what the situation was, but I just remember like immediately. Because he was, because Chaotic Truth was like promoting like Giorgiani, like a Giorgiani talking point about like Jesus or something like that. I can't remember what it was. It was some stupid stuff, And they would not allow me to LARP. They immediately like did damage control. I can't remember. There was somebody else involved with there. That was kind of shocking, but yeah, that's it. Chaotic Truth is definitely a weird ass channel.
Yeah, they also have Orthodox guy in their chat over here on this African channel. So I don't know. This guy might be a Fed. It's interesting.
Well, I'm pretty sure at least one of the three people we just talked about is for sure.
Right.
So what I'm saying is, even if it's not true that the US is pivoting away. It's interesting to see what that's doing, that announcement was actually made public. Because that makes money change, that makes investments and so on. Why is that? I'm not saying there's a I'm not saying I know everything about it. Of course I don't know everything.
Okay.
I'm saying that it's an interesting development that the US is making that defense posture known to the world, or at least expressed like that.
Yeah. Okay. So there are two things I'm going to mention regarding the aspect of asking you whether you had some kind of a backstory, such as such people, such as John Mearsheimer, realist school of this or that, or certain kind of historians, look at things as a gradual process, obviously, and then they've been pointing out to this particular rotting away of the quote unquote post World War II order, for several reasons which we can look at, or it's not a question of reasons, but these things happen. Things fall apart and then have to be reconstituted to fit the times and whatnot. That's one aspect. But speaking of times, there is a change of tone, which one would say perhaps it's not just a question of, in other words, one would say a coarsening of the tone, let's say. Some people who are more favorable to it will say it's an anti-political correctness has won the day, right? And this would be like a tone thing now. And it may be true that, and Donald Trump perhaps is a manifestation of that, right? And that then it's just like, then it's not anything that is substantive. It's just people are just taking certain kinds of masks off, and it is not just in social media.
I think it's a general realization that the United States has been subsidizing so much bullshit and been involved in so much shit that it doesn't need to, that it's been neglecting its own home.
Yeah. All that, and that's why I was like, okay, what's the big story? When did it start? Because I was asking you, for your take.
I think it's still going on. I think we're still in that transition. I still don't think people understand. Like, you're seeing the whole Somalian thing in Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm actually very surprised by some of these shows. Actually, it seemed like on Caucasian Sasquatch, on this show, also on Ace Theo, it seemed like they're involved in a sort of high level discussion. Right, so like, so honestly,
but when you see, like, but ultimately, I think what you'll find is that, like, that article I sent you by Phil Leader, I think would be very revealing. I think what he's trying to argue is, like, some of these discussions is like funneling people into like a certain conclusion or something. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, they're all centering around the same topic. So I notice. Right, it's
exactly,
like,
yeah. And the framing is very particular. It's very peculiar, right? Like, it's not like this isn't like some people who've like read a bunch of books on their own. It's kind of like, I mean, that's my impression of it. It's more of like, well, these people have gotten like certain talking points and certain like memos. And they maybe went to college and then been told like this interpretation is correct, and then like their job was like to go and remix it from like a different point of view. So like, okay, say you're a white nationalist, and then but like reinterpret what you've learned in college about this thing, and like but do it from like a white nationalist standpoint or something. It's like, it's pretty weird, It's like I'll give you an example in a second. Let me look up this example. I'll read it to you. I can't hear the video, by the way, so let me reset my thing again.
And let them tell me what they were experiencing.
Every great city of the world seems to have an area given over to the fleshly needs of men. In San Francisco, this area is called the Tenderloin. It is a marketplace of vice, degradation, and human misery.
I looked up the word tenderloin in the dictionary, and the first definition was familiar: a prime cut of meat. But the second definition surprised me. A vice-ridden district controlled by corrupt policemen.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it was in San Francisco. The Tenderloin looked lawless and out of control. But the police actually...
See, Susan Stryker, and again, Susan Stryker is a queer militant. Keep that in mind. Susan Stryker is already trying to say this was about corrupt police that were controlling this queer area in San Francisco. What did Mizakan say? Oh, of course. The priest is communist. I know we're all shocked by that revelation. Thanks, Mizakan. Well, yes, they believe that capitalism created this problem. Capitalism is managed by the police. The police are reinforcing the poverty in this district and the oppression in this district to keep them out of it. Like, they believe capitalism caused all of this.
Okay, so she's pro-capitalism?
They allowed
Okay,
the
interesting.
prostitution, drug dealing, and gambling, and then demanded payoffs from people involved in those activities.
Well, the police came to Finocchio's nightly. I don't know for sure that there was like payola, whatever that was, but they were certainly welcomed and well taken care of.
Finocchio's began in the 1920s as an illegal Tenderloin speakeasy. The club moved up to North Beach when...
Yeah, she's an interesting lady. Like, it's like she's using like critical theory to expose like leftism or whatever. But I wanted her to talk to Pill Eater if I could set that up. I'm
Yeah,
he said he's fine with it. So.
Oh, really? Okay. So there's something about her. I would not want to talk to her. Like, she looks like the kind of person that'll get you fucking put in prison pretty quick, in my opinion. But I don't know. As far as I can tell, like whatever she is, I want to stay far away from her.
Yeah, I think she got fired from PragerU.
Interesting.
Daddy,
So she might be an agent. She might be an agent of Prager.
Right.
No, but what she's talking about is very true in San Francisco. Like, you go to San Francisco, you can see, like, this is true, but it's like a very, I mean, I'm trying to think of how to put it really briefly, but yeah, I mean, it's probably that way in every city, but San Francisco, it's very obvious that there's stuff going on, because you go to the Tenderloin, it's literally like drug dealing, drug use, prostitutions, everything's like out in the open, and there's like little kids everywhere, so it's like pretty weird, you know.
That's fucked up.
No.
No.
Yeah, and like they try to shut it down, but it's like they don't really seem to be trying that hard. I mean, I have a friend who lives very close to there, and they were telling me yesterday, like, basically gunshots, and then just everybody zombied out, and then all the drug dealers are shooting each other, and then all their friends are robbing everybody. So pretty much a little ecosystem, you could say.
Yeah.
I mean, and like San Francisco is a wide open place, so like you can see everything. Like you can see like a mile in every direction. So you know what I mean? It's not like a place where there's like cuts. I mean, there's like alleys and stuff, but not really. You know what I mean? Like everything's like out in the open, so there's not like places to really hide what you're doing. You know, really. I mean, it's a pretty wide open city, other than the hills. You know.
All right, OTW's decided to go live like very close to my show, so let's see what's going on with him, honestly, because I've been on his show recently a lot.
I encourage everyone who did sub and get him over 1,000 unsub and go strike team go. Because here's what's crazy. At first, I thought Frank was using Jack for the clout because Frank's wanting to be a YouTuber now. He's wanting to do the streaming, podcasting, the money. He sees OTW. He sees Flow State. He sees Paul Fell. You know.
Look, we got a guy named Slick Rick saying I'm Two-Faced. Go fuck yourself.
You are in a sense, dude. And
Wow.
Slick Rick, if you knew your optics, you know who that was. Shout out to Bear Jew.
Who is that?
That's our Jewish fucking bear. But anyways, The fact is Jack admitted the baby shit. And again, I'm telling you guys, someone who has to talk about love, predators have to reteach themselves love. And so Jack's been twisting this whole love thing out. He went into detail about okay, fine. Now he's done this before, admitting the baby, but he's also denied it to you guys. Like, oh, it's a lie, it didn't happen. Last night.
So Snafu's been accusing Jack Talcott of producing a grape baby. So his claim is that Jack Talcott raped somebody and has a baby with that person, so his potential daughter or whatever. So he's running this whole drama thing. Now, the interesting part is that Jack Talcott will let Snafu on his show to challenge him about this. Right? It was seems like an odd piece of
like a year or two at this point. It's it's the same.
Right.
I mean, maybe not the exact same, but it seems pretty bizarre. It's
yeah, it's like a drama loop.
I don't understand. I just don't fucking get it. It's
yeah.
It's not even interesting anymore. And what's messed up is Snafu talks about real shit fucking Oracle and stuff, and then he just mixes in with grape babies and stuff. I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Well, he sprinkles that in, and then I don't know what his entire because he was working with the guy Marfugal TV.
Yeah, I know he talks about Marfugal every other word almost. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't know the details, but I just think it's I'm sure there's some truth to what he's saying about Oracle and Marfugal, or I'm not saying it's true specifically, but I'm saying there's probably what he's talking about mixed in. Okay.
Yeah, you're kind of roboting a little bit. But yeah.
He's on your electric bike for OTW.
I told this fucking rat.
He got him an electric bike OTW so he could go do wheelies for you.
Oh, he's following in the footsteps of Landos.
Yeah. He got him
Landry couldn't afford something like this. He's a pussy.
Show him, Cage. Go do some wheelies.
I already own one.
You see what I mean?
But when we do this, I want you all to really take a listen to how many times Jack has told us, no, the baby didn't exist. Yes, the baby did exist. No, the baby didn't exist. Yes, it did. Because over the years, PX and even Red or Rick and even others no, I remember Jack saying it happened. Then people would say, oh, no, Jack says it didn't happen. We've heard him fully admit it did. Last night was very eye-opening. And again, it's because people are starting to wake up to his life.
I found this screw. This screw is more valuable than your entire reality. Okay?
I'll be back in 3 minutes, dude. I'm going to get
Yeah,
my
right.
laptop.
We'll be here waiting.
Yeah, I'm digitally waiting. Let me total my.
That was important, Cage, because that was the last screw you had left, right?
I know. I got to screw it back into my.
Yeah, so I mean, what's important to realize is that these are the shows that we're forced to go on that will give us credence. But the thing is that we should actually be going on these other shows.
That where we don't get random people who just talk about nonsense for an hour while you're talking about something important.
Yeah, because
yeah, that's it's insane. Yeah, it's we have to branch out, and that's why I've been trying to tell everybody is find us other shows to go in as a unit. We can all go and promote and cross promote, and it'll be good for everybody. But this stuff that we're doing here is it's just weird that we've been trapped into this very particular corner of bullshit talk shows, where there's nothing really.
I've done that a couple of times. When we find a show, if we get a watch party going in the Discord, and then we're watching the show and asking oh, is there a link here? And then we'll go into the show.
But we should film. We should make it a show. This is my vision. I see it as this. We have us watching a show, and then we send people into the show, and then we record them going in, and then we tag team in and out. I think that would be really good. And then it's it's not that we're trying to troll per se, but it's we can kind of build some bridges and or suss out who's doing what and what's going on. I mean, I think that, and I think we should do that on Twitter, TikTok, and on YouTube, because there's a lot of
Yeah.
There's a lot of real people out there, but we got to really go and find them. Like, it's really hard to suss out like who's for real and who's not. You know, like I think there's a lot of people, you know, in psyops that are probably like not very happy with what's going on. So they probably tell us a lot about what's happening. You know, if we just go find them. You know.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what this is.
Blink 182.
Oh no, he's not gonna sing this, is he?
Somebody tell me what you think about me. Don't try to argue or hold it against you. Not believing you must have your reasons. The season is calling. Your pictures are falling down. The steps that I retrace. There is that look on your face.
Like zero feeling and emotion behind it. Is he drugged? This is crazy. There's 18 people watching this goy slap. This is insane. Let's see who's in here. Man, who are these people? All right. Well, that was terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
Yeah, that's a really good song by Blink 182, and he just totally ruined that. So fuck that guy. Blink 182 had some good songs, man. That's a really good song, by the way.
Yeah, that was garbage. All right. So
Blink
Zato
Blink 182 is also a bunch of Satanists promoting alien disclosure. So go figure. Probably working with Giordani.
Celebrating Happy New Year, I guess.
Say what?
It says Happy New Year on the stream.
Okay, interesting. Voy, our Dutch.
Oh, and our another friend from the Netherlands.
Another friend from the Netherlands. Oh yeah, don't you know there? I need to learn the Dutch accent. It's so bizarre to listen to. I have this I have this girl I listen to from there. I'll send you that. We can watch a little bit of it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah. I
kinda
didn't know
crazy.
these guys were like knowing each other.
Who is this?
You never seen this guy,
Oh,
Alexander the Ganja Shaman?
I think I saw him once. I thought he was a Jamaican dude or something.
He's been on my show twice.
He's Dutch though.
Yeah.
Weird. I guess it's a very small world. I guess these guys are the Apollonian side and we're the Dionysian side or something.
Right.
Something going on.
But yeah, he's a smart guy. He's been on my show like twice. He's pretty deep thinker. But yeah, it's interesting that maybe they're in cahoots because they're from the same place. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Maybe that's why I've been marked for death by the Dooch.
In Croatia. Yeah, so
You know who fought against the Muslim and the Ottoman Empire, which is not much talked about, the Ottoman Empire? It was.
By the way, this guy hates Muslims. Like, this is the first time I talked to this guy. He just hated Islam. It was weird. I was like, why are you obsessed with Islam? It was pretty strange. But yeah, like he didn't want to talk about the Jews. But yeah, it was weird.
Well, I think we're starting to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
Christmas tree and with a fire extinguisher to the.
Also, you'll notice they don't want to. They never want to talk about the House of Orange for some reason, which I find very interesting.
Oh.
Dutch people never want to talk about the House of Orange. I don't know if there's like some law about it or something, but I don't know. Pretty weird.
Rape in London, England is the rape capital of the Western world right now. Wonder why?
And that's only, imagine that's only what is reported, dude. That's only
Yes,
what is
exactly. And also what is reported is very high. And you're right, there are a lot that is not reported. So imagine how high it is, actually. It's
Dude,
extremely high.
I mean, I almost got run over the other day when I pointed out a bunch of these guys, you know, doing shady business. They fucking tried to run over me, dude. I don't report that, but there was a fucking murder attempt. You know?
Yeah.
I didn't report that, but that happened.
Well, if that's true though, then like, why wouldn't he just get out and like knife you? If that was his thing, right? Like if he missed with the car, why wouldn't he just grab a knife and jump out?
Right.
You know about Australia? Australia also, the Muslim there. Oh shit! The thing is happening around. I saw it in Australia too, but there's a lot of patriotic Australians that has hit the street. You know, they call people as us racist because we're patriotic.
Yeah, but
because
dude,
we're
it's not going to
nationalists.
happen. It's not going to happen on the streets, and it's not going to be reported.
This is really weird to listen to. This is
Yeah, I know.
like Dutch
Yeah.
neo-Nazis or something. This is funny. It's actually really funny.
Yeah, Dutch neo-Nazis talking about Muslims in England and Australia. When, like, how many Muslims could there possibly be? And if they can't control them, isn't that the government's fault? I don't know. I mean, it's pretty obvious. Right? So I don't understand the big issue.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, it's what we were talking about before we started, which is like the whole global system. But it's like they're covering the global system by with fake debates about, well, this or that or the other. And like, again, like, doesn't mean there's not real things going on, but it's like you said, like, if the government's literally allowing and encouraging it, it's like, okay, so is this like an organic thing happening, or is this like engineered to like throw people off or something? I think that's what
Yeah,
that's what I think it is.
Yeah, I forget what country he's from, but he's from another island that's like a small island where like he's like you know, so it's like off the coast of like the Dutch or whatever, off the coast of the Netherlands. So I don't know. Obviously he's not white, so that's all.
And yeah.
Okay.
But so I was thinking, like, you know, I don't like to meet up with people, or, you know, but then again, you know, when I try, it works. But, you know, I'm kind of disappointed with the whole humanity thing. And
Well,
you
yeah,
think-
I have a love and hate relationship for them, but I'm here on this planet for a reason, and I do see a change happening. It's happening, as I said, not as fast as I want, but there's an awakening happening, and I know we already win. We already won. The light has already won. We just played it out. What we're seeing now is all the darkness is coming to the light, and we're going to be seeing what has been going on this planet. And I tell you too, with
Yeah, that sounds like utopianism. Well, it's kind of weird. It's like everything's getting worse, but that's just the last bad shit that's gonna happen. That seems very unlikely. Right, but yeah.
Space and everything, right?
Yes, you should look at my last interview I did with a super soldier. I did my last interview.
What is going on here?
I was with a super soldier, Ra Cloud. I don't know if you're familiar with super soldier program, but
You started to sound more and more
you know,
Russian.
Yes.
Come
And
see
what
my
he
super
talked
soldier
about with
program, the program
space and
soldier.
ETs and underground, that is going to be coming to the mainstream in the future.
What?
I went on deep subject. There. I did 3 weeks ago. I did that interview, and maybe ending of January, I'm going to be interviewing him back again for an update.
Finally, Little Wing has joined us. Finally.
Hey, Little Wing, how you doing? Long time. Hey, I'm in the Netherlands right now. Can you believe that?
Is that?
It's fucking cold, man.
Is that Denise? What? Little Wing?
I believe it is. It's very strange. What's going on here? They all know each other or something?
I think that might be a different Little Wing. It's at Little Wing 619. So I don't think that's our Denise, but yeah.
No, that's pretty weird. That's really weird coincidence, though.
Yeah, that is.
Like, how many? What's the coincidence? Like, what's the probability on that?
Right. Yeah.
What the fuck is going on here? Crazy. I want to talk to that dude. What's that dude? Remember the other Dutch guy we used to talk to, who's always like talking about flat Earth? That I brought over from Jim Bob. I want that guy to come back. That guy was interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
But,
you don't believe in space or aliens from outer space? Well, yeah. You know, I'm pretty sure in the future a lot of people are going to be believing, because you know I have my native background too, and the natives also talk about our star brother and sister.
Yeah, this guy's fun, man. Honestly, I'd like to talk to this guy more. I wonder if he'll call in more to the show. But I think
so he's like, so no, I like it. He's mixed. He's mixed native and Dutch. He sounds Russian. He's a neo-Nazi, but his name is Ganja Shaman, and he's like,
yeah, exactly. And
you
he
know,
believes in
we're
New
star
Age.
seeds and shit. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
wow, they got
Yeah.
the whole fucking gambit here. I like it.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, yeah. He
Like,
believes
I
in
don't know.
QAnon.
Like
Yeah, he
we
believes in QAnon.
got some cool people out here.
Yeah, he believes in QAnon and numerology. So he's a kind of weird mix of things. Oh wait, what happened to you? Okay, so no more Neurojack. Paging Neurojack. Smoking that neuro crack. All right, there you are.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you for whatever reason. My audio keeps fucking cutting out. Oh my god.
Yeah, you like dropped out of the studio. But yeah, I should go.
No, I had to. I had to drop out to like reset my audio because you were talking. I couldn't hear you. I was talking. I didn't mean to talk over you. So.
No, it's no worries. Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if you heard what I said about like neo-Nazi starseed everything. But
Yeah. I heard you. Yeah.
that's weird. Like you guys can hear me, I can't hear you guys sometimes. So it's pretty weird.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
But I know you got to go. You got to start your show. So we'll wrap it up here, and I appreciate you doing that. But yeah, I got some crazy shit to show you next time I'm in front of a computer. But it's like this temperature's dropping. It's like 45 degrees, which is very weird for here. But yeah, it's starting to get cold and shit. So and I think my internet is dropping and shit. So like I don't know what it is, but
yeah.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you. So we'll see. Do me a favor, just send me the link from over there. I'm gonna restream you, and we'll try to get some numbers high, and you know, just tell everybody to restream you tonight, so that way you just catch more and more viewers from all the other peripheral channels that we have, and then we'll just try to funnel everybody onto your channel. You know.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
All right, man. Cool. All right.
Yeah, blessings.
All right, blessing. Thank you. Just send me the link, and
yeah, I'll send it up.
All right, cool. All right, bye.
All right, peace.